Namaskar and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 12th Biennial Convention Auto Summit Fit and Future Ready, organized by the Federation of the Automobile Dealers Association of India, FADA. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to take you quickly through the exits, safety exits. We have two safety exits onto my left and two safety exits onto my right, and we request you not to crowd them at any given point. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware that today for our inaugural session, we were expecting the presence of our guest of honor, Sri Narayan Taturani ji, Honorable Minister of MSME. But due to his sudden travel plans, he couldn't be here with us in person. But we are extremely pleased to announce today that he is now going to join us live, giving us his best wishes and addressing us. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Honorable Minister is here. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Honorable Minister, Sri Raneji, we warmly welcome you to this momentous occasion. And sir, we would be very grateful if you can share your thoughts and words of wisdom with us. Over to you, sir.
ऑटो डीलर का इस समिट संपन्न हो रहा है। इस समिट के लिए उपस्थित मुख्य अतिथि रूप में माननीय श्री ओम बिरला जी, माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष, उसे तरह सम्मानीय अतिथि श्री शैलेश चंद्र, श्री मनीष राज सिंघानिया जी, अध्यक्ष फाड़ा, श्री CS विघ्नेश्वर, उपाध्यक्ष फाड़ा, श्री दिलीप पाटिल, काउंसिल मेंबर, उपस्थित डीलर्स और उपस्थित मान्यवर भाई और बहनों, 12वां ऑटो समिट आज हो रहा है। इसमें शुभकामना देता हूं और इस समिट के अंदर हमारे जो डीलर है भारत में, जो डीलर 2 और 3 व्हीलर के, उन्होंने ये समिट का उपयोग भारत देश में 2 व्हीलर और 3 व्हीलर के लिए अपना बिजनेस बढ़ाने के लिए इस समिट में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। ये बिजनेस बढ़े, रोजगार बढ़े, पर कैपिटा इनकम भी हमारे डीलर लोग का बढ़ जाएगा। GDP बढ़ने के लिए ये 2 और 3 व्हीलर लोग का डीलरशिप हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। ये हमारे देश का एक उद्योग है। कोरोना के बाद काफी समस्या खड़ी हुई थी इस बिजनेस में, और इसलिए इसमें वो समस्या के बारे में भी चर्चा हो। डीलर लोग अपना बिजनेस सक्षम होने के लिए, बढ़ने के लिए लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग लोगों तक पहुंचाने में हमारे डीलर्स लोग इसमें इस समिट में चर्चा करें। भविष्य में नई टेक्नोलॉजी का आगमन और उसका असर के बारे में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। वितरण मॉडल के बारे में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। उसी तरह ऑटो नीति तय करना ये भी सब डीलर लोग का, सब मेंबर लोग का काम है। और इस केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार आपके इस बिजनेस बढ़ाने में, अच्छा सड़क देने में, सड़क सुरक्षा पाने के लिए जरूर मदद करेंगे। मैं केंद्र सरकार के माध्यम से एमएसएमई का मंत्री के नाते, आप लोग हमारे देश के उद्यमी हैं, बिजनेसमैन हैं, तो आपको बढ़ावा देना हमारा कर्तव्य है। आपका ये 12वां समिट है। मैं समझता हूँ इसमें आप समिट में जो चर्चा करेंगे वो आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनने के लिए आप लोगों को क्या कर्तव्य निभाना है उसके ऊपर आप ध्यान देंगे और चर्चा करेंगे, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है। आज डीलर की संख्या 15,000 के करीब है। वो 30,000 तक पहुंचने के लिए, बिजनेस बढ़ने के लिए आप लोग कोशिश चाहिए, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है। 2 व्हीलर 3 व्हीलर का सेल लोगों तक किस तरह से सभी लोगों को मैं शुभकामना देता हूं कि आप आगे बढ़े। हम सरकार, केंद्र सरकार आपको सहयोग के लिए तैयार है और इसलिए आप लोग को शुभकामना देके मेरा भाषण मैं यहीं रोकता हूं। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी, आपके शुभकामनाएं और मार्गदर्शन हमारे लिए बहुत ही मान्यता रखता है। धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Honorable Minister for sharing his guidance and words of wisdom with us on this momentous occasion. We'll request you to kindly bear with us for a couple of minutes while we begin the formal inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, while we await the arrival of our honorable chief guest for the inaugural session, we will now go ahead with the launch of the customer satisfaction survey and launch of course on management by dashboard with Mr. Venkesh Gulati, Chairman FATA Academy and Research. May I now request and invite Mr. Venkesh Gulati to please come on to the dais. An astute business leader and passionate motorhead, Mr. Venkesh Gulati has been actively associated with FATA for over 12 years, heading the federation as its president during the term 2000 to 2022. May I now invite you, sir, to kindly launch the customer satisfaction survey and course on management.
So thank you, ma'am, and sorry for this hiccup. As you know, whenever we start and in the morning, the guests normally arrives late. And this is India, so we should be prepared for it. So my session, which was scheduled for 11:40, has been preponed. And I'm happy to start this Auto Summit, which is happening after 3 years, and getting that privilege. Thank you, Manish Bhai, for giving me this privilege to start the show. So can I have the Premon team also here somewhere? So guys, basically, now I'm heading the FADA research, and as you are aware, data analysts, all those things are very important in any industry. And it is too important in auto industry where there is a lot of confusion. What is the actual data? Is it the production? Is it the dispatch to dealers? Is it the retail and DMS? Or is it actually the registration? So these kind of different questions crop up every time. And at FADA Research, we are starting this year with my session as chairman. We are trying to clarify these things to the media, to the public, and to our customers. So this is a start, and this is the first time we are officially in an event starting at FADA Research. We have been present for the past 2 years behind the scenes, which was like all the press releases, all the Vahan data was covered through FADA Research. And even the dealer satisfaction was done through under FADA Research, but we didn't have a separate vertical. We have just started now. So there's nothing new. We have already, you all know what FADA Research normally does. Is we work on NIC dashboard. Sorry, I'm not able to see the screen here. So we do surveys every month where we have around 1,000 dealers putting in how the liquidity is, what they expect from the coming month, and all those things which you see, which are covered in our press release. We have started lately with around a year back where we have started OEM market share also. We are working on further categorization, which we have come on three-wheelers, load, and working with NIC to get more clarified and simplified what data is. And as you are all aware, Vahan is a free-to-use website for anybody. But yes, FADA Research analyzes it to a detailed level, takes a survey from the members, and then gives you the press release, which happens every month. Why research? Obviously, like I told you, there are a lot of confusion on what is actually retail. That is one thing. Then we as an body, as we are independent and biased, we are not bothered which OEM has a better market share, which city has a better sale, because this is a dealer body and doesn't affect us overall. So we are all working towards a common goal. All India coverage, yes, there is one state which is still out of the Vahan ambit. Holistic approach, we do tailor-made and all those. And practically, this is the apex body and does only retail. These are I'll not go into details. Whosoever is interested, we have a lot of analysts here, a lot of people who work on strategy. This is all what we provide. Obviously, this is not free. The press release is free, but as you go into details, you then have to take it on the commercial side. The dealer satisfaction survey, which I told you, we started with 2021. These were the award winners. As you see, two-wheelers, Bajaj, HMSI, V, Mercedes, BMW, and Kia. Then again, we had that dealer satisfaction survey 22. These are the award winners. And now we are launching Auto CEI 23. Can I request the Premon team to be on stage, please? Just a sec, just fast, please. Manish bhai, are you? Oh, sorry. Okay. So what is Auto CEI? There are further slides which will give it. So CEI, I feel everybody knows now we are majorly not talking of satisfaction or delight. We are talking of experience. So this is Customer Experience Index, what we are doing. You'll want to explain for this, please. You'll have to go through that, please. Yeah. So this is the Premon team, who is the backbone of everything and the front end, and they support us well. And you have seen how they have helped us in the last 2 DSS. They are also partnering up with this customer satisfaction study, please. Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Venkesh, for having us over. Yeah, like you said, we've been partnering the FADA for the survey activities that are going on, and now it's time to start the customer experience index. This can only be measured. It's a very holistic kind of a measurement. So far, what's been happening in the industry is that they've been measuring the customer satisfaction as just one standalone activity, which is involvement of the dealer and the customer. Whereas in the minds of the customer, it's the holistic experience which goes encompassing the brand, the product, and finally the interactions at the dealer end. And if you measure all of it together, that's when we come to an overall customer satisfaction. So the proposal here is to have a measurement system where we measure the pre-sales and the sales activities, the product satisfaction, which is integral to that, the interaction at the after sales, and the overlying influence of the brand in the complete this thing. So we have a holistic measurement of the overall customer satisfaction in this. Can I have the next slide, please?
So what we have done specifically, we didn't want to go to the details of service separate, sales separate. We have clubbed everything, no doubt, but still we'll have the details. So any manufacturer, any media guy or any analyst wants a detailed study on all the four, that also will be. But the overall index will be common. So it will be called Customer Experience Index. And I thank Mr. John Paul, our past president, who has given this name, CEI. Thank you, and we go ahead with that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So coming to Academy, my second role as chairman this time, obviously this is the first thing. We have started research and Academy both as I got down from the president post. Academy is nothing but we endeavor to continually make you the best at what you do. So there is no rocket science. But there are a lot of peer-to-peer group learning. There are best practices. There are different ways how things can be done better, geographically and maybe OEM-wise also. That is what we are working in. This course has already been launched, Leadership and Management for Enterprises. We have some 16 students. Can I see if, is there anybody here who can come on the stage? Please, fast. I got only 10 minutes, so I don't have much of time. Alone out of 16. Yeah, so coming. So this is the first group. Obviously not all these students, but some leaders also. You see John, who has taken a class, Mr. Sailesh Shah, who is managing our academy as consultant. Saharsh is there, and who else? Yeah, and all the kids are there. So have you prepared something? You want to? Yeah, please. Please introduce yourself, and then you can.
A very good morning to all of you. My name is Shamsher Singh, and I belong to a small place called as Sambalpur. And it has been really a fantastic experience. The leadership program is a fantabulous program and a much needed program for the industry, to the industry, and by the industry. I think one of the most important facets of the program is the out-of-the-box learning approach, which enables the dealers to think differently, to think positively in a manner, and it engages the best speakers in the industry along with an approach of a peer-to-peer learning. My profound gratitude to FADA and the FADA Academy for launching such a program, which will not only help the dealers in the day-to-day running of their dealership effectively and efficiently, but also make them future ready to face the challenges and the changes ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, brother. Please sit. So basically, like I told you, yeah, come in. One, two. Oh, wow. You want to speak something or? Yeah, please go. Right. But do it short so we can.
Hello everyone, I'm Pavandeep from Bangalore. In fact, I'm extremely grateful as well to be part of the first FADA leadership program from the Academy. You know, we're not even halfway through, and we've had the opportunity to interact with industry stalwarts like Mr. John K. Paul, Mr. Nikun Sanghi, Dr. Sham, Mr. Vigneshwaran. We've not only had industry-specific sessions, it's also extremely inspiring to be better business leaders and businessmen in our field. So thank you once again, FADA. Thank you, Shailesh Shah, Mr. Shailesh Shah, and their entire faculty. I'm truly grateful.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. So what's different from us than all the SP Jans, FMS, and Narsimhanji is our lectures are basically divided into 70-30. What is 70% is there are lectures taken by dealer owners and not the faculty. So there's 30% the normal professors, faculty which take the classes, which is more of theoretical. But 70% leader lectures happen, which is the people sitting here and who have missed this show also because of some other exigencies. Like John Paul has already taken, Vignesh has just taken. So Nikun Bhai, obviously, no need to take his name, he's involved everywhere. So basically these are the things what they learn more. So out of these 16, there are at least 8 or 10 people who have done their post-graduation from places like Harvard, Nursing Home, SPGM, and Delhi University also. But still they are learning a lot because they are getting to know from the ground. The next session is, so we are going for a 6-day internship program at Bangalore, where again leader lectures will happen. They'll have to work in the dealership to know how things are. So we have identified some 4 dealerships, 1 CV, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler and passenger vehicle, and even a Mercedes dealership, where they'll learn how they can see what are the best practices and how they can implement. So that's the different way how FAD Academy is coming to. This is the second course which is launching new. We have already tied up with a software expert who is supporting us in organizing this. This is managing by dashboard, and basically what major point is that we normally work at different KPIs or KRAs given by us from our OEMs. So they have different softwares, different DMS, and you can only see what they want you to focus on. Whereas, how can that be linked to your financials or your process? That is where we are coming in. So this is a course which will make our students make the dashboard while doing the course for their own dealership. So they'll have their own software where the inputs will come from different sources and output will come from the dashboard. And there are a lot more happening in academy and research. We'll keep you updated. But yes, for any need of data analysis, FADA research is for you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Venkesh Gulati, for sharing with us the customer satisfaction survey and course on management. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the white paper presentation on Fit and Future Ready. I would like to now invite Mr. Harshvardhan Sharma, Head Auto Retail Practice, Nomura Research Institute, requesting him to kindly join us on stage. And I'd like to request him to kindly address the gathering.
Can we switch it on? Next, back. Namaskar and a very warm good morning to all of you. Shri Om Birla ji, Honorable Lok Sabha Speaker, Shri Narayan ji Rane, Honorable Minister of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of India, Government of India, Shri Shailesh Chandra ji, Vice President SIAM, Shri Manish Raj Singhania ji, President FADA, Shri Saharsh Damani, CEO FADA, esteemed FADA members, and participants from the automotive industry. I'm Harshvardhan Sharma, Head of Automotive Retail at Nomura Research Institute and Consulting. We are a global management consulting firm with a very deep focus on the automotive sector. At the outset, let me express my gratitude towards FADA on organization of this 12th Auto Retail Summit 2023 with who's who of the automotive industry fraternity in the attendance today. NRI, in association with FADA, has prepared a white paper on the topic of gearing for fit and future-ready dealerships. And while today I'm going to be summarizing some of the key findings of our white paper, you are more than welcome to go through the detail. There is a detailed presentation, postulates of it I'm covering today, but the detail is in your dockets. All right, so talking very briefly about the gist of the findings. Glad to report that brick and mortar still continues to remain relevant and unsubstituted. In fact, we ran a survey with the dealers and also had in-depth interviews. Thank you for the dealer fraternity for presenting, for sharing your findings with us on that. So about 87% of the dealers do believe that viewing the product physically is the key reason for visiting the dealerships by customers. Dealers also understand that therefore customer experience is the key differentiator for them to succeed. Overall, there is a positive sentiment and optimistic future outlook amongst the dealer fraternity, and there is a belief that Indian market is promising enough. There are also concerns that there are still large milestones which need to be achieved to attain parity with the global developed markets. The underpinnings of underserved market, growing younger population, demand for personal transportation, increase in the average selling price, and urbanization are some key growth trends which seem to be driving our growth engine. Dealers also report that there is a shift in the preferences of customers towards being connected and being digitally native, especially with the inflow of Gen Z and millennials in the purchase cycles. And this creates a need for new sales methodologies and preferring online channels. There is also a need for online pre-purchase research strengthening as it improves traceability and purchase journey autonomy, and it leads to increase in the control which customers feel that they can execute on the sales cycle. Dealers also are in agreement, and they believe that strengthening is required over there. There is also a transitioning required towards true digital. While there have been efforts made towards digitization, but in order to achieve true digital experience, there is a need for more to be done at the dealership and at OEM level, both. There are also frugal retail formats and parity with non-auto retail, both offline and online, which customers reported, meaning when they go to Amazon, when they go to other offline channels and online channels, they are asking for the same experience at their dealership experience as well. So that's something which both OEMs and dealers need to work in tandem with. Finally, everyone believes that there is a need to track a drill down KPI level. Today, we have always spoken about conversion ratios, test drive ratios, retail, etc. But some of the latent KPIs like, let's say, sales per square feet, average revenue per customer, and customer lifetime value also are increasingly becoming relevant and will need to be examined further. So like I mentioned, due to rising rentals in metros as well as tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 cities all along, we will continue to see transition towards smaller and more efficient stores or dealerships. And customers, interestingly, including luxury customers, are now open to viewing products digitally as well. So there is an increased acceptance for going digital. Also, one interesting trend which came along was the need for digital content creation and better digital marketing management. This is not something new, but what's new is that customers and dealers both realize that there is local content to be created, whether it's reels, whether it's posts, mentions, local influencer collaboration, as well as efficient marketing technology deployment at the dealerships, so that there is better return on marketing investments at the dealership side as well. Many dealers have shared that multi-brand outlets is something that would help them in improving their cost efficiencies and will lead to better asset utilization. One more interesting area is the succession planning, where dealers have mentioned that they are cognizant for the need of long-term succession planning, and they are open to the idea of getting help on this. They are welcoming to the next generation, but but want them to emphasize on fixing the basics first before taking over the management reins. Interestingly, subscription and leasing have also come up as areas which need further intervention. In fact, 40% of the dealers have mentioned that they are not aware of subscription and leasing, and would like more inputs on this from OEMs. And finally, on the cost lever side, financial prudence, operational optimization remain key cost management tenets. Dealers also perceive interest payments, power and fuel, that was an outlier, rentals, as well as HR cost, particularly amongst the luxury side, to be the key cost drivers. Let me also briefly cover the findings of the survey. Some of this I already covered, so I'll skip. In fact, the key point here being that initial inquiry stage has 97% interest from all the dealers, respondents. They believe that it is where maximum efforts should be focused on. Dealership size reduction is on the 50% of dealer respondents' agenda. And 53% mentioned multi-brand outlets to be of interest to them. Oh, sure. Just one moment, sorry. Could we go back one, please? One ahead. Yes, this one. All right, so 43% of the dealers mentioned that they lack succession planning and would need guidance. Next, please. All right, talking about the details of the survey. So like I mentioned, most customers visit the dealership for viewing the product physically, and digital penetration is highest for initial inquiry stage. That's what dealers believe as well. Next, please. Reducing dealership size, increasing receptiveness of MBOs, and positive outlook towards an agent sales model or direct sales model are also key trends which emerge from the conversations with the dealer fraternity. Next, please. So alternate revenue streams like subscription and leasing, succession planning, and another interesting aspect is the policy support awareness, especially in the tier 2, tier 3 and rural areas. Dealers did mention that because of the policy awareness, there are issues sometimes which they face, and they actively seek cooperation and guidance on how to navigate through multiple policies and regulatory compliances. Next, please. So no surprises on the cost side, except the power and fuel is one area which surfaces overcompensation for teams. So that was interesting to note. Next, please. Talking very briefly about India sector trends. So like I covered in the initial slides, the underpinnings for growth for India are still pretty much intact. We have still a very underserved market. About 24 vehicles per 1,000 people is where we are at, and of course there's a lot of headroom there. And all the driving factors, whether it's the increasing younger population, advanced vehicle features, and therefore increased average selling price, increased finance penetration, demand for personal mobility, and rural demand remain strong drivers for dealerships. Next, please. On the consumer side, interestingly, consumers expressed an increased willingness to pay. It's also been evident because the entry-level variants uptake has been a little lower than the top variant, so that's also something which the consumers mentioned. They also mentioned that they are open to the idea of trying short-term lease subscription kind of innovative models. Next, please. Just touching upon the regulatory aspect again. So whether it's the EV policy, scrappage policy, data and privacy laws at the dealership, or whether it's the used car side, dealers did mention that that in fact there are 27, 28 licenses. One of the conversations we had with the dealers, they mentioned that there is significant regulatory guidance which is required also because of frequent changes, and they would appreciate guidance from either FADA or from OEMs on this matter. Next, please. All right, broadly covering what's happening globally, so it's not very different. However, some of these trends have been implemented in bits and pieces in India as well, whether it's omni-channel, whether it's innovative customer engagement formats, financing solutions, shrinking dealership sizes, or redefining KPIs. All of them have been happening globally and are also now being seen in India. Next, please. So on the multiple models of retail, many OEMs have tried the agent model. There is also a hybrid agency model. There is increasing AR/VR experience penetration in the evolved markets, and we have also seen new store formats, pop-ups, AR/VRs happening in Europe and Africa as well. Next, please. Right. So here, this is also quite important. Like I was saying, with Gen Zs, millennials coming in, they do not base the expectation of their They do not base the expectation of their customer purchase on what has been happening in the auto sector, but their expectation is what's happening in the day of their life. Meaning, if their experiences in Amazon, at IKEA, or at Decathlon, or any of these brands, these experiences should also be carried forward in the auto purchase journey for them. So finally, moving on to the recommendations, if we could jump to slide 24, please. Right. So, and therefore, what should the dealerships be doing in future? This is the summary of what we've been hearing from the dealers and from our own research. Is online sales needs more deliberation. There is an increasing need for investing in training and development of team members. Dealership sizes need consolidation. There needs to be an open dialogue between OEMs, dealers, and amongst dealers also to not overinvest and therefore track sales per square feet very closely. Digital marketing and technology needs hand-holding at dealership side as well. So whether it's investing on digital marketing resources at dealership, getting them trained properly, and also tracking digital metrics properly. Those are some initiatives which should continue to happen. On the cost side, whether it's using retail shared spaces, at least the back office spaces can be shared, usage of gig economy workers, retail automation on back-end operations. Some of these can be initiatives which can be tracked. Moving on, just to summarize, on the multi-brand outlets, on the succession planning also, not very different from what we spoke earlier. So overall, there is a sentiment that there is hope. However, as we have not still achieved the pre-pandemic levels, dealers want to work with OEMs and work with the fraternity to improve their yields. With that, let me summarize my presentation. Thank you so much for patiently listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harshvardhan Sharma, for your very insightful white paper presentation on Fit and Future Ready. I'd like to at this stage call upon Mr. Dilip Patil, Governing Council Member, and Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Chairperson, FADA Jammu, to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Harshvardhan Sharma. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to inform you that our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Om Birla, Honorable Lok Sabha Speaker, has joined us at the venue, and we will now commence the formal proceedings of the inaugural session. Namaskar and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We take this opportunity in extending a very warm welcome and inviting on stage our esteemed dignitaries. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our chief guest, Shri Om Birla, Honorable Lok Sabha Speaker. A very warm welcome to you, sir, to the 12th Biennial Convention Auto Summit Fit and Future Ready, organized by the Federation of Automobile Dealers Association of India. Please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to Mr. Shailesh Chandra, guest of honor, Vice President SAM. We have with us on stage Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, President FADA, and Mr. C.S. Vigneshwara, Vice President FADA. An extremely warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the formal proceedings of our inaugural session by playing the national anthem first. So may I please request everybody to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will now have the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, and I'd like to at this stage invite on stage Mr. Sai Giridhar, Secretary FADA, Mr. Amar Jatin Seth, Treasurer FADA, Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Chairman FADA Academy and Research, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, CFO, Kuvi Technology Service Private Limited, Mr. Arvind Kapil, Group Head Retail Assets HDFC Bank Limited, to please come on dais, requesting our Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honor and guests on the stage to kindly light the ceremonial lamp.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु
honorable chief guest and dignitaries on the dais for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now welcome our esteemed guests, and this year we are doing it in a very unique and noble way, which we like to refer as the green welcome gesture. Each guest will be welcomed with a certificate which will ensure planting of a thicket of 11 trees on their behalf. And for this, we have collaborated with the NGO Give Me Trees Trust. So may I firstly request Mr. Manish Raj Singhania to kindly welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Om Birla Ji. Thank you. I'd like to now request Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar to kindly welcome Mr. Shailesh Chandra. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's summit is Fit and Future Ready. The summit will aim to address the need for having auto retail which is fit, agile and healthy, especially in the post-pandemic times, and the preparedness which is required to face disruptions to the advent of newer technologies, changes in distribution model, advent of new fuels, and many such concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I would like to now firstly request Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, President FADA, requesting him to kindly make his welcome address.
Respected Shri Om Birla Ji, Speaker Lok Sabha, Mr. Narayan Rane Ji, who had joined just few minutes back online with us, Shri Shailesh Chandra Ji, Vice President SIAM and Managing Director Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles and Electric Mobility Limited, and my dear younger brother, Mr. Vigneshwar, our Vice President of FADA, all FADA members present here, Honorable past presidents, industry captains, members from the media, and ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and a good morning. It's a cold, chilly January morning in the capital, and it is full house, which is giving a lot of warmth and thus keeping us comfortable. I wholeheartedly welcome you all to FADA's flagship event, the 12th Auto Summit, on the theme Fit and Future Ready. We did our first Auto Summit in the year 2000, and this is the 12th edition. And it's been 23 years now, and with each passing edition, the Auto Summit is getting bigger, stronger. While all the Auto Summits had happened in our favorite hotel, Lee Meridian, but in the past, we really felt with our growing fraternity and growing strength, we needed a bigger place, and that's what our past president dreamt of. And today that dream is realized by having this jam-packed Audi in Taj Palace. And this is the biggest Audi one can have in New Delhi. This is the forum which has made people realize over the years that we employ more than 4.5 million people, and that too without displacing them from their home locations, coupled with continuous on-the-job training and therefore making employment more inclusive. We are one of the biggest revenue collectors for the government. I would also like to reiterate the fact that as auto dealers, we have been making wholesome investments, and if we compare all our investments compared to OEMs, it will be at par what is done in the industry. This is the reason why auto dealers are important and also true nation builders. The 12th Auto Summit will aim to address the need of auto distribution to gear itself in post-pandemic times on preparedness required for facing disruption due to the advent of newer technologies, changes in distribution model, advent of new fuels, and other such concerns to remain viable in businesses and healthy. Automotive retail is undergoing major change as automakers work to transform the customer experience, drive loyalty, boost market share. Significant changes in the operating environment and within the auto retail ecosystem, such as the rise of new mobility concepts, shifting mobility preferences, digitization, and regulations are making OEMs and dealership to rethink their strategies. The future of auto retail, especially for new age solutions like electric fuel cells and hybrid, lies in being part of the larger lifestyle experience zones for tomorrow's consumers. It is a symbiotic relationship that benefits automakers, lifestyle solution makers, we the dealers, and the consumer. Today, automobile has become the extension of drawing rooms. Customers are also increasingly able to access desired information across channels easily. OEMs and auto dealers should seize this opportunity to transform their retail models to deliver a rich brand experience through seamless integration across all customer-facing channels. Challenges such as how to shift from a product-driven to a customer-centric approach and how to offer mobility services based on value propositions instead of ownerships needs to be addressed. We have carefully crafted 15 plus sessions today, and I hope at the end of today's session, we'll feel like we are well versed with the current trends in auto industry and also carry back with us key takeaways which will make us fit and future ready. During this auto summit, you will find many firsts: a CXO panel, an all-women panel, a panel specially designed for Gen X, apart from many discussions which will help improve an auto dealer business, whether financially or by giving a glimpse on new business opportunities, and a session on how to unlock the value of your businesses. Friends, I would like to inform that yesterday we have announced our partnership with Meta, where we'll be digitally skill 3,000 auto dealers to build a social presence and digitize it using its various platforms. The Move with Meta Skilling and Enabling Program will provide all auto dealers across the country an easy and low-cost access to best-in-class digital expertise. I would also like to inform that post the release of Model Dealer Agreement by Honorable Mr. Vinod Agrawal, President SIAM, in our last ARC that happened in September, we have met 9 OEMs so far, and believe me, the meetings were very warmly welcomed and taken very positively by all the OEMs. What FADA has done has created a level playing field, and with transforming times, the dealer agreements also need to change. That is also being realized by the OEMs, and there would be a great announcement further on today in this session on the MDA that will kind of, that a company has really taken the initiative to take it forward. You will be happy to note that FADA has been able to do some groundbreaking achievements in bringing ease of doing business to the dealership community. With 5 years validity of trade certificate, it brings in a lot of comfort for running the dealership hassle-free for long term. FADA has also made sure that used vehicle are brought under ambit of trade certificate, hence making it an organized business and trade. The final notification has been released only a few days back. इसके अलावा अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम लोग लगातार जो है मौत के साथ लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। जो नए CMVR रूल्स आए हैं उनको हर एक स्टेट में कैसे अप्लाई करना है और जहाँ जहाँ दिक्कतें हैं हम उस स्टेट के साथ क्लोजली कोऑर्डिनेट करके कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि न्यू CMVR रूल्स हर एक स्टेट में अक्रॉस इंडिया यूनिफॉर्मली एप्लीकेबल हो जाए। बिरला जी, हिंदुस्तान में काम करना डेफिनेटली काफ़ी इम्प्रूव हुआ है। लगातार जो है आज केंद्र सरकार काम कर रही है कि ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस कैसे लागू किया जा सकता है और लगातार बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को हेल्प कर रही है कि कम से कम प्रोसेस या कम से कम प्रोसीजर में जो है कोई भी एंटरप्रेन्योर, कोई भी बिजनेसमैन अपना काम जल्द से जल्द चालू कर पाए। पर मैं आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूँगा कि अगर आज ऑटो डीलर नया बिजनेस या नई डीलरशिप चालू करना चाहते हैं तो उनको 20 से ज़्यादा एक्ट्स का और रूल्स का कंप्लायंस करना पड़ता है। मैं आपसे विनम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि इस चीज़ में इसकी सरलता के लिए हम आपको ज़रूर अप्रोच करेंगे और इसको सरल बनाने में आपकी इनिशिएटिव और आपकी लीडरशिप के तहत मदद चाहेंगे। We already know we have come under the ambit of MSME. Auto dealerships have come under the ambit of MSME. Sailesh ji, both SIAM and FADA are branches of the same tree. In fact, I would go on to say we are the tires of the same bicycle or car. Not only we are the first customers, but we are also the face of your brands when it comes to the customers with whom we deal day in and day out. We are those arms which create demand and supplies. Auto dealers are the ones which educate customers and understand their needs best, compare products and give the best choice to the customers as per their requirement. It is the dealers which supply all the needs of the customer, may it be vehicle, service, finance, insurance, etc. We are the link between OEMs and the customers and thus help the auto industry grow. It's also a proud moment for me to announce that we see Father's Day, Mother's Day, these kind of things happening. In the last governing council meeting, it was decided that FADA's founding day, 19th of September, would be declared as Auto Dealers Day and will be celebrated with pomp and glory across all dealership across India. We need support from both SIAM and OEMs to implement the model dealer agreement, which we have prepared after burning midnight oil for more than 2 years. Not only will it help us, it will also help you in making fit and future ready in relationship with your channel partner. So I hope everybody has a terrifying, exciting day, lots of sessions to gain knowledge from and lot of sessions to get prepared for and get fit and future ready. Thank you all and a warm welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania, for your very warm welcome address and for giving us an insight into the various initiatives of FADA and also about this prestigious Auto Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite our guest of honor, Mr. Sailesh Chandra, Vice President SIAM, and may I request him to kindly address us.
Honorable Shri Om Birla ji, Lok Sabha Speaker, Manish Singhania ji, President FADA, Vigneshwar ji, Vice President FADA, my colleagues from the auto industry, media fraternity, and my dear friends, good morning to all of you. Let me begin by thanking FADA for inviting me for this program. It is an honor to be here amongst all of you in the inaugural session of FADA Auto Summit 2023. We as SIAM have always closely working with FADA over the years and complemented each other's efforts towards developing the automobile industry. FADA has always strived to represent automotive dealers at different levels across the country. They have been instrumental in developing the automotive retail trade in India via active networking with other industries and government authorities. The Indian auto industry has demonstrated resilience over the last couple of months. The overall vehicle sales numbers increased every month from May to November 2022 on a year-on-year basis. This strong recovery can be seen as a result of collective efforts from both the auto OEMs and the automobile dealers who have been integral in bringing the gap between auto industry and the end consumers. The automotive industry has always been a benchmark of the overall health of the Indian economy. Today, two-wheeler segment dominates the market in terms of volume because of the growing middle class. As the nation grows, the demand for personal mobility will shift towards passenger cars and grow at even a faster pace. Highlighting the need of enhancing current capabilities and investment of new technologies, the need to build safe and future-ready vehicles can't be stressed enough, given that more than 1.5 lakh people become victim of road accidents in India annually. Efforts in the direction of educating people on road safety and vehicle design as per established global standards will help in reduction of road accidents and fatalities. The pressing need to curb carbon emissions is another pressing issue that we must keep in mind while designing vehicles for future. We as manufacturers have invested heavily on research and development to commercialize various alternative fuel vehicle technologies like ethanol blended petrol, fuel cells, electric vehicles, LNG, and so on. The industry has already embarked on the journey of electrification of the Indian transportation sector. More than 7.5 lakh electric vehicles have also benefited from the incentive of FAME scheme. Electric vehicles presently represent about 4 to 5% of total vehicle sales in this year, at least we have seen across all categories. While the growth achieved in adoption of electric mobility so far is commendable on a low base, we still have a long way to go in achieving the e-mobility target of 30% penetration in private cars, 40% of buses, 80% of two-wheelers and three-wheelers sales to be electric by 2030. Today, three major challenges exist in large-scale adoption of electric vehicles in the market. We need to tackle all the major issues, namely high upfront EV cost, limited EV financing options, and sparse EV charging infra, which endanger the onboarding of prospective EV customers. We must develop capabilities for manufacturing key components, including batteries, within the country for long-term sustainable industry development. Domestic manufacturing capabilities related to electric vehicles is going to significantly reduce the cost to the end consumers. Meanwhile, vehicle driving range is often seen as a major concern among consumers before making a purchase decision. Improved battery density and robust charging infrastructure will boost customer confidence and help in faster adoption of electric vehicles. We are at a very critical phase
in the transition towards electric mobility. In the nation's quest for energy security and decarbonization of transportation, generation and production of higher blends of ethanol and biofuel usage is also of paramount importance. The auto industry needs to keep moving forward in the national policy on biofuels 2022 as envisioned by the Honorable Prime Minister, while releasing the expert committee report entitled Roadmap for Ethanol Blending in India 2020-25 on the World Environment Day 2021. Another major focus area for Indian government is to regulate and recycle discarded material and the old vehicles, which are harmful to the ecology and environment. The process of utilizing discarded material and end-of-life vehicles will assure feedback supply for the vehicle recycling ecosystem that will be built in the years to come. By collaboration with unorganized sector, the new recycling practices will be promulgated to all the players and produce multiple avenues of economic benefit to the nation. Additionally, the automobile industry needs to ensure practice of safe recycling processes. Reduction in imports due to advanced circular economy will save energy and emissions owing to lower mining. By practicing safe recycling processes, the industry can reduce the environment impact of the current unorganized practices and move India towards the implementation of ESGs to achieve Sustainable Development Goals 2030. FADA members will play an important role in the same because they are the ones in direct touch with the end customers, as Manishji was saying. The capability and ability of FADA members to be the customer's voice and bring marketing intelligence will prove crucial in this journey. I want to reach out to all the leaders present here and those attending the event remotely for coming together and working towards developing the Indian auto industry and providing excellent services to the end customers. Lastly, I thank FADA for coordinating with all the stakeholders and organizing this event, and that in Taj is even better for me as a Tata Group leader. Lastly, I thank FADA for coordinating with all. Thank you for a very nice day, and have a nice day, all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sailesh Chandra, for your kind address. You shared the pressing importance of newer and cleaner technologies and fuels, the challenges along with the possible solutions for the automobile sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now play the video message of Mr. Jeffrey Pohanka, Chairman Designate NADA USA. Can we play the video, please?
Hello, I'm Jeff Pohanka, Chairman of the National Automobile Dealers Association in the United States. I regret NADA could not attend FADA's annual convention, but I'm happy we can still communicate despite our distance. We're living in unique times. This year has brought rapid change to American dealers and dealers across the world. We're seeing change in the cars themselves and the way people purchase them. But with change comes opportunities. American dealers are helping to usher in a new era of electric vehicles, or EVs. And we know three things to be certain. One, EVs are here to stay. Two, American dealers are all in on EVs. And three, dealers are essential for an electric future. Electric cars are being built and marketed for the American public. The electric future is being driven by consumer demand and by government emission regulations. Today, dealers are working hard to sell and service them. They're also working to educate, to inform the public, and to build a future that's more sustainable. Through all this, NADA has led dealers through a difficult year. We work to overcome microchip shortages, disruption along the vehicle supply chain, low inventory in dealership lots, and federal regulations that could negatively impact business, employees, and customers. We're in a new era of vehicle ownership. So we're seeing change to the dealer business as well, and this brings lots of questions. What is the role of today's automobile dealer? How are we going to work with our legacy OEMs during this transition? And what is the value of the franchise dealer model today? So NADA has created a statement. It's our guiding principles for our national association as we move into the future of the automobile industry. Please take a look.
We felt as NADA, with all that's changing in our world and in automotive retail, with the electrification of vehicles, with the changing customer expectations when it comes to experience, we put together a group to lead us into the future. And we started with a consensus building process that included some of the best thinkers on our board. We included our ATAEs, and then we went down a 7 to 8 month path of including key stakeholders. Dealer council chairs, influential dealers. We try to find the best retail thinkers in our space. At the end of this, our board, ATAEs, and NADA staff are all on one page, one sheet of music when it comes to where we think our business should go over the next several years.
Working with NADA, developed some principles, and the idea is to have the roughly 70 state and metro dealer associations work in conjunction with NADA on these principles that we can all agree to as something that is an industry standard. The idea is we can speak with one voice and be much more effective. Granted, state and local associations have their own parochial issues. As a matter of policy and approach, the idea is the principles help guide everybody through that process.
And as our industry is changing, manufacturers have been encouraging online orders direct through the manufacturers and build to order things. And most of the manufacturers thought that the state associations would fight against that, which is not the case. We actually embrace that with stipulations. The dealers have invested great amounts of money in their infrastructure, in the training and the staffing that they've had to implement and service the vehicles beyond the sale and so forth. We don't have a problem with it. As long as we work together to where both sides stand to benefit it, we think it's a good thing.
These guiding principles evolved from a small group of our executive committee and some past chairmen, and then we involved the entire board, and then we involved dealers of large groups, medium groups, and smaller groups who have influence throughout the country, as well as our state ATAs. And we have worked on these principles since the beginning of the year. We had discussions about them prior until last year during Paul Walzer's tenure. We're so excited to present these principles as a means of tackling the big issues before us in our space right now.
I'm proud of the work that NADA is doing on behalf of our dealers. We're leading the path to an electric future. We're answering the demands of the American consumer. There's no doubt consumers are demanding dealers in an EV world. The majority of customers prefer purchasing their EVs from dealers. So with the rapid change around us, dealers should lean on their national associations more than ever. NADA will continue to secure and protect the future of the dealer business for years to come. Speaking of the future, I invite you all to attend our 2023 NADA show in Dallas, Texas from January 26 to 29. We will celebrate our successes through the year, discuss our challenges ahead, and how we can meet in person with dealers from across the United States and the world. I invite all of you to come to celebrate the great industry we're all proud of. On behalf of NADA, we have a wonderful convention. I hope to see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, that was the recorded message. We have the release of the white paper on Fit and Future Ready, And for this, may I please request Mr. Sai Girdhar, Mr. Amar Jatin Seth, Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Mr. Saharsh Damani, and Mr. Harshvardhan Sharma, Head Auto Retail Practice, Nomura Research Institute, requesting them to please join us on stage. And I'd like to request our chief guest, Shri Om Birla ji, to kindly release this white paper on Fit and Future Ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the white paper on Fit and Future Ready. May I thank you very much. I'd like to now invite next Ms. Garima Mishra, Chairperson, Women in FADA and Chairperson FADA, Delhi, to please come on stage. And I request Shri Om Birla ji to kindly release the coffee table book on women in auto retail. I think we all need to encourage women in auto retail. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And during the course of the day, we have dedicated an exclusive all-women's session. Thank you. I'd like to now request our chief guest, Shri Om Birla ji, to kindly launch the Buckle Up campaign. This, ladies and gentlemen, is an initiative to spread awareness regarding wearing the seat belt and helmets for keeping roads safer through videos that would be run at almost 25,000 dealerships across the country. So can we have the video screenshot for the Buckle Up campaign, please?
अरे इतनी जल्दी पापा?
हाँ भाई, टाइम पास मंडली कहाँ चल दी है सुबह सुबह?
पापा मौसम अच्छा था तो सोचा लॉन्ग ड्राइव पे चले जाए लोनावाला।
मौसम तो अच्छा है। एक मिनट रुको बेटा, एक फोटो तो बनती है ना मेमोरी के लिए, हाँ? अब स्माइली फेस नहीं, सीरियस फेस।
हो गया, अब चले?
अरे एक मिनट बेटा, एक मिनट। हेलो लता, ये जुगनू बाहर जा रहा है, इसका फेवरेट गाजर का हलवा तो बना दो।
पापा हम निकल रहे हैं, और सुबह सुबह हलवा कौन खाता है?
अच्छा बेटा, तो अपनी माँ से तो बात करता जाना, अब पता नहीं फिर बात हो ना हो।
पापा सुबह सुबह क्या बोल रहे हो?
अच्छा, और तुम लोग जो बिना सीट बेल्ट लगाए जा रहे हो
तो सीधे बोल देते ना, इतना मेलोड्रामा करने की क्या जरूरत थी?
बोला तो 1000 बार है, लेकिन बिना ड्रामा के तुम्हें समझ में आता है क्या? अब सीट बेल्ट लगाओ जल्दी, और हाँ पीछे वालों तुम सब भी।
अब ठीक है? जाए?
हैप्पी जर्नी बेटा।
Team.
ऑटो।
मैं ड्रॉप कर दूं?
जाना तो था लेकिन तुम रेडी नहीं लग रहे।
रेडी नहीं? रेडी तो?
एक मिनट, ये लो, तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ।
अरे कंपनी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, तो कॉस्ट बढ़ती है तो बढ़ने दो, लेकिन इंश्योरेंस बहुत जरूरी है। बाकी बाद में ऑफिस पहुंच के करता हूँ।
सर, ये इंश्योरेंस क्या होता है?
इंश्योरेंस, मानो अभी मेरा एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है और उस एक्सीडेंट में मेरी जान चली जाती है, तो मेरे घर वालों को अपना ख्याल रखने के लिए कुछ पैसे दिए जाते हैं। बस यही तो है लाइफ इंश्योरेंस। सेफ्टी है और होनी भी चाहिए।
पर एक बात कहूँ सर, सेफ्टी तो सीट बेल्ट लगाने में भी है। इंश्योरेंस तो ठीक है, लेकिन लाइफ भी तो जरूरी है ना सर।
Some very key safety initiatives so important for safer lives and safer roads. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the Green Initiative Pledge, and I request the dealer community present here to kindly take the noble pledge for the distribution of a sapling with sale of every vehicle in the presence of Shri Om Birlaji, and I request Shri Om Birlaji to kindly read out this pledge.
हेलो, हेलो, सभी के पास प्रतिज्ञा पत्र होंगे, तो मैं के बाद आप नाम बोलेंगे। मैं एक जिम्मेदार ऑटो डीलर ऑफ फेडरेशन ऑटोमोबाइल डीलर एसोसिएशन के सदस्य के रूप में सत्य निष्ठा से शपथ लेता हूं कि हमारे जीवन के लिए वायु की गुणवत्ता में सुधार पर मुख्य ध्यान देने के साथ साथ हमारे ग्रह को सुरक्षित करने में योगदान दूंगा और मेरे शहर के हरित आवरण को बढ़ाऊंगा। इस नेक उद्देश्य के लिए मैं उस ग्राहक को एक पौधा देकर प्रोत्साहित करूंगा जो हमसे नया वाहन खरीदेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Shri Om Birla ji. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking that green pledge. We will now present the exemplary contribution to automobile dealer fraternity felicitation, and this is going to be given to Mr. KVS Prakash Rao, who's the past president of FADA. I'd first like to invite Sri Sai Girdhar to please come on the dais and read out the citation.
Good morning, friends. With immense gratitude, FADA is delighted to present its gesture of appreciation for the role played by Sri KVS Prakash Rao for the promotion of automobile retail trade. He is recognized by the industry and trade for relentless pursuit of his vision in automobile retail trade, encompassing commercial vehicles, passenger cars, two-wheelers, and construction equipment. He has been driving force in steering his dealership, Messrs. Garpati Auto Ventures and Ramco, to new heights. His role as president of FADA during the year 2014 to 16 is remembered for revolutionizing and initiating the required changes within the federation, thereby helping and strengthening the voice of dealers. He continues to be an inspiration for everyone in auto retail fraternity. In the view of his pioneering role for tremendous contribution, FADA, Federation of Automobile Dealer Association, is delighted to privilege to facilitate Sri KVS Prakash Rao on the date 13 Jan 2013 and bestow upon him the award for exemplary contribution to automobile dealer fraternity. Can we have sir on stage, please?
I now request our chief guest, Shri Om Birla ji, to, along with Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, to kindly felicitate Mr. KVS Prakash Rao. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Many warm congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased and honored to have with us Shri Om Birla ji, a distinguished politician, agriculturist and social worker, who's a 17th and current speaker of the Lok Sabha. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here, and may I now request you to kindly address the august gathering.
Federation of ऑटोमोबाइल डीलर एसोसिएशन की 12वीं ऑटो समिट के अंदर टाटा मोटर के एमडी श्री शैलेश चंद्रा जी, इस एसोसिएशन के अध्यक्ष श्री मनीष राज सिंघानिया जी, एसोसिएशन के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट श्री CS विघ्नेश्वर जी, पुराने एसोसिएशन के अध्यक्ष जिन्होंने इस एसोसिएशन को के कामों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कार्य किया, जिनको लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट भी दिया, और देश भर के आए सभी ऑटोमोबाइल एसोसिएशन के डीलर भाइयों बहनों नौजवान साथियों, मैं सबसे पहले आपको शुभकामना देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं, और विशेष रूप से इसलिए भी कि आप केवल मोटर व्हीकल गाड़ियां ही बेचने का काम नहीं कर रहे, आप बेचने के साथ साथ अपने सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व को निभा रहे हैं। एक ऐसी पहल, एक ऐसी शुरुआत आपने की है जिससे हमारे प्रयासों से समाज के अंदर, व्यक्ति के जीवन के अंदर एक सामाजिक परिवर्तन आए, और इसके लिए आपने एक नई शुरुआत की, जिसके लिए मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं कि विशेष रूप से आपने गाड़ियों से जो कुछ प्रदूषण होता है, क्योंकि अब टेक्नोलॉजी में परिवर्तन के दौर चल रहा है, उस प्रदूषण रोकने में हमारे क्या प्रयास हो सकते हैं, इसके लिए एक गाड़ी के साथ एक पौधा आप देंगे और 1 वर्ष के अंदर 2 करोड़ जो व्यक्ति पौधा लेकर जाए, वो पौधा लगाए, पाले, संरक्षण करे, तो 2 करोड़ पौधे आपकी एसोसिएशन के सभी सदस्य देश भर में बांटेंगे और एक बड़ा हरित क्रांति का काम करेंगे। इसके लिए मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। अगर ये प्रयास सामूहिक रूप से हमारा पूरा देश करने लग जाए, हम हमेशा वसुदेव कुटुंबकम हमारी संस्कृति है, संस्कार है, सामाजिक सेवा समर्पण हमारे जीवन में है। हमने कोविड के समय दुनिया को बता दिया कि हमारी सामूहिकता की शक्ति से इतने विशाल देश के अंदर हमने जो कुछ भी एक दूसरे के सहयोग से बन सका किया, और हमने एक मजबूत सामूहिक भारत की तस्वीर दुनिया के सामने रखी। और इसी तरीके के प्रयास जो आपने शुरुआत किए, उससे नए लोगों को प्रेरणा मिलेगी, अलग अलग एसोसिएशन को प्रेरणा मिलेगी, इंडस्ट्रीज को प्रेरणा मिलेगी, सर्विस सेक्टर के लोगों को प्रेरणा मिलेगी, और जो हमारा लक्ष्य है जलवायु परिवर्तन के विषय पर, जो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दुनिया के अंदर कहा है कि आबादी की दृष्टि से हम 17% हैं, लेकिन कार्बन उत्सर्जन की दृष्टि से हम कम हैं, और उसको और लक्ष्य के साथ पूरा करने का काम करेंगे। इस संकल्प में आपके सहयोग के लिए मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं। यह बात सही है कि दुनिया के बदलते परिप्रेक्ष्य के अंदर कोई समय था जब पेट्रोल डीजल पर गाड़ियां चलती थी, आज युग परिवर्तन हो रहा है। आज पेट्रोल डीजल के बाद सीएनजी आई है, एलपीजी आई है, इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल आए, अब हाइड्रो व्हीकल आने की तैयारी भारत के अंदर है। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक परिवर्तन का दौर है, और इस परिवर्तन के दौर के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका डीलर्स की होती है, क्योंकि डीलर्स और ग्राहक का संबंध सबसे नजदीक होता है। मैन्युफैक्चरर्स कितनी भी बेहतरीन गाड़ी का उत्पादन कर ले, लेकिन जो डीलर होता है वो गाड़ी के फीचर को किस तरीके से अपना ग्राहक के सामने प्रेजेंटेशन करता है, उस पर ग्राहक उस गाड़ी की खरीदने की मन स्थिति को बनती है। और इसलिए बदलते परिप्रेक्ष्य के अंदर जहां पर रोज नई तकनीकी हो रही है, नया इनोवेशन हो रहा है, नया रिसर्च हो रहा है, और नई तकनीकी रिसर्च के साथ जहां मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को भी लगातार अपने आप को बदलाव करने की आवश्यकता पड़ रही है, और उसके साथ डीलर्स को भी उन नए फीचर के साथ, नए बदलाव के साथ ग्राहकों के साथ संबंध बनाने की आवश्यकता पड़ रही है। मुझे आशा है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, डीलर्स और ग्राहक का एक मजबूत संबंध, ये तीनों कड़ी ठीक से जुड़ेगी तो हम इस भारत के अंदर जो हमारा अंतिम उपभोक्ता है, उस उपभोक्ता को सही जानकारी भी दे पाएंगे, और बदलते परिप्रेक्ष्य के अंदर जैसा आपने वीडियो बताया कि सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से भी और सड़क सुरक्षा दृष्टि से आपने एक व्यापक अभियान चलाया है। संसद में भी इस विषय पर एक व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सरकार ने भी तय किया है कि हम सड़क दुर्घटना को आने वाले समय में 50% कम करेंगे। इसके लिए जहां मैन्युफैक्चरर्स का भी योगदान है कि नए सुरक्षा के नए फीचर के साथ नई गाड़ी निकाले, उस गाड़ी की कीमत भी ग्राहकों के अनुकूल रहे, और डीलर ग्राहक को सुरक्षा के नए फीचर की जानकारी दे, ताकि एक कड़ी जुड़ेगी और हम सड़क सुरक्षा के रूप में एक नए कीर्तिमान हासिल कर पाएंगे। हमारा लक्ष्य 50% को पूरा करने में आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान होगा, और इसीलिए हमें एक ग्राहक को सारी जानकारी, उसकी गाड़ी की सुरक्षा की जानकारी, चलाते समय क्या क्या सुरक्षा के इंतजाम करने उसकी जानकारी, और उसके साथ साथ जब कभी दुर्घटना हो जाती है, उस दुर्घटना के बाद अगर सबसे ज्यादा पहला संबंध रहता है तो वो आपका रहता है, क्योंकि वह जब गाड़ी ठीक कराने आता है तो आप उससे पूरी जानकारी लेते हैं। गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट कहां हुआ, किस स्थान पर हुआ, होने के क्या कारण है। इसके लिए आपके पास जो जानकारी मिल सकती है, एक ग्राहक से आपका नजदीक संबंध होने के कारण, कि आप एक नया रिसर्च कर सकते हैं कि देश के किस इलाके के अंदर ज्यादा दुर्घटनाएं होती है, दुर्घटनाओं के क्या क्या कारण हैं, और दुर्घटना के बाद हमें उसके उपचार के लिए, त्वरित गति के लिए क्या क्या प्लान करना है। अभी मैं टाटा के एमडी साहब को बोल रहा था कि हमें एक बेसिक प्लान बनाने की आवश्यकता है कि डीलर ग्राहक को संपूर्ण जानकारी के साथ साथ हम रोड साइड जितने एक्सीडेंट दुर्घटनाएं होती हैं, जिस इलाके के अंदर ज्यादा दुर्घटना होती है, हम त्वरित गति से डीलर, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स अपनी सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व निभाते हुए दुर्घटना के बाद हम उसको नजदीक के अस्पताल में ले जाएं। इसके लिए हमें फास्ट एम्बुलेंस और उस एम्बुलेंस में सारे फीचर्स हो, ताकि वो चलता फिरता एक हॉस्पिटल हो, ताकि हम दुर्घटना के बाद उसको बचाने में कामयाब हो सकें। और मेरा मानना है कि हमने एक व्यक्ति की भी जिंदगी बचा ली तो इससे बड़ा पुण्य का काम कोई नहीं हो सकता। मैंने उस दर्द को देखा, उस पीड़ा को देखा है। जब दुर्घटना के अंदर अगर सबसे ज्यादा किसी की मृत्यु होती है तो नौजवान की होती है, उसका सारा परिवार उस पर आश्रित होता है। गांव ढानी से चलता है, शहर में काम करने आता है, बड़ी सपने लेकर आता है, लेकिन दुर्घटना के बाद चाहे मृत्यु हो जाए, चाहे काम करने में असक्षम हो जाए, वो सबसे मन की उसकी पीड़ा है। इसलिए हमें डीलर होने के नाते उसके सुरक्षा के इंतजाम, उसके इंश्योरेंस की पॉलिसी और दुर्घटना के बाद जो उस राज्य की सरकारों ने जो योजनाएं हैं, उस योजनाओं की जानकारी, केंद्र की योजनाओं की जानकारी, ताकि उसको उन राज्य सरकार की कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के साथ अगर हम जोड़ के रखेंगे, मानो कोई दुर्घटना के अंदर कोई योजना है, राज्य सरकार की दुर्घटना में किसी को इतना पैसा मिलना चाहिए, कोई बीमा की योजना है, कोई प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षा योजना है, तमाम योजनाओं की जानकारी भी गाड़ी को बेचने के साथ साथ अगर हम उपभोक्ता को देंगे तो शायद हम पहले सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से उनकी जिंदगी बचाने की बात करेंगे, दुर्घटना के बाद उसके बेहतर इलाज का काम करेंगे, और उसके बाद भी अगर नहीं बच पाया तो उसकी बाकी जिंदगी परिवार के पालन पोषण का इंतजाम हो। ये सारा काम बेहतरीन तरीके से कर सकता है तो डीलर ही कर सकता है। और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि आपने एक पर्यावरण की बात की, सड़क सुरक्षा की बात की, आपने सुरक्षा के इंतजाम की बात की, लेकिन कुछ कठिनाइयां, कुछ परेशानियां आपकी भी है। और निश्चित रूप से आपके एसोसिएशन लगातार इस बात पर कहीं न कहीं कई बिंदुओं पर सरकार के संपर्क में रहती है कि किस तरीके से, क्योंकि बदलते परिप्रेक्ष्य के अंदर जब एक कोई कंपनी बंद हो जाती है तो काफी बड़ी संख्या के अंदर लोग बेरोजगार हो जाते हैं। और अचानक कंपनी ने कहा कि आज से हमारी तालाबंदी होगी, वो डीलर और डीलर से काम करने वाले सारे लोगों की बड़ा इफेक्ट पड़ता है। इसलिए इसका एक मॉडल बनना चाहिए, जो मुझे सिंघा जी ने बताया है। मेरी कोशिश होगी, मैं तो सुनने वाला हूं संसद में, लेकिन मेरी अपेक्षा होगी कि संसद सदस्य सड़क सुरक्षा के बारे में बात करते समय कुछ डीलर्स के, कुछ फ्रेंचाइजीज के कुछ इश्यूज पर भी चर्चा करेंगे और अपने विषयों को रखेंगे। जब संसद या विधानमंडल में अपने विषयों को रखेंगे तो निश्चित मेरी कोशिश होगी कि उचित समय पे उचित डायरेक्शन दूं ताकि आपकी समस्या का समाधान भी हो सके। मुझे खुशी है कि आज दुनिया के अंदर भारत वो देश है जो आर्थिक रूप से सबसे तेजी से बढ़ता हुआ देश है, और दुनिया के अंदर आर्थिक डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में भी सबसे ज्यादा उपयुक्त स्थान आज भारत के अंदर है। और ऑटोमोबाइल एक ऐसा सेक्टर है, जब मैं कहीं जाता हूं तो मैं देखता हूं, मैं बड़े देश में भी गया, छोटे देश में भी गया। छोटे देश में मैंने युगांडा में देखा टू व्हीलर गाड़ी किसकी, भारत की। मैक्सिको में मैंने ट्रैक्टर देखा तो भारत का। हमें गर्व होता है कि एक समय था जब भारत केवल बाहर से पुर्जे लाकर गाड़ियों का असेंबल करने का काम करता था। आज हमें गर्व है कि भारत अभी भी एक्सपोर्ट के रूप में सबसे बड़ा आगे है। आने वाले समय के अंदर दुनिया के अंदर ऑटोमोबाइल एक्सपोर्ट में भारत नेतृत्व करेगा। ये क्षमता हमारी, हमारे नौजवानों की अद्भुत क्षमता, इनोवेशन, रिसर्च की नई क्षमता है। और इसलिए हमें भरोसा है कि दुनिया के जो विकसित देश नई टेक्नोलॉजी की गाड़ी लाते थे, एक समय यह आएगा जब भारत टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में भी, सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से भी, नए फीचर के रूप में भी भारत के नौजवानों की बौद्धिक क्षमता, उनकी इनोवेशन क्षमता, उनकी रिसर्च की क्षमता के आधार पर भारत की गाड़ियां दुनिया में बिकने लगेगी। और ये हमें गर्व है कि जो नए रिसर्च है, नए इनोवेशन है, वो भारत ने करने शुरू कर दिए हैं। हमारे नौजवानों ने जिस तरीके से आज नए स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से वैश्विक चुनौतियों, भारत की चुनौतियों, उसका समाधान भारत का नौजवान करने लगा है। क्योंकि ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर रेवेन्यू की दृष्टि से सबसे बड़ा सेक्टर है और भारत में सबसे ज्यादा गाड़ियां बिकती है, इसलिए इस सेक्टर को आर्थिक रूप से भी मजबूत करना पड़ेगा। जितना आर्थिक रूप से ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर मजबूत होगा, भारत की आर्थिक स्थिति उतनी मजबूत होगी। मुझे आशा है कि यहां पर डीलर्स भी बैठे हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के रूप में भी बैठे हैं। हम किस तरीके से बदलते वैश्विक परिप्रेक्ष्य में अपने आप को दुनिया की बेहतरीन गाड़ी दे सकें, सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से भी, नए फ्यूल, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से भी, ताकि आने वाले समय में भारत दुनिया का नेतृत्व कर सके। और ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर के अंदर जो रेवेन्यू आती है, जो आर्थिक तंत्र का सबसे ज्यादा अगर बड़ा हिस्सा आता है तो ऑटोमोबाइल से आता है, वह हम हमारे देश के अंदर उत्पादित गाड़ियों का यूज करें और आने वाले समय के अंदर दुनिया के अंदर भारत की बनी हुई गाड़ियां दुनिया के अंदर बेहतरीन हो, इस लक्ष्य के साथ काम करने की आवश्यकता है। मैं पुनः डीलर एसोसिएशन के सभी पदाधिकारियों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने एक नया कीर्तिमान हासिल किया है, नए सामाजिक संकल्प लिए हैं। और आने वाले समय में आपने जो सामाजिक संकल्प लिए हैं, चाहे पर्यावरण को सुरक्षित करने का हो, चाहे सबसे बड़ा काम और महत्वपूर्ण काम है लोगों की जिंदगियां बचाने का काम आपने शुरू किया है। अगर आप पूरे संकल्प के साथ काम करेंगे तो हम सब मिलकर इस दुनिया के अंदर, भारत के अंदर सबसे कम दुर्घटना वाले देश बने, ये भी हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए, ताकि हम लोगों की जिंदगियों को बचा सकें और भारत सड़क सुरक्षा दृष्टि से एक लैंडमार्क बने कि इतने बड़े विशाल देश के अंदर, इतनी विविधता वाले देश के अंदर किस तरीके से हमने सामाजिक सहयोग से सबके साथ मिलकर सड़क दुर्घटना रोकने में नया व्यापक इंतजाम किया है। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई।
धन्यवाद श्री ओम बिरला जी, आपने इस क्षेत्र के अनेक उल्लेखनीय पहलों को सराहा और हमें मार्गदर्शित किया। इसके लिए हम सब की ओर से आपका फिर से एक बारी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar, Vice President FADA, and I would like to request him to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Shri Om Birla ji, Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, thank you so much for being here, sir. Thanks for giving your time. Thank you for recognizing the dealer contributions to nation building. We will keep also environment, the planet, green initiatives as a core pledge in our operations. Thanks also for pointing out the role we play in customer connect and customer delight. This is a moving target, sir, because customers are ever changing in their demands, rightfully so, and we are always there to meet it. Sir, you talked about safety. Definitely in the future, safe cars, safe roads, safer driving habits, and saving lives will need to be spoken in the same sentence. Sir, thanks again for your support for our model dealer agreement and also the Automobile Dealer Protection Act. Thanks so much for your time, sir. Shri Narayanan Raneji, Honorable Minister of MSME, was present here digitally despite his engaging schedule. He talked about the usage of technology and how technology can be used for a better environment, better safety, and also customer delight. The MSME ministry, which he is authoring right now, I think is probably one of the most approachable industries for us. And thanks to the work of the head board, past and present, the MSME industry was convinced that automobile dealers need to be brought under their umbrella. I would thank them for that and also request for the continued support. Shri Shailesh Chandra ji, VP SIAM, thank you so much for being here, sir. We have been closely working with SIAM on various initiatives, not least dealer engagement, safety, environment protection. And also your group, Tata, is known for this and relationships and keeping the nation at their heart in each of your endeavors. The demands of the future from the customers, from the industry, need to be addressed together as an industry, again, of course. OEMs, dealers, our partners, insurance partners, finance partners, everyone, probably need to come together. Yes, sir, you talked about how research and development is going to help us get there in terms of environment, in terms of safety. I think only working together would help us elevate some of our concerns. You talked about how alternative fuel is so important for national security. And in the last few years, a lot of global changes and disruptions have only hastened our requirement to get there. And flexi fuel, hydrogen, electric cars, all these things are going to help us get us there, sir. And as an industry, as a big powerhouse part of the industry, I think Tata is heading the way. And SIAM and FADA, we need to work together again there. Gentlemen, thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's work together for a profitable and sustainable industry. And we also need to make sure the concerns, the social concerns of safety, environment also need to be taken care of along with our profits. Thank you so much. All the best and looking forward to a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Vigneshwara, for your warm vote of thanks. We'd like to now felicitate our esteemed guests. For this, may I please invite Mr. Nikunj Sanghi and Mr. Vinod Agarwal, past presidents of FADA, requesting them to please come on stage and felicitate our chief guest, Shri Om Birla ji. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. John K. Paul and Mr. Bharat M. Sangvi, past president FADA, to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Shailesh Chandra. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our chief guest, thanking him so much for his time and presence at the Auto Summit. We will take a few minutes before we start the rest of the sessions as planned for today. Request you to kindly bear with us. Meanwhile, we will be playing some of the audio visuals. Can we please play the audio visuals? Requesting everyone to please take your seats and remain with us here in the hall. We have a very special announcement to be made, so requesting everyone to please remain with us. We'll just take a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention please? Requesting everyone to please take your seats. Requesting everyone to kindly take your seats. May I now invite Mr. Manish Raj Singhania to kindly come on the dais and make this very special announcement. May I please request people at the back to kindly settle down, please?
So, good morning once again. I know it has been an exciting inaugural session, though delayed, but an excellent speech by Mr. Birla. Can we have the PR over tea and coffee? And I request everyone to please sit down. Please sit down. We have got a very long day ahead. Let's keep the session tight. Vignesh, can you help everybody to sit down, please? Yeah. So, auto industry has created records in the past year. Passenger vehicles sold ever highest retail in 2022, ever highest registration done by passenger vehicle and tractor industry. So with all your efforts and all your initiatives, all your feedbacks, FADA has also taken a lot of feedback from all the auto dealers across India. And with all these valuable feedbacks, we initiated the formation of or drafting of model dealer agreement. For the same, we employed 2 legal firms, and this model dealer agreement was drafted after an effort of 2 years. We really gave in, the Executive Council gave in a lot of effort to draft a level playing agreement for the auto retail industry, which kind of, speaks about both the sides, the OEM side as well as the dealer side. And we have been pushing this, after the launch of model dealer agreement, we have been pushing this agreement. We have met with 9 OEMs till now and requested them to adapt this model dealer agreement. And it is indeed a very proud moment for FADA to announce that the first OEM who has really come forward and adopted our new model dealer agreement, MDA, is Mr. Rajiv Chhabha, Managing Director, MG Motors. And the best thing is, the day we went to his office to talk about model dealer agreement, that very same day, that very same hour, he confirmed that we'll be the first company, first OEM across India to adopt this MDA. And he has been committed to his words and given a lot of efforts, number of meetings, so that we come up with this ideal model dealer agreement, which is an equitable bargain for both the dealers as well as the OEM. Thank you, Rajiv, for this momentous occasion, and I would request all dealer community to please stand up and give a round of applause to Rajiv and MG Motors. So I will request Rajiv to further take over. Thank you. We are now going to unveil the new MDA, or Model Dealer Agreement of MG Motors, Rajiv and myself.
Shall I invite him? Congratulations on that model dealer agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Mr. Sumit Khera, National Network MG Motors, to please come on the dais to present a quick glance of new MG Motor India agreement with channel partners.
All right, thank you very much, first of all. Good morning to one and all present over here. My name is Sumit, and I represent MG Motor India from the dealer development function. Let me begin by thanking FADA, thank you very much for this, and all its esteemed members for this opportunity, and we believe the association plays a very vital role in this ever-evolving auto industry. Let me just take you a little back. MG began its footprint in India in 2018, almost 4 years back, under the challenging auto situations where many areas were a trickle. But the most important issue that we had all seen that point of time was a low trust-based relationship. And I think a more guided operations by the OEMs. Being a late entrant in the auto industry as MG, but with a very rich heritage, we did had our own set of advantages and disadvantages. Under the leadership of Rajiv, who helped us carve out a very, very collaborative and a harmonious philosophy for us back in 2017 or 18, when we were just trying to create our foundation phase. Hence, it's imperative, before, you have already seen the dealer agreement unveiled, before I talk about it, it's imperative for us to take a look back, go into a little flashback, and quickly on one chart, I would like to show you the philosophy right from the day when we started our operations. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, since our day one, we believe in creating an environment of mutual respect and trust. Next, please. The most important parameter or the most important foundation or the most important statement we believed, and we cherish this statement even till today as we speak, and we will continue to do it, is our dealer partner takes care of our customers and their satisfaction, and MG takes care of profitability. Thank you very much. So much so, we always keep hearing this, happy OEM delivers happy dealers, and a happy dealer delivers happy dealership employees, and finally, a happy customer. We are so happy with this statement that consecutively for the second time in a row, we have achieved both SSI and CSI #1 in the last 2 years. This is the foundation which helped us do that. Not only that, under our dealer employee satisfaction surveys across the country, we have been in the top 3 in the first initial 3.5 years of our operations. So thank you very much for all of you, to all of you for this feat to us in India. Coming to our core philosophies, joint growth together. This has been, one of our pillars. If I may give you some indexes, in 2019, we started with 42 dealership partners across the country with only 45 dealerships. Today, as we speak, we have 102 plus dealerships with just 57 partners. So we believe in a joint growth across the country with all our partners. Fairness, transparency, and trust. This is our another approach that whenever we try to carve out a policy, the more important parameter here is we have less room for terms and conditions. This is based on our philosophy of trust. Rajiv always tells us that 95% of the times a simple policy will do the job. For the rest 5%, we should not design our policy. We should leave less room for terms and condition. We should make our policies single pages, and this has been very helpful for us since our operations began in 2018 till today. Since beginning, our decisions like introductions of smart showrooms, experience centers, workshops, we aimed at keeping very practical and realistic capex, and we continue to do so. In my next chart, I'll definitely show you that as well. So since trust is a very important pillar for us, we never had till today a security deposit for any of our dealer partners. Next chart, please. Thank you. While this philosophy was designed, it's important to see how how the on-ground evolution or action of this philosophy happened. So while our journey is half done, we believe, next please. We believe in this policy, one dealer, one market, to bring more ownership, more profits, and thereby more growth for our partners. And we stand tall by this statement even till today. We have grown stronger, as I told you, with our 55 dealer partners at 102 locations with 350 plus touch points across the country in the last 3.5 years. Our dealership formats are based on realistic capex, so much so that in the last 3.5 years, we have revised our workshop and showroom format cost twice and smartly brought down 10% reduction in our format cost without compromising on experience and the functionality. This is our commitment to the investments coming in from all our dealer partners. We have recently also announced not first, not second, but our 4th buyback policy on the warranty and the parts area. This is really an important step for our partners not to carry the slow-moving inventories and thereby having unhealthy operations. We are also happy and proud to share that before we began our operations in 2019, our start of sales began in June 2019, 2018, we formed our dealer council, which we call as ACE Council, before the start of operations, because we believe in a very transparent and a consensus-based approach or decision-making in whatever decisions we take for us or for our partners. Not only our products are or were ahead of technology, even our operations from the very day one, we have leveraged digitization and automation for our entire network, whether it is paperless claims settlement for our dealer partners or efficient mobile dashboards for our partners to see at a click of button what kind of operations are happening in and around, or even the centrally controlled content management systems, we have always taken a feed. And this is another strong area where we feel more is less. So today, as we unveil our model dealer agreement or our MG dealer agreement, we are kind of formalizing our MG spirit. Because in MG India, our dealer agreement, when we looked at the model dealer agreement versus our dealer agreement, we found that our dealer agreement was very fair, based on fairness, based on transparency, ease of doing business, and forward-looking. However, we really appreciate the efforts done by FADA in spending 2 years with multiple legal bodies to carve out a model dealer agreement. And we did some tweaking in our agreement basis the suggestions, and we welcome those. And we are proud to say that we have inclusions across multiple areas, few of them being business plan and review mechanisms, which eases the dealer conditioning. Additional dealer appointment, this becomes a very talking point at times, and we have tried to simplify it, and we have adopted good suggestions here. At the same time, in a very, very unlikely event of OEM exit, we have also acknowledged the formation of a committee where our dealer partners, dealer bodies representatives, and MG representatives will definitely try to form a very favorable outcome. So with this, I would like to thank all of you for patient listening. Thank you all for, thank you FADA for this opportunity, and thanks all the dealer partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit Khera, for that quick glance of new MG Motor India agreement with channel partners. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready with our first panel, which is the CXO panel on the theme of Auto Retail Future Ready. So we will now begin the panel on Auto Retail Future Ready, and firstly I'd like to invite on stage our esteemed speakers for this session. Mr. Akash Pasi, President Bus Division CV, Mr. Arvind Kapil, Group Head Retail Assets from HDFC Bank Limited, Mr. Dinesh Kulkarni, CFO Kuvi Technology Service Private Limited, Mr. Ranjivit Singh, Chief Growth Officer from Hero Motor Corp, Mr. Rajiv Chaba, President and MD, MG Motor India Private Limited, Mr. Santosh Iyer, Managing Director and CEO of Mercedes-Benz India Private Limited, and last but not least, our session moderator, Mr. Hormaz Sorabji, Editor of Autocar India. May I please request our esteemed speakers, along with our session moderator, to kindly join us on the dais for this very important CXO panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our esteemed panel here. So without any further ado, I'd like to now hand it over to our session moderator, Mr. Sorabji, asking him to kindly make his opening remarks and moderate this session.
Welcome everyone to the first session, which is the theme is Auto Retail Future Ready. Clearly, the future is very difficult to predict in this day and age. Sometimes you don't know what's happening next month, leave alone after a couple of years. But I think there are certain trends which we've seen which have actually been accelerated post-COVID, and that is really the importance of technology in every business. I think software is going to be a key differentiator in retail, the way customers are handled. Obviously, everyone's spoken about how important going digital is, but at the same time, there's the good old-fashioned analog way of selling and retailing cars, which is with touch and feel. And of course, there's the way people look at cars. Are they just mobility solutions? Do people still look at them as, continue to look at them as objects of desire? Clearly, there are, all kinds of customers out there, and, just how do you harness, their needs and aspirations? And I think a lot of that is being done by technology today as well. So we're going to discuss a lot of these things, and first I'd like to introduce the panel. We have Mr. Arvind Kapil, who's the Group Head, Retail Assets, HDFC Bank Limited. Arvind, thanks for joining us. We have Akash Pasi, who's President, Bus Division, VE Commercial Vehicles. Good to have you here. We have Rajiv Chhabra, President and MD, MG Motor India Private Limited. We have Santosh Iyer, who is the Managing Director of Mercedes-Benz. And we have Mr. Ganesh Kumar, who is the CEO and founder of Kui Technology Service Private Limited. And Mr. Ranvijit Singh, who's the Chief Growth Officer, Hero Motor Corp. So quite a panel over here. So, oh, sorry.
Ganesh could not join, so my name is Dinesh Kulkarni. I'm a CFO of Kui.
Okay, Dinesh. Well, that's the new Ganesh. So okay, good to have you with us. I'd just like to start off with just a very general kind of, to throw the panel open is generally a broad thoughts on how the business model is going to evolve in times to come. Rajiv, I'm going to get the OEMs to start off first. So, Rajiv, clearly you've done a lot with technology in the cars, all your connected tech and all the ADAS you talk of. But, I just want really to look at the way going forward, how the whole retail business is evolving. And frankly, I think the topic I want to steer around is really the importance of tech and everything.
Yeah. Thanks, Hermes. When we talk about retail business, so first thing is that OEMs should stop talking about wholesales. Right. I think that's the first point. Yes, we all, including us at MG India, get saddled with issues of cars stuck due to whatever reasons and whatever situations. And we need to do wholesales. But I think first thing is that everything has to be led from the consumer side. What do they want? So that's why it's all retails. And this is nothing to do with technology. It has to do with the mindset. Just imagine, and we all know it commonsensically, but just imagine that if all the force of an OEM, area managers, along with the dealer manpower is focused on how do you retail that car to the dealer versus in the month end, how do you push metal to the dealer? I mean, the whole things get aligned in a very different way, and the kind of synergy it produces is unbelievable. So first thing I think is we need to change the mindset, and in my opinion, if FADA can do that, talk to everyone possible and saying that we should ban reporting wholesales. It has to be retail. So that's the first thing. Right. Another things are, when you said about technology, again, consumer is going to push it, may not be even OEMs. So when you send a courier and you can track and trace, in our business, when somebody is buying a car, customer cannot track and trace. Right? So the track and trace has to be done by the consumer, and technology can help easily. D2C model, what, let's say, Mercedes, I think, has done, it captures this. So may not be all the elements, but at least track and trace. We all have to do it. At our company also, we have been slow, but in this year, we'll do it. Likewise, there are many other areas, but I think I'll leave it to the rest of the panel to answer and talk about that.
No, interesting you say that, look at retails, but I think the Vahan data, barring a few states of registrations, in a way, is giving that data. So I think that is coming and giving a clear picture. But Santosh, I think, turn to you. Rajiv also alluded to the D2C model or retail of the future, as you call it, quite a revolutionary step. I'm sure it was quite a challenge as well. I think perhaps it came at the right time when even there was a nice tension in the pipeline as far as demand goes. So just your thoughts on this, and frankly even the challenges you all were facing. And I from what I understand, the challenges were also tech related in that sense, and how the customers have reacted to this.
Thanks, Hormuz. And I think it's a very provocative thinking. When you see this, the traditional business model that we call takes the customer, in our view, away from the dealers. Because the fundamental, the starting point is for the customer is price when he is starting to discuss with the dealer. And the dealer, because of competitive nature of the business, has to offer a best price. Now here, the profit optimization can only happen if you take more money from the customer. So this negotiation which happens across partners, irrespective of whatever margin an OEM would give a dealer, will not help. Because it either goes to the market, and in this hall, I can say that there will be many of you who would have lost a good friend, a good family member, who called you up saying, can you get me a car with this price, and somebody else has offered a better price. And this takes away the trust in the relationship. So that's one point of the game that we try to change. The second part, and here my friend from HDFC would actually may not agree or disagree, but the inefficiency is also in the wholesale funding, and what Rajiv rightly mentioned, wholesale. With wholesale, you have capital cost, you have inventory cost, which is all sitting, which is completely, many of you have pledged your personal assets to get that inventory funding loans and stuff. So we thought, if you want to really live the motto of best customer experience, let's take this point out. We transition to a business model where price and the direct is done by us, which completely complies to the legal requirements, and then the entire focus is on customer experience. We take the inventory out, which is one of the major costs. So end of the day, the customer gets a better price. We as an OEM have a better data, which is now I will come to the technology bit of it, because we have better data access, because every lead comes in our system, every transaction is via our system. And last not the least, the dealers, we now call them as franchisee partners, are highly profitable because they are very clear that there is a retention in this business. This retention is assured, costs are all given, and today, I think you can talk to some of our partners. We drive cost of retail. We say you bring the cost down, because if the cost is there, then we have to reimburse this money back to you. So this is what we call it, retail of the future. The second part, what Hormuz mentioned about the technology and the challenges. So, we have this huge federal structure with all these registration, which is still done by our partners. How do we set it up? How do we capture it in our system? It's an ongoing exercise. We are still learning. But if you have to deliver omni-channel retail, which means along with the dealer partners, and I think that's a commitment, we will only do business with partners. That's also a commitment when we have done this transition. Thank you. So, because there is a value that all of you add to our customers, and therefore, to get this omni-channel experience, the online-offline journey, which means if he comes to you, you give him a price, you give him a delivery commitment, he goes to our website, he sees the same price, he sees the same discount, he sees the same delivery commitment, and that's when trust builds up. So this is all possible only if you have a tech stack, but prior to the tech stack, you need an agreement or a business model which is fully transparent from the customer view, fully transparent also between the OEM and the franchisee partners, and this is what this model develops. So we call it retail of the future. We are thankful to all our partners, because it all started from trust. They all believed us. They all signed the dotted line on trust. I also remember FADA taking this up with us, saying, hey, is it all okay? We said, please trust us. And today, results are to be seen. It's 1 year of going live, and we are quite successful. So our firm belief is the retail of the future would be based on customer experience. All of you in this room will continue to play a bigger role in that. Digital will be there as an enabler to do our business together. and the customer benefits with a much more transparent retail system. So that's the thought.
Thanks, Santosh. Trust and transparency, clearly. In fact, we've seen that in, I think for me, the best example, honestly, which affects all of us, because all of us has clicked and moved to cart, is Amazon. Just the whole interface, I think the transparency of it really, makes you want to shop more and more. So clearly, I think, Santosh, what you said is right. But, the whole D2C model, while it's you've done it at the higher end of the market, I just want to, get thoughts from both the CV side and the two-wheeler side. Akash, clearly we are talking what the MRP prices and sometimes what the transaction prices can be two different things. Can this be a challenge? Because sometimes, discounts are on a case-to-case basis, depending time of year, stock, all that sort of thing. And sometimes transparency may not be too good a thing in this case. So just wanted to get your thoughts on, this whole move towards what a revolutionary model which Mercedes has done, but clearly, smaller volumes, different kind of customers as well, probably more evolved. But, for the CV market, how do you think this would work?
Yeah. Thank you. I think first of all, retail, how it's going forward, it's all about whether it is retail, whether it's OEM business, whether it's supply chain, it's all about disruption, disruption, disruption. And you pointed it out very much in the start on technology. Technology is playing a big role. I know in FADA, and a lot of our Volvo and Eicher dealers sitting here, we know that even in FADA, like us, there's a challenge that the second generation is not coming into the business. And that's, I guess, technology is to blame. Because the father wants a phone which he can just make calls. But the son wants to play or has all access to information and can do 10 other tasks on the phone and make phone business friendly more than the previous generation. So I think the business model is evolving, and that is where the challenge also comes on pricing. So today in our industry, I think the MRP price versus the transaction price, or discounting if you may call so, is the gap is quite high. I do not know how does it apply in the two-wheeler or the four-wheeler industry, but here it could at times be even as high as 5 to 7 lakhs. And therefore transparency needs to be much more. And I think that would evolve. Technology will bring that in. From our side, we feel that whether it is offtake or retail, eventually customer is the king. This saying has been there for decades. But it's either the OEM who has been the king or dealer has been the king, depending on how times have been. But I think it's eventually coming to a stage where customer is the king. We think that price transparency is the best. It's a cycle we need to get out of, and hopefully MRP and transaction prices are as they are, where they are, and as they're given out.
Right, and do you think, given the current situation, and sorry, before I jump to everyone, I'd just like the thoughts again from the OEM. Just very quickly, whether fortunate or unfortunate, the current situation of this huge supply and demand gap, which is easing out, has actually helped harden prices, and the level of discounting has practically disappeared. In fact, the waiting list is the new discount in a sense, how quickly you can get a vehicle. So, Akash, just with you, and then I just want to get Rajiv and Santosh very quickly before I turn to the other panelists. Of course, Ranvijit also.
Well, thank you, but unfortunately, that's never happened in the CV industry, at least not in
sir.
the years I've known. So I will pass this on, and I hope that you have good wishes.
I think even, Ranvijit, the two-wheelers also under stress in that sense. So really, you are not having the kind of, let's say, situation that the PV business has had.
Yeah. Am I? Okay, great. Firstly, what a great opportunity it is for me to be here at FADA, and I want to just make sure everyone understands it's FADA, not FADA, as my table pointed out to me.
John will be happy.
John will be happy. His blood pressure will be under control. So that's good.
I not all of us are wearing ties, I have to say that.
Yeah. I believe, we're very fortunate to be where we are. It's a young demographic country that we're talking about here in India. Also, when you look at auto sales, 80% of the needs are actually satisfied by the two-wheeler industry. And then I don't need to introduce Hero MotoCorp there. To the points that are really topical today is about the consumer at the center of everything that we do, retail driving that, and the dealer playing an enormous role in the fulfillment of not just sales, but the entire cycle. It's the pre-sales, it's the sales, it's the exchange, it's service, it's loyalty, it's experience, it's everything. But very important to understand, and we're talking about a different scale now completely, and it's very important to therefore understand that culture drives a lot of the behaviors that will also impact the business that we are in. And that culture is the middle class of India. And we've been reading a lot about how the middle class is really growing in this country. And that's where the buying power is. And that's good news, because that's going to keep growing. With that, what this culture really needs is a touch and feel, at least from the section of society that I'm talking about to a very large extent. And the dealer plays a front and center role in that. How do we drive that up so that we are ready for the festivals, that we are ready for the marriages, that people come in and check out their vehicles before they buy? There is perfect knowledge. The younger generation with digitization is checking out things even before they come to the store. But it's not the same, as it is maybe at the top end of the spectrum. And so it's very important that for business growth, we keep these things in mind and we calibrate our business for that requirement. Because when we do, the consumer will win, the dealer will win, and we are here to serve that ecosystem. And I think it's important to keep that in mind before we really go out and jump out into some things, because we're talking about the entire country. We're talking about the entire demographics, and we are talking about people whose livelihoods depend on this. So we literally say, when heroes move, the nation moves. And we have to be very sensitive towards that. So that's really my thoughts on this topic.
Thank you. And just very quickly, Rajiv and Santosh, just one line from you again on the current situation, supply-demand mismatch, which has been there, definitely easing up. Clearly waiting for months. I mean, we spoke, you've got huge supply constraints. Santosh, even some of your models, GLS, for example, and everyone after you on that, and some important people after you on that. So, Rajiv, with you first, because clearly this has an impact also on the behavior of consumers towards sometimes pushing for more discount. Is it this the time to really clean up things while we have this situation as well, and kind of stabilize proper price kind of environment? Because the old days of wholesale, of just dumping just to get the numbers, and you're talking about retail, but it looks like wholesale is coming in certain segments. Wholesale is quite close to retail in that sense.
So Harmas, theoretically and ideally you are right, but the nature of this beast, which is competitive industry, is different. And then we all feel that at such kind of situations, which was COVID-induced disruption and shortages because of chips, the supplies were less, and that point of time, obviously, discounts came down. So you would assume that when the situation comes back to kind of normal, we can maintain that situation, but that doesn't happen in real life. It's all about supply and demand. So the moment you take it any other industry, it's nothing to do with only auto industry. Shipping and freight rates had gone from, let's say, 100 to 500. It has come down to 125, 150 already, because capacities get created because of that shortages. Within chips also, capacities are getting created. Why the pricing of the chips companies down? Because share market is already discounting that they may not be able to make that kind of premium. So within auto industry also, within India, let's say, there may be shortages of few models at this point of time, but that's temporary. Already shortages easing out. Lots of models, in my opinion, are available off the shelf. Some newly launched and some other premium products, because of short supplies, may have a wait list. But actually, this is just temporary phenomena. Unfortunately, it will be back to back to supply and demand equation. And it depends on the OEMs really, how do they want to maintain that. This is what I would say.
Santosh, very quickly,
No, I agree. Firstly, to start with, it's not a great situation. It's a good problem to have when the demand is more than supply from a sales perspective. But when you look at from a customer perspective, they get frustrated. We have all those calls. Many of you get it. You guys, some of you also call up for cars. But on the other side, I think the supply-demand topic which Rajiv rightly mentioned, it's about the ambition of the OEM. Have we called the market right? And if we call the market right, we need to adjust supply so that we don't end into a situation where we are now also pushing. Because I think in my experience, I have seen that we, as OEMs, we feel that the demand can be created. Yes, it can be created by our partners. But if the product and the price is in the right setup, the product life cycle is in the right area, and then the discount management and price management has to be done at the OEM side so that the demand continues, else cut the pipeline. Because there is no point in building inventory, building capital cost to it, building more cost, and then also pushing it to the customer, maybe an outdated model, an outdated color, or anything of this sort. So this is, I think, the role of planning using data now to predict really using modeling. So what's the order bank? How is the trend? Based on this inquiry, can I cut the pipeline in 3 months' time so that we don't need to do this? Because there is no magic pill that the audience in front also has to push it down and try to create that market, which may not exist because of any reason, macroeconomic reasons. But yes, we don't see softening yet, but customers and market cannot be taken for granted because of the macroeconomic situation that is around us.
Thank you, Santosh. Arvind, just to get your thoughts, we are talking about technology. I think even in the banking sector, clearly it's important, in a way, can even be a threat to a certain extent. So, clearly, as Santosh has also said, using tech, using software to model, forecast rather, to understand, where, let's say, demand really is and where it's not as well.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think when I was thinking about banking connected with automobile, my take is that fundamentally, before we even get into the tech value add, we're finding, and I'm finding, the automobile industry facing similar challenges probably 3-4 years earlier the banks have faced. If you look at the customer segments, they're talking about your industry, almost 45% of them being millennials. And like many of my colleagues on the dais, and here, if you look at most of the kids here, our kids are growing up, and most of them want to do it themselves. Most of them are very comfortable with various platforms, whether I heard Amazon, whether it's Apple. Your cars are getting intelligent cars. You have an ecosystem where the competing forces we found very changing in banking, and I find quite similar in automobile. For example, when you studied MBA 20 years, 25 years ago, they used to talk about conventional forces. Today they're talking about user experience. They're talking about data. They're talking about network connectivity. I think one needs to probably fundamentally make a shift in the way we're thinking. Banking 10 years ago was completely different. Today, I think 60-70% of the time in all our plans, we're discussing tech. That never happened 8-10 years ago. And I see probably that happening in the automobile. I probably don't see all OEMs, when I talk to them, talking a similar tech language as some of them do. And in my crystal gaze, I feel maybe it's going to follow that, because end of the day, the customer is going to drive your demand and not the other way around. And we've seen it ourselves. We also have branches. We also, just the way you have dealerships, our branches are also growing, but I think they are getting much more technologically advanced. But technology, by the way, also adds a lot of value and expands markets at times. Look at the transparency it creates. We ourselves in the banking world have created an end-to-end digital product in the auto space as well, and without even a touch of physical in it. And it took us effort and time, but I think we find that the customers hugely find it valuable, and especially the youngsters in the age of 20, 25 years are very, very comfortable using it across board. So I think with the tech giants anyway, halfway there between even trying cars, leave alone the softwares, the challenge itself
might really surprisingly shift from car manufacturing to probably interconnected softwares and proprietary softwares in the future for the automobile industry.
Thanks, Arvind. Yeah, clearly I think software is replacing hardware in everything. Even cars, you have now software-defined cars where really the architecture is set and then life cycles are done with software rather than proper refreshes. So clearly software is the way forward and technology. And Dinesh, with that, I'd just like to turn to you. You're very far away. So, you've heard everyone talk. I think what common theme is coming out is transparency. It is a good thing, a trust and transparency. It really helps business. And more than that, creates a good relationship and removes any distrust, lingering distrust, between the customer, dealer, manufacturer. So, and technology obviously has the biggest role to play in this here. Just to understand, from a products and services point of view, where are we headed here?
Hello. Thanks, FADA, for giving me opportunity to express myself over here. Yeah, I completely echo what Arvind said just now in terms of the technology. What we are doing at Kuwait, of course, I think we have already heard about the thoughts, particularly on the new cars. And I would like to also highlight on the used car piece, because the used car business also is expanding pretty well at this point of time. And I hear that close to about 4,000 crores kind of volumes are happening on a monthly basis in the used car. So at Kuwait, we have identified certain things as how we look at it. The industry, this retail industry is getting more service oriented as such. So the dealer, customer, and the lenders, these are very, very pivotal pieces which need to be interconnected with the help of technology by creating transparency. Customer basically, he wants to know, he wants to optimize the value for his car shopping. That we want to give him the benefit. On his fingertips, we want to give him the information on all the aspects of the car that he wants to buy. What could be the features of that car? What could be the valuation? What could be the, say, service history of the car that he wants to buy, particularly used car? Similarly, for the dealer, we want to provide the technology by which he will be able to churn his business fast and improve his profitability. And for the lender, we want to give the comfort that the customer which is being brought to the lender is very well curated, so he can rely. And also the vehicle that is being financed, which is a collateral for that funding, has the lender is in a much better position now to know, with the help of technology, that what is the valuation and what is the background of that particular vehicle. So I think I feel that technology is really playing a pivotal part in bringing the transparency across this value chain, and that is going to accentuate this business further. That's what I feel.
Right. Thanks for that. And just moving on to the second round, looking at the way the customer is evolving, clearly technology is just linking all parts of the business very seamlessly. And really what I'd like to talk about is just a shift is there a shift in auto retail, moving from really being retail-based to a total service-based model, where, I think all components are sort of integrated, and, it goes across through the life cycle of ownership. I know it does happen theoretically as well, but, the traditional way of doing retail, does that have to have now a dramatic shift towards really a more service oriented approach? Rajiv, back to you to kick off this round.
So actually, sorry. Yeah. So actually that shift is already happening in my view. When you have connected cars and you're talking about car as a platform and lots of subscription services you start giving in the car, those subscriptions, again, you can take direct payment, but again, dealer interface, as Santosh mentioned, is I think is very, very important. Yes, in case of some niche vehicles, some new startups, they are trying a direct model and they have their own franchise they're trying to achieve. So again, but they have their own franchise to reach to the customer. There you can argue it can be your franchise versus a dealer, a third party, but the model remains same. Ownership is different. So I think a dealer definitely has a big role. Only thing is now different services, subscriptions would be there as we go forward. And to some extent, you can even take the current model in the same same narrative. As an example, when you take insurance, so insurance as a service you are taking. You know, after sales, there are a lot of packages. You know, it's a extended warranty package, it's a RSA package, you know. So that's again is a service, you know, which you are doing it. Registration as a service is a separate thing, you know. So that's there. But further what we are going to add it is, like as I said, subscription services on the car side. So as an example, the data. You know, when you are giving the data in the car, already we are seeing in our case that some basic data you have to give to the customer as a given. Extra data for streaming music they have to buy. You know, so that's happening right now. Likewise, suppose as an example, we are giving different digital passport services to a consumer, means you can have the health of your vehicle in terms of a digital passport. So customer has to pay for that, and again, dealer also gets some money part of that. You know, so lots of such services because of car as a platform is going to happen. And then we have to see in full integrated way that how dealer is going to make money from these various services and how dealer gets integrated. Maybe some services are given directly by OEMs, but some services, you know, are through the dealer partner. And again, the whole thing is about technology, that how technology wraps up the whole thing in a very transparent way to consumer as well as to dealer.
Right. Santosh, you know, I think Rajiv talked about the value add, the additional services, and I mean, even from the dealership standpoint, it's another stream of revenue. So multiple streams of revenues also which are there, and also, let's say, more benefits to the customer. So just, you know, now, as Rajiv said, everything's connected. IoT, 5G, everything in the cloud, there's so much that can be driven. Actually, the opportunities are endless. So do you think this is really going to be one big differentiator going forward? Because the usual stuff is now hygiene, to be honest, just giving the basic service, sales and service, which has been done traditionally.
No, I think exactly what Rajiv mentioned, the best is yet to come. You know, when you look at our cars now, and we are already going to configure cars where today's business model is you sell a car and then it comes back for service, for parts and labor. Tomorrow you sell a car and then we realize that we can offer more features, say rear axle steering, which can go up to 11 degrees and the originally was 4 degrees. Now you charge a lakh of rupees, you earn dealer margin on that straight, because this is a feature at the time of launch it didn't exist, but maybe after 2 years due to software we are able to now deploy it in the car. We have such kind of packages. The second is, today you are dependent on your call center to call a customer and say, hey, is your service due? Have you done so many kilometers? Tomorrow or even today, our cars are sending service reminders and the customer can directly press a button, not even use the mobile phone, call our service center and book a service appointment. So the third is taking away aggregators. Of course, this requires data consent. And data consent, because none would like to do marketing in cars, because we have a direct access to the head unit. But let's take an example of insurance. Today, you have aggregators who are taking away your data and trying to sell. Tomorrow, the technology will enable an insurance product to be given to the customer at the right time based on the driving behavior, and he pays from the car. We have Mercedes Me Pay, for example, and this is all elements where dealers or franchisee partners will be able to benefit. So we are also evolving. We are all aware that on EVs, the cost of ownership is great because, for the customer, but that also means some revenues goes away from partners. How does that get compensated or overcompensated with technology, digital, and also with this car interfaces? I think that's where the threshold will be. And it will take another 5 to 7 years for this to fully develop. But we are already there, and we can see this coming much faster than we anticipated.
You know, you spoke of data and, you know, giving data, but how do you think the new Data Protection Act will, what sort of an impact would this have? Santosh, sticking with you.
No, so You know, today, very openly here, we can see, you know, we talk about registration. We can see Aadhaar cards to personal data being emailed within the dealership just for registration. This is a taboo completely. These are personal data which we cannot be handled. And this is where technology comes now, that it's a matter of time now. I think the OEMs and I would say FADA or dealer fraternity will have to put tools to ensure data privacy, to ensure they are stored in the right manner, they are utilized only if there is consent. The consent given to you and consent given to an OEM, they may be same or different, and then can we use it? And what storage, where do we store the data? So these are added costs coming in all our way, at our end, at your end. So we need to be cognizant, we need to be aware, and I think we have to be prepared. But the good part is India is taking a bit of the European GDPR, but also having its own way in this current bill, which is not, in some areas it's a bit relaxed, but in some areas I think it would be more stringent, and it's a cultural topic. We have never been used to not sending emails with a customer mobile phone number, and maybe we don't feel it today when we add an Aadhaar card when we are sending an email within the organization, which would be a taboo topic in the future.
Right, thanks Santosh. And you know, Akash, looking at the CV side, again, going beyond, you know, retail, going to the services. Clearly, you know, things like telematics, more data, is that really the way forward to give, you know, for customers? Are they looking for that?
Absolutely. I think everything connects to the change in business models. Today's truck or bus, like any other product, is becoming more electric and electronic. It's less mechanical, and that is shaping up rather fast. So everything is about technology, everything more or less is coming down to data, or data sharing, or data protection.
Sorry, but from truck customers, what are the key things you think they would look at specifically? Obviously, it's a lot to do with running costs, I'm sure.
Yes, so let's take our example at Volvo Eicher. Every single truck or bus sold since April 2020, when Bharat Stage 6 came into play, which would be between 1 to 2 lakh vehicles over this period or a little more, are connected with data. They are connected with the Eicher app, where the customer or a large operator on the truck side or the bus side can then get all the data. How is the driver driving? Is the braking too much? Is there any pilferage when it comes to diesel fuel? Is there any major disruption when the bus or truck is running on road? Because then from the uptime center, you can call the driver and inform you need to stop now, or you need to go to our next partner or dealership spot where you need to take care of the vehicle. So everything is traceable now. And this is not restricted anymore to, let's say, like earlier on a car industry. This very much runs the truck and bus industry today, because end of the day, any truck or bus which runs efficiently generates more revenue for the end customer, for all the passengers they take or the load they take, and that leads to profitability. Electric is making the big change, because with electric, most of the mechanical things are gone. And in our business, especially in buses, that's coming rather fast. And that is where technology plays all the role. Because already from the end bus which runs in the city, each and every parameter for service for our dealerships or for ourselves is now based on telematics, based on electronics, and everything is readable. Your penalties get defined through technology. It's not manual reading anymore. You get paid through technology and not through what your odometer reading shows. So the times are changing. And this is bringing also the fact back then to mobility services, which will be pay per kilometer, which we see happening in our industry now, which we've been talking about for 2 decades, but now starts to take shape.
Look, I think clearly, again, even I think in your industry, we've seen technology playing a role. In the two-wheeler industry, Ranjit, I wanted to get your thoughts again. Different kind of customer, but again, very value conscious, wants transparency. And, do you think there'll be a time when just every brand will, apps are just going to be the order of the day, where you can really, bundle all your services just through your smartphone?
I think you're reading my mind a little bit. But again, stepping back onto scale, with 109 million Hero vehicles sold, there's a huge opportunity for replacement and driving replacement demand. Just in the last 5 months, since we launched this India's first phygital, it's Wheels of Trust, where a consumer can just go and get an evaluation for his or her two-wheeler, no matter which brand it is, and get a valuation and go out to a Hero Shore outlet and change and exchange it. Just imagine the scale at which technology has brought this change, and what a major convenience it's creating for our consumers. So the replacement market is getting really spiraled, and again, the dealers are at front and center, because what we're trying to do is to move business from a disaggregated and pretty fragmented market to our dealerships for that upgrade possibility. And we are seeing the results in that. The other thing that's happening with the help of technology is the predictability that was spoken about just now, in terms of what is needed to be done for the vehicle, when it's to be attended to, and how you can optimize it best. This is creating a huge revenue stream at the service level for our dealerships, and that's another absolutely fantastic development that we are seeing a big uptick as we're going along. Another big thing is just in the area of experience and test rides and deliveries and all of that, which is coming in more and more through the app and technology. Now, the key to this entire thing, for this whole plan to sort of take off for the dealers, is that the dealers need the tools. They need the online platforms. And for a brand like, and a company like Hero MotoCorp, getting the dealers on board onto that single view is one of the big priorities for us. So getting the online platform on. Then providing the dealers with the toolkits, because they can't go to agencies and get stuff done. So it needs to be within seconds they can start loading, so that they can get those kind of acquisition of customers and converting them. And then it's a training at scale. Huge amount of training investment for technology. So it can't just be in isolation. We have to do this together, and we are taking that role to bring the dealerships up to the level that the consumer's already at. This is one of those things that the consumer's way ahead of us, and what we're trying to do is to enable the ecosystem to get there. And I know that the dealers are very appreciative of these efforts, because they can see the results and the direct ROI of their time and investment in this kind of a path.
Absolutely. I think, having the right platforms to kind of give the multitude of services, and, Arvind, just from your side, for the banking sector, technology, just going beyond the loan, again, is it giving more content? Is it giving, more information? What is it that, in terms of added services, the direction going ahead?
Are you talking from a banking perspective?
Yeah,
or from an automobile?
No, from the banking perspective, from the loan perspective.
Yeah. No, I think in the loans world is moving towards very clear direction of digital, but I think it's got a pretty decent runway of an assisted digital model, because it depends also on the rate of growth. World over, pure digital also has challenges in terms of keeping the growth rate alive. So while there's a huge amount of excitement about the young guys going in for it, if you got to kind of manage a certain rate of growth, and that's where, even in the automobile sector, I feel, while we are partnering with new technologies to create a digital ecosystem, I think in an experiential kind of a business, dealers would play probably a very critical role along with technology, and probably one needs to play it with all the partners to kind of take a real serious lift for success over the next 5-7 years. And we've seen that in the banking as well. So, and of course, you mentioned about data privacy. So one line I have on that is that we've seen the greater the data privacy, I think the customer confidence also moves up. And the regulation also brings in an environment of trust. And I think that adds a much greater market in the long run.
Dinesh, turning to you again, you've heard all the panelists speak clearly, technology providing further services, and of course the whole issue of data privacy as well.
So, yes, there is a risk and opportunity on both sides. Both sides I would look at it. At this point of time, as Santosh mentioned, that the GDPR, which has been implemented in EU, it is not yet come fully in India. It is in process. We need to have a preparation and a political will to make sure that it comes there, definitely. But I can see that at OEM's end, there is a big challenge because they are the controllers of the private data, and there are dealers who are the processors of that information. So I think at controlling and the processing end, both there are challenges. That's what I see. However, the opportunity is this data would be available, and if it is responsibly used, then probably there is a larger opportunity. If the OEMs who are the controllers of this data, if they put up the data policing system, if there are breaches, then they are highlighted to the respective authorities within the stipulated time. Then probably as this would enhance the consumer confidence, and probably more business opportunities can be generated out of usage of this data in a more responsible way. That's what I feel.
Right, thank you, Dinesh, and I think we are very close to running out of time, so don't want to get into another round, but I think we have time for maybe a question or two, so anyone in the audience wants to ask something, we can, yeah, I guess a mic can go around. Can't see any hands up. Well, if there are no questions, then I just like to wrap this session. It's a bit early. And I think clearly it's been a very fascinating discussion. I think what's really clear to reiterate is the value of technology in creating a better customer experience across the whole ownership life cycle of products. And I think the way it can just seamlessly integrate all parts of it. I think transparency is absolutely vital. I think we've heard everyone says that really is what builds customer confidence. And of course, there are issues of data privacy, which one has to really be cognizant of. But I think what's good is that overall demand is good. Customers still want to buy cars and products and bikes, and hopefully the whole industry will have, well, there are headwinds, but I think overall things are looking good. So with that, I'd just like to end and thank all our panelists for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Session Chair, and thank you all our esteemed speakers for your very excellent deliberations on the various initiatives and steps to have the future ready along with its challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point I'd like to invite Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar and Mr. Prashant Joshi, requesting them to please come on stage and felicitate our speakers and session moderator. So we request you to felicitate all our speakers one by one, along with our session moderator. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we are going to break for lunch, and unfortunately, I'm the bearer of bad news that we have cut down our lunch time. We would request you to please be back sharp at 2, or it would be better if we can come back even a few minutes before 2, because as you know that we have the motivational session by Mr. Pulela Gopichand. He's already here with us, and we are told that he has a flight to catch immediately after this session. So may I request everyone to please be back on time. It is my humble request to you. Lunch is being served both at the Raja Bagh Lawn and at Shah Jahan Hall. Requesting everybody to please be back on time. Thank you.
You're listening to Proton Radio.
Hello? Hello? Good evening, everybody. I am requesting everybody to quickly go and have lunch, because lunch will be stopped at 2 o'clock because there are a lot of sessions planned. Thank you.
You are listening to Studio on
नई शानदार दमदार स्टाइलिश टीवीएस जुपिटर 125। अब तक आपको मिला ज्यादा कंफर्ट और अब आपको मिलेगा ज्यादा से भी ज्यादा कंफर्ट और कन्वीनियंस। ज्यादा सेफ्टी कौन नहीं चाहेगा। स्टोरेज 2 हेलमेट आराम से आ जाएंगे। पावर 125 सीसी यानी ज्यादा से भी ज्यादा। नई टीवीएस जुपिटर 125 है ना, ज्यादा से भी ज्यादा।
Fasten your seatbelt. Shift into next gear. Get set to power up and scale your trade-ins, exchange and used car business.
Please request everybody to kindly take your respective seats. We'd like to now start the session. As you're aware that we have the motivational session coming up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the motivational session right now, and we are very pleased to have with us Padma Bhushan, Mr. Pulela Gopichand, who is the Chief National Coach of the Indian badminton team. Please welcome him with a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. At this stage, I'd like to invite Mr. Soham Mishra, Chairperson of FADA West Bengal, to kindly come on the dais and request him to kindly introduce Mr. Gopichand Pulela. A very, very warm welcome. Let's have a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, friends. We understand that a session after a hearty lunch is the most challenging for both the audience and the speaker. But we are fortunate to overcome this challenge by having amongst us Shri Pulela Gopichand, Chief National Coach, Indian Badminton Team. Pulela Gopichand is a former Indian badminton player. Currently, he is the Chief National Coach for the Indian Badminton Team and runs the Gopichand Badminton Academy. He has mentored champions, including the 2016 Rio Olympics silver medalist PV Sindhu and 2012 London Olympics bronze medalist Saina Nehwal, amongst others. After winning his first national badminton championship title in 1996, Gopichand won the title 5 times in a row. He won 2 golds and 1 silver medal at the Indian National Games in 1998. In 1996, he won gold in the SARC badminton tournament and defended the crown in the next games held at Colombo in 1997. At the 1998 Commonwealth Games, he won a silver medal in the team event and a bronze in men's singles. He won the All England Open Badminton Championships in 2001, becoming the second Indian to achieve this after Prakash Padukone. After retiring from playing, Gopichand founded the Gopichand Badminton Academy in 2008. The academy has produced several badminton players, including Saina Nehwal, who went on to win the bronze medal at the 2012 Olympics, and PV Sindhu, who won the silver medal at the 2016 Summer Olympics. Gopichand also served as the official Indian badminton team coach at the 2016 Rio Olympics. Pulela Gopichand has received both the Padma Shri in 2005 and the Padma Bhushan, India's 3rd highest civilian award, in 2014. Friends, let's have a rising welcome to our motivational speaker, Shri Pulela Gopichand.
Thank you, Soham, and very good afternoon to all of you. I think they must have hurried the lunch for you because I have a flight to catch. Please excuse me for that. Well, standing here, I'm reminded of the year 2001, after I came back from the All England win. In my mind, I still remember those times when I was running near the near the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. After my win, I came back in the night at around 11, and in the morning at 6:30, I was running on the road, thinking that the next few years I will be ruling Indian world badminton. That's the thought which I had, because in my journey of starting the sport and playing it, I started off in 1985. My father worked in a bank, so he kept moving from place to place. The first 3 years I was in Orissa, the next 3 I was in Chennai, and after that, that's better. For the next few years, I was in Chennai, and then for a few years, I was in coastal Andhra before we moved to Hyderabad. It's only by chance that I took up the sport, and I never knew that my journey in badminton would take this far. In fact, I only took up the sport because in the year 1985, that's when I started playing. Like everybody else in the country, I was also very inspired by the 1983 World Cup of cricket, and I was playing cricket. And somehow I was playing cricket and managed to break some window panes of neighbors. My neighbors complained to my parents. My mother was receiving continuous complaints, and she said, this guy is going to get us into trouble. Let us take him to the stadium. I went to the stadium to join for cricket. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, cricket admissions were full, and they said there's no admissions left. So my parents took me to the next sport, which was the most popular sport then, tennis. And years later, I came to know that we came out of the tennis court. When we went there, my parents thought they will join, but on the way out, they saw too many cars parked outside. They said, this is not the right sport. Looks like a rich man's sport, so let's go and join something else. So literally, I went to the badminton court because it was empty. And that's how my journey in badminton had started. Imagine this, when I won the All England, one of the top newspapers in the country wrote that when I picked up the racket, I dreamt I'll be an All England champion. The truth was much further than that. The initial years and school, there were only two professions for Telugu people, if you know. There's only either you're an engineer or a doctor. And I was also on the same path. My father was a bank manager, so he knew about education. He thought it was the right thing. And all Telugu people thought only maths, physics, chemistry, or biology, physics, chemistry, two subjects which will get us an engineering seat or a medical seat. So I was also on the same path. Life was tough. My mom was tough. If I studied loudly for 1 hour between 4:30 in the morning and 5:30 in the morning, she would allow me to go to the stadium. And if I get a rank, at least in the top 20 in class, she would say, you can continue playing. These were the rules set because she knew that I loved the sport. And I would do anything for the sport. So it continued that way. I would study loudly for an hour, get to the stadium, managed to get 18th or 19th rank because I just studied enough to get to that. And barely managed to manage both education and sport. And that's how I moved from district. When I went for my first tournament, which was a district tournament, I realized that if I work harder than my competition, I would do well. So if they came in and ran 10 sprints, I would do 11. If they played for half an hour, I would play 35 minutes. If they lifted 10 kgs weight, I would lift a little more. To realize that if I worked harder than them, I would beat them. It so happened that it worked. I went from district to the state to realize that the same principle of hard work remained. If you work harder, you will get better. So I moved from state to the national and to the international, and the same principle continued. Parallelly, it was a time when I was also studying maths, physics, and chemistry. And to my luck, standards at home were pretty high. My brother went to IIT. So things were not very easy. I wrote my engineering exam, and luckily I failed. And I got this 1 year where they said you can play badminton, and if you win at the national level, then you can continue playing. If not, you will have to stop playing. This is what the condition was. Luckily that year, I won the junior nationals. I also played for the country. And more importantly, I got a job in Tata Steel. And that was the beginning of my badminton career, much further from the truth which the newspaper had reported. So this is how my entry or my cementing my place as a badminton player had started. Things were challenging because I remember after coming back here, I was reflecting on what things have been. Because today when we look at sport, we think of sport very differently. We look at sport, we are saying biomechanics, sports scientists, nutritionists, physiologists, psychologists, coaches, physios. This is what the talk happens. But when I look back at my journey in sport, things were very different. In the sense I had to go through very basic challenges. You go to the stadium, watchman nahi aaya, andar gaya, current nahi hai, shuttle nahi hai, coach nahi hai. You go to the ground, शादी हुआ है, कोई stadium बंद है. You go to the pool, pool में पानी नहीं है. So these were the fundamental challenges. So when I won the All England, I was like, boss, if I can win the All England with that kind of a background and facility, maybe many others can. And that is truly what inspired me to take up coaching and also try to build infrastructure for the players to come up. And typically, one of the journeys, if I were to just put things in perspective, because there are a lot of young people also in the crowd, for us to play for the country would mean that from Hyderabad we traveled by AP Express. That would take about 27 hours to come here, second class in a train. You come here, stay in Paharganj 2-3 days, go to Chanikyapuri every day, visa, stamping, then go to Baman Lorry, Ashoka Hotel. I used to have Baman Lorry office. Get your ticketing done. And then by the time you reach the tournament, it was the achievement. In the sense, the achievement was, by the time you reach, you were like, done, we've arrived, kind of a thing. So the typical joke among us was, although Prakash sir had won the All England in 1980, we never could imagine that we can reach that level. So we were always kind of, he is God, we can't do what he is God. But between 1980 and 1990, the standards of Indian badminton had actually dropped pretty drastically. So much so that the typical joke, and I remember this when we went out for our first tournament, we were living in this hotel called Emerald. All of us had lost in the first round. Imagine we would play with Indian shuttlecocks which are made in Calcutta or Jalandhar. And when we went abroad, and we would play in typically 2-court badminton halls. And when we went abroad, we used to play in those huge halls with air conditioning and ionic shuttles, which are the foreign shuttle then. And it would actually travel a different trajectory. So we would be like, half of us would be still traveling in the second class, good. In the mind, that's what's happening. We've eaten in some Kakeda Daba and National, and that's the food we were eating, and we would travel there. And typically it's like, एक कपड़ा खेलने का लेना है, 3-4 कपड़े casual के लेना है, क्योंकि खेलना तो एक ही दिन है. This is what typically the mindset was. So I remember that day when we were actually playing that tournament. After the first morning and afternoon, we had joined for dinner. 18 of us in that team. I was the youngest of that group. And everybody was like, kya hua? And they were like, morning show ya matinee, kisme hara? So kisi ne first show tak aaya hi nahi tha. And all of us were sitting there, and some of them were like, the Chinese jumped so high, I couldn't see the shuttle. Some was like, तेरे को shuttle नहीं दिखा, मेरे को आदमी नहीं दिख रहा था, इतना चल रहा था. So I was the youngest of that group. And as a kid, I got up and said, क्या बोल रहे हो? हम जीत के दिखाएंगे, मैं जीत के दिखाऊंगा. Everybody pounced on me. Said, बच्चा है, बहुत उचक रहा है, साले जल्दी सीख जाएगा. And I walked out of that room that day saying that मैं जीत के दिखाऊंगा. And in fact, if there is something which I'm proud of, it's the fact that I had that kid in me alive till the day I stopped playing, or he continues to be there today. And that enthusiasm is what I'm really proud of. It didn't come easily because a few years later, 91, this has happened. 92, 93, I was the best badminton player in the country. I was really playing well. But in 1994, I was playing the national games. I had reached the finals of the singles, which was supposed to be played in the evening. And in the morning, I was playing my double semifinals. I was moving backwards, my partner was moving sideways. Both of us collided, and he landed on my leg, and I tore the anterior cruciate ligament of my left knee. And the knee is a very important joint, and the ACL is the major ligament of the knee. I tore it. I was really down for a long time. I was lucky. My father was posted in Delhi then. There's a nursing home called Segal here, and there's a doctor called Dr. Ashok Rajgopal. He did my surgery. A year later, I started to play back again, and it was a struggle for a year. I started to play well again. I beat the Olympic champion of 1992, Alan Budi Kusuma, and after a few wins, in 1996, I had another fall, this time at the World Championships in Scotland, and I had to come back for my second surgery. And again, I continued to play. In 96, I won few tournaments. I beat the Olympic champion of 1996, Paul-Eric Hoyle-Larsen, but then I had another fall this time in Bombay, and I had to come back for my third surgery on my left knee again in 1998. But luckily for me, between the years 1998 to 2001, I didn't have many major injuries, and that's how wherever I won my Commonwealth or the Asian Championship medal or the All England, that has come between those years of 1998 and 2001. So in my lifetime as a player, I learned a lot from the various coaches who I worked with, and also a lot of players whom I picked things up, but a lot of things from trial and error as well. So when I won the All England around that time, I was like, boss, I know what needs to be done. Physically, you need to be at this level. Psychologically, technically, tactically, strength-wise, this is what is needed for Indians to win at the highest level. And for me, at the back of my mind, it was always like, if I can win, many others can. And that was the beginning or the thought which came up to me at the All England. I had this formula which was there for me, but unfortunately I didn't have a body for me to use. The next year, post 2001, although I really wanted to play and win and I was desperate, I had 3 metatarsals broken on my right foot, and then I had a stress fracture on my right ankle. And finally, I had a knee surgery, which was an overuse injury of my right knee, which actually was taking the brunt of compensating for my left knee injuries. I finally had my right knee surgery in 2002, and I was slowly pushed into coaching. Every day I would go to the stadium to play. If my body was hurting, I would coach. If my body was not hurting, I would play. And eventually the days I played became lesser, and the days I coached became more. So much so that in 2003 and 4, I was coaching more than I was playing. And finally, in 2004, I won a tournament, and I beat some of the players whom I was coaching. The player in me wanted me to win, the coach in me wanted me to lose. And that night after winning that tournament, I felt miserable after winning. So I decided never to compete again and play in a tournament. And I switched to full-time coaching. Took a bunch of about 25 kids in Hyderabad, took them to this place called Gachibowli and started coaching. The oldest of them was the 2014 Commonwealth champion called Kashyap. He was about 15 years old. And in that group, we had people like Guru Saidat, Sai Praneeth. Saina was about 13, Sikki Reddy, and Sindhu was one of the youngest of them at 9. And out of that group of about 25, almost 10 of them have played top 20 in the world. And that's something I'm really happy about. So this has been my journey as a player, and I realized very quickly, and these were tough times, right? So infrastructure was not in my hands. Very quickly I realized that if I had to take a holiday for Ramzan, for Diwali, for Christmas, for New Year, yeah, I'm not going to produce badminton players. So I needed infrastructure. So I had to build infrastructure. So I got this piece of land from the government but I had to raise funds for it. Somebody said, if you have an ATG exemption, you will get some funds. So I got an ATG exemption. Didn't get the funds enough. They said, no, not ATG, you need to get 100% exemption. I got 100% exemption, still didn't manage to raise enough funds. And after a few bad experiences, final straw was, I'll cut the long story short because I have a flight to catch, please excuse me for that. The thing is that as a badminton player, as an All England champion, you kind of are, people want to meet you, take photographs with you. They're looking for you to be part of their events. But then when I started asking for funds, slowly you could see that people didn't want to take your calls. I would go to a meeting and the people would start leaving. Yeah, aa gaya, wapas puchega. And then whatever ego you had was completely done. The final straw was one of those days when I went to a certain CFO in Bombay, because the chairman of the company had said, we will support you. And the CFO made me wait for 3 days outside his glass cabin. He would call me every 2 hours. I would go at 9:30 in the morning, come back at 6 in the evening, buy clothes for the next day, and then stay back with the hope that they would sponsor. At the end of 3 full days, at the evening at around 6 o'clock, he calls me and says, Gopi, I think we've evaluated your proposal. I don't think badminton has the eyeballs to be a world sport. I don't think Indians can be champions in it. And the third thing he said was, I don't think great players can be great coaches. If you want some personal help and support, I will do it. But I don't think badminton deserves any more than this. I had tears in my eyes. He wanted me to sit and talk. I said, no, sir, thank you very much. I got up, walked out, went straight to the airport, took a flight, and landed home at 9:30. I remember that day. And I called my parents and wife. We live in a 1,000 yards house in Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad, which is a nice place. And I said, I can't run around anymore. Let's sell the house. Luckily that night they agreed. And the next day morning, we didn't have to sell the house, but we mortgaged the house, got a 3 crore loan on my house. And that's how the academy has come into existence in 2007. That decision that night was very, very critical. Post that, I went to call the Chief Minister for inauguration. And outside this, I met the Sports Minister, who was a friend of mine, but he was not well, so he was in an ICU for about 3 months, and then he came back after that. So I met him, we was chatting, and he said, Gopi, your land, what is happening? I said, sir, I've just come with this. I had this iPad. I showed him the pictures and said, we are building this. He says, what are you talking? I have this file, and she showed me a file where the file denoted that nothing was built. And they wanted to take the land back because they wanted to build service apartments there, because now the land was prime in the last few years and the government had changed. And this was a Friday evening, and I had to go to court, and we fought a court case for 6 years, and between 2008 to 2014, and that's how we were able to protect the land. In between, we also won a Commonwealth medal. We also won our first Asian Championship medal. We also won our first Olympic medal, and we also won many, many championships for the first time as a country. And I was doing well there. Afternoons I was doing construction, and evenings I was with the lawyer filing the court cases and reading. I've never read so much in my life as much as the court cases have made me read. But that's how the story has been. It has been a story of a lot of hard work, if you have to say it, But truly, I feel really blessed because although there have been a lot of people who've tried to pull me down, they've always been somebody who's really come out of the blue to help me as well. So I think today, when I look at my journey, I think it's been a journey of God's grace, because I don't think without that, this whole thing would have been possible the way it has been, because it's been a dream. I get scared of thinking of reliving this another time, because those decisions were taken. It's scary how and why we did it. If I didn't become a badminton player, what would I have been? No clue, no plan B. If I would have not succeeded in my court cases and not succeeded in coaching, what would I have become? No clue. We had to do what we did, and I think great support from family, but also I think entirely it's been God's grace which has actually made this whole thing possible. For many of you, this might have sounded like a story of struggle, but to be honest, I've actually enjoyed each bit of it. And I feel truly, truly grateful to God for the experiences which He's given me. And also, for me, it's always been like to spend a life wearing shorts and t-shirts and going to work like this in the morning for all your life, I think is a dream which I think very, very few people can live. And I'm very, very happy that I'm privileged to live that dream. And that's the best thing of being a sports person, is not the money you get, it's not the fame you get, but the single kind of focus which actually gives you your life. And that for me has been the most important thing. It's been a life of gratitude, it's been involvement, it's passion, it's love. It's definitely not sacrifice, hard work and discipline, because those things seem like very dry words. But if you were to replace them with love, affection, involvement, passion, I think the whole journey changes. Yes, there are moments when there is grit and pride involved, because for us to compete against, because if I were to think that I have this background and I'm training to beat a Chinese guy or an English guy, it would have been impossible. But back then I come from a little bit of a rural background, so the mindset of mine would be like, अरे ये अंग्रेजों ने हम पे 200 साल राज किया, इनको तो इनसे तो नहीं हारना है. That's the kind of raw talk you would have. And I think when you actually have that kind of a talk, when your pride, your country's pride, your family's pride is at stake, इससे नहीं हारूंगा, इन लोगों से नहीं हारूंगा, I think then you punch higher than your weight category. And that's really been the story of how I look at my life's journey. And it's been fantastic. And I'm so happy to be here. Thank you very much, and I hope I could have spent more time, but I'm sure sometime next time I'll do that. Thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
A truly inspiring, motivational speech by one of our India's iconic gems, and I think we are truly, truly proud of you. And we're very honored that you came here, and I'm truly amazed and really in awe of your humility and down to earth in spite of all your achievements. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause once again. May I now invite Mr. Rishabh Sanghi and Ms. Rashmi Kale to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Gopichand. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the rest of our sessions, and we'd firstly like to now invite Team Spare Care Solutions, who are also our partners, inviting them to make their presentation. Can we please have the PPT of Team Spare Care Solutions, please?
So good afternoon, everybody. So I believe from one game changer in badminton to another game changer in spare parts, this session is all about how can we save some money for you. So we'll run a very small presentation and then some interactive video for you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Tarun Gandhi from Spare Care, and I'm joined by my colleague, Mr. Harish Kothari. It's always a pleasure to be with dealer friends at such a forum. So today we are going to discuss how our solutions, they are helping our dealer partners to improve their profitability in spare parts operation, and how we are helping them to achieve high efficiency and high accuracy. We are Team Spare Care. Yeah, so we come with a very rich experience of working with various automobile companies. Combined, we have an experience of more than 100 years in the area of spare parts management, whether it is logistics, inventory management, ordering management, dead stock management. And while working with OEMs, we realized that our dealers, they are struggling with a lot of inefficiency, inaccuracy in the area of spare parts. This is where we decided, and we have set out on a mission wherein we are helping dealers to optimize their inventory and improve their profitability. So we work on the core principles of lean, accurate, and transparent. I need not mention the problems that you are facing in the area of spare parts management, whether it is block capital in high stocks, dead stock generation, stock mismatches. So number of problems, it is eroding your profitability. In fact, what we have seen, that more than 50% of dealer spare parts margin gets lost in mismanagement, which you are not able to see. The dealer operating at 4 months, 5 months of inventory is actually losing interest cost as well as warehousing cost. So as a result, he is only left with 50% of what he should be earning. So this is where we have come up with a solution now which we are going to discuss. So AV, please.
The automobile sector is one of the most visible symbols of the Indian growth story. The backbone of automobile sector is the extensive network of 3S dealerships. A smartly managed dealership is the key to define the customer experience without compromising business profitability. With frequent new model launches and continuous upgrades, dealerships are now facing the complex challenge of managing inventory of ever-increasing part lines of spare parts. For dealerships with multiple workshops, establishing synergy in spare parts remains a much cherished goal. It's not easy for human intelligence and basic inventory management platforms to plan inventory for thousands of SKUs having fluctuations in both demand and supply. And dealerships face shortages despite carrying huge inventory and continue to accumulate dead stocks.
SpareCare Smart Inventory Management Solution (SIMS) combines statistics, science, and human intelligence to deliver personalized solutions to each individual workshop.
SpareCare is collaborating with more than 750 workshops spread across the country for all the leading brands and have delivered 70 plus crores of stock optimization with 90% plus instant availability of parts to the workshop. That solves the current challenges, but how to address the dead stock that almost every single dealership workshop carries? Thankfully, a part which is dead for one dealer is needed somewhere else in the country, and data shows that 50% of this stock can be sold among co-dealers. However, the unavailability of an ecosystem is holding back the opportunity for the liquidation of dead stocks.
Our stock sharing platform, Gainer, with integrated logistics, claim management, and accounting system, enables the selling dealer to recover 80 to 90% of their dead stock value. Also, the buyer gets benefited with additional 20% margin. I'm happy to inform you that more than 25 crores of dead stock has been liquidated for dealers working with us.
Mismatch between physical and system stock is another challenge that needs to be addressed. It blocks capital in excess stocks, leads to untraceability and improper ordering, and possibly cause pilferages.
We conduct smart tech-enabled comprehensive audits with our unique platform AccuStock.
Our audit team uses scanners, segregate damaged, unpacked and non-usable parts, correct and club the location. For parts found in multiple locations and share insights on operational gaps. Spread across 1,500 plus locations, we have successfully audited inventory worth well over 700 plus crores. SpareCare is proud to be empaneled stock auditors for Mahindra, Tata Motors and JCB.
Comprehensive management of spare parts is about getting a full picture of what's happening in your business. It puts you in full control of parts operations. Every transaction of spare parts is being monitored by us to come up with actionable insights. This truly transforms and drives excellence in parts operations.
Profitability in spare part business at automotive dealerships can go up by 100%. At SpareCare, we are on a mission to eliminate inefficiencies, improve transparency, and ensure accurate stocks to deliver benchmark level of spare parts availability at lean inventory. Team SpareCare is now ready to be our inventory and operational excellence partners. Now let us listen to our customers, what they have to say about us.
We are now dealing with SpareCare for the last 4 years almost. So non-moving accumulation has almost nullified. It can never be null, but it has been nullified to the extent I cannot find any gap in it.
It's an exchange platform which SpareCare Solutions have done very professionally, which gives you regular alerts and which tells you what can be sold and what can be bought. It makes a win-win situation because you are selling your dead inventory and therefore you are actually what you're doing is freeing up your capital and you are buying your required inventory at a much lower price from a dealer who thinks it's a dead inventory, at least for him.
Finally हम लोग को एक solution मिला है जो SpareCare Solutions है और लगभग साल से ऊपर हो रहा है हम लोग का उनसे टाइप हुए और एक approximate कुछ 80 से 85 लाख रुपए के parts हमारे कम हो चुके हैं.
SpareCare coming in, they have a team of professionals, they have their own audit module. Your spare part operations, your workshop operations keep running seamlessly, parallelly while the audit is on. And they go till the very last stage to revalidate what they've audited and ensuring that the adjustments happen till the end.
और accuracy is almost close to 99%, जो पहले पता ही नहीं होता था कौन सा part कहाँ था.
Dead stock is a thing of the past now.
SpareCare people, as I said, very idealistic people. They work towards perfection.
3-4 महीने बाद काम जब स्पेयर केयर ने चालू किया, चौथे 5वें महीने से जो रिपोर्ट आने लगी वो मेरे लिए आंखें खोलने वाली थी.
It is a third eye to your parts operation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Spare Care Solutions. We would like to now invite Team Meta, our partners, and we'll request them to share their presentation with us. Can I request you to return the clicker, please? Can I request the previous presenters to kindly return the clicker?
Uh, 15. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I know this is the post-lunch session, so I'll try and keep this short and interesting. I'm Shogato. I lead the auto business, among other businesses, at Meta. Used to be called Facebook, which you must be knowing more commonly. We're known as Meta from last year. I am here, and I'm really privileged to be here, standing among the largest community of automotive dealerships in India getting together. It's such a privilege to come and share some of our thoughts on how you can leverage all the platforms of Meta that you otherwise mostly use every single day of your lives to effectively transform the way you reach your customers, how you generate leads effectively, how you do marketing, how you change the economics of your marketing and your P&L. I just wanted to throw a little bit of light on that over the next 10 minutes. As I move on, I think everybody gets key. Digital now is mainstream. Digital is where people are spending most of their time. But I think some of the numbers change so rapidly, so it's good to refresh yourself. इस देश में कितने 138 करोड़ लोग हैं, उसमें से 60 करोड़ 60 करोड़ मतलब 1 out of every 2 are on digital and social media every single day, right? And they are spending much more time every passing month and quarter. They're spending much more time than they're spending on any other medium. So that's 60 crores is, if it was a country, it would be the third largest country on the planet. That's the size of the digital audience and the ones who are on social media in India. But more interestingly, a little bit about Meta and its platforms. आप सब Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram use करते होंगे, आपके family members करते होंगे, आपके dealer employees करते होंगे. But just take a look at how big these platforms are. I'm really proud to share that the size of these platforms, reach of these platforms, is the largest for Meta worldwide in India. We are by far in India the largest user base of all these three. 44 crore Indians use Facebook every month. Nearly very large percentage of those 44 crores use it every single day. Same for Instagram. एक time होता था कि Instagram लोग बोलते थे कि ये तो सिर्फ top metros में लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं and things like that. That's not true. Instagram is nearly as large as Facebook in India today, and the explosive growth of Reels is powering that in India. Short form video. If you If you look around yourself, everybody is now making short form video, posting it out there. There is a number. The entire population of the world is 8 billion, matlab 80 crore log, right? 800 crore, I'm so sorry. 8 billion is equal to 800 crores. Sorry, thank you for correcting me. The reels number of plays, matlab jitna plays hota hai reels ka worldwide in a month is 140 billion, which means there are 8 billion people. There are 140 billion reel plays in the world every month. And that number keeps changing every single month. So I'm just giving you a sense of the scale and size, but scale and size, आपको क्या फर्क पड़ता है? इसलिए फर्क पड़ता है because today Facebook alone is larger than the TV urban universe. I am a marketing person last 22 years, 21 years, and I have grown up in the marketing world where you first advertise on TV. Right now, TV urban universe say Facebook is larger and therefore it penetrates deep into rural India. When we look at Instagram, the TV population of the top tier, which we call NCCS A households, is 17 crore. Instagram is 36 crore per month. Every month, 36 crore users. If you look at print, print is a very large medium, especially for yourself. Print allows you to reach within the city. Facebook is larger than the print IRS universe, and this is as per Q1 of 22. Is baat ko bhi ek saal ho chuka hai. So Facebook is now already larger, but these are the numbers we are formally allowed to share in public. Similarly, the highest IRS reach, IRS is the Indian Readership Survey, I'm sure most of you know that. Highest IRS reach of the largest print publication is 6.8 crore, 7 crore. Instagram is 36 crore. So and internet का अगर कोई भी first smartphone लेता है, internet connection या 4G या 3G कोई भी चालू करता है, the first thing what do you do? WhatsApp. It is the internet in India. It's the internet in India, it's your second app in India for every single business. 56 crore Indians use WhatsApp every single month, and most of them use it every single day. Yeah? And all this is India numbers. अब ये तो India हो गया. The truth is, every single शहर, गांव, village, town, small town, mid town, metros, mini metros, any classification you take, we are there being used at scale. So whether it's India's capital, New Delhi, at 3.2 crore population, 99% of Delhi is on our platforms. Jaipur, 40 lakhs, 93%. Bhopal, 25 lakhs population, 80% of them. I can guarantee you that there is no part of India that does not have, no part of India where you are selling your vehicles that has anything less than 80 to 90% coverage and monthly usage on our platforms. The problem क्या है फिर? Problem ये है infinite choices and finite attention. What do I mean? Infinite choices. Brands have grown, products have grown, retail stores have grown, dealerships have grown, everything has grown, but दिमाग तो मतलब उतना ही process कर सकता है ना. The human brain is conditioned to filter 95% of the content thrown out. There is a study, very famous study in marketing, where over 1,000 pieces of 1,000 ads we see daily, but we register less than 5% of them. Why? Because most of us are not contextually getting that ad. The ads are not personalized to us. The ads don't mean anything to us, and sometimes they are not served to us in a way where we are looking at them. They might be on a medium जो हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं. So people look for, and this is the part which I want to leave with everybody. Search helps people find what they're looking for. Money, I know what I want and I search for it. मुझे मालूम है. I want to buy a car, two-wheeler, I want to buy an accessory, I want to buy a loan or something else or an investment, then I search for it. But what about what I don't know that I need? That's called discovery. Discovery is deep in my brain, I think I need it, but I don't know what I need, or exactly which brand, which product, which specs. But discovery is finding that out when somebody talks to you in a personal way. You found out that ऐसा एक नया hair care product आया है with the right herbs and the right natural ingredients. But you didn't know that you needed it, or you needed to search for something like that. So the point I'm making here is, discovery is much larger than search. And what we tell every single marketing company and marketing organization, anybody selling anything, is what Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp can do for you is make your brand, make your dealership, make your product discoverable at a massive scale. We did a study, and last year ka earnings call say, we surveyed thousands of people across the world. What came out was 90% of them are saying they discover new businesses on Meta Technologies, means our platforms. मतलब I can see it मेरे खुद के घर में. कुछ ना कुछ आता ही रहता है through discoverability. Instagram पे देखा, खरीद लिया. I'm sure most of you are seeing it, some of that happening in your own houses, right? It's happening at an incredible scale. Now imagine this across 36 crore Indians. How many of them are discovering how many brands, right? Let's come to car industry, the automotive industry. The same survey we did, the auto e-commerce study from August to September in 2020. We did that in India with more than 1,000 respondents. 62%, matlab 3 out of 5, ne bola that they do research and exploration and data gathering on their dealerships also, not just the car. So they also decide which dealership, where to go, what are people writing about them, right? They search for dealerships. I might be wanting to buy a Hyundai car or a Mahindra car or a Volvo car or a Maruti car, but I will also want to know who are the dealers and what are they known for in my vicinity. 81%, mane 4 out of every 5, same study, said Indian auto consumers visited your social media profile. आप लोगों की social media जो page है, they visited it to see the content, the comments, what has transpired there, right? Before coming to your store or coming to your dealership and purchasing. So the question that must be in your head is, so हम क्या करें? How can we leverage all this knowledge? ठीक है, everybody is using you, so what? So the what of it is what we announced with the Federation of Auto Dealerships Association of India at the Auto Expo 2 days ago. 4 साल पहले से we have been working with a few OEMs, 3 OEMs that we worked closely with, to start bringing dealerships online using Meta technology such that they can create their social media presence. Social media presence क्या होता है? Facebook, Instagram, Reels, Stories, augmented reality experiences, shorts, Reels, video, testimonials, promotion videos, discounts, loyalty program, all of that. How do you use it? Not manually, but through the Meta solution in an automated way, highly efficiently, and in a targeted hyperlocal radius of 5 to 10 kilometers. अगर आप इधर से Connaught Place या at GK2 or South Extension, if you have a dealership here, within the 10-kilometer radius, can you make yourself discoverable to the right audience? 4 साल से we've been doing this. 2,600 plus dealers out of the 15,000 dealers across the country are now using us regularly, and we now therefore formally partnering with FADA. That's why I'm here. I'm very privileged with FADA to announce the Move with Meta program, which is a industry first hyperlocal expansion program where we will come to where you are. आप लोग जहाँ पे हैं. We are going to state level Vyapar workshops, the Gen X program, Auto Conclave, two-wheeler conclave. Through the partnership with FADA, we hope to be there. And we hope to talk to you. We hope to introduce you to our partners who can then take you through this journey. Now, why will you do this? Should you do this? Without sharing too much details, and I think there is shortage of time, so I'll just leave it at a little bit that all the dealerships who are using us now daily, they are seeing massive jump in volume of leads, but cost of leads are going down, cost of booking test drives are going down. It takes a little bit of hand-holding, a little bit of learning. We in this program will not just give you the tech solution, we will give you the toolkits. We will also give you the skilling, the creative program, how to run the best creatives, how to measure your ROI. And you can see a dashboard. सुबह को उठ के अपने मोबाइल फोन पे डैशबोर्ड देख लीजिएगा कि क्या कल क्या हुआ है. That's the level of sophistication of the product and its the partners that we work with. I will not take too much more time. I know it's the lunch hour and I already spoke about it, so I'm going to wrap in the next couple of minutes. Just remember, everybody to do with auto industry is here, is on our platforms, right? Whether it's the brands, whether it's Aaplog, the influencers who are today a very powerful force in the world of creating intent and interest and walk-ins, communities, groups, actual customers to hai hi, wo to dhoond hi rahe, and the auto business people, the ones who are the OEMs, the makers, the entire ecosystem, they are also there. If you want to create the right brand for your dealership, we will partner with you. And your page and your handle, Instagram handle and your Facebook page is actually your brand. And we will help you craft it in a way that it talks about the brand in the most unified, authentic way. Anyway, so I think I'm a little out of time, but remember a few things. When same study that I talked about, when a customer is coming into the cycle of buying, most of them have not made up their mind. Don't think that if somebody said, I want to buy a Tata Motors, they have made up their mind. They've got a preference. If you make yourself discoverable with the right content, right creative, you're likely to be able to have a conversation. They might still go and buy, and it's great. And everybody is part of the ecosystem. So there are multiple formats. Don't want to get into it. This is very technical. But remember, we are using all kinds of things. We can generate a lead, friction-free lead, right on the platform, right on Facebook. आपके auto details pre-fill होके आ जाएंगे. Or we can put you into a messenger chat or a work chat, or you can just directly call the dealership. All kinds of formats are now available. Just by putting the right ad out there, you can have a direct conversation with the customer. And the right customer. You don't have to advertise all over the city. The right customer in your radius. That's all I'll leave you with. Everything can be done. Test drives, financing options, discounts, loyalty program, promotions, festive offers. Festive is a very big time for you. And all our research shows this really counts. You know it. You know it better than I do. And finally, once you made the purchase, the CRM of it, the customer lifecycle value, how do you engage them, how do you upgrade them, how do you get them to buy more accessories, how do you get them to come into your dealership for the servicing, all of that, again through WhatsApp and Messenger. With that, I'll just wrap. Thank you so much for your time. We have ready partners, and we'll be seeing each of you at your locations, at the big conclaves with FADA's partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Meta, who are also our partners, and of course, we all know that they provide extremely crucial solutions to take your business to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our parallel sessions. Right here at the Darbar Hall, we will have the two-wheeler panel discussion on emerging opportunities and disruption. Simultaneously, there are 2 concurrent sessions which are being held at Mumtaz Hall, which is on scrappage, pot of gold, and the other session at Jahangir Hall. If I may just mention to you that Jahangir Hall is the mezzanine floor, and at Jahangir Hall we have the session on self-assessment health check. So you're requested to kindly join the session of your choice, and I'll just once again repeat. At Darbar Hall, we have the 2-wheeler panel discussion on emerging opportunities and disruption. At Mumtaz, we have scrappage, pot of gold. And at Jahangir Hall, we have self-assessment health check. And I'd like to request everybody to please join us back after the conclusion of these sessions. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Power Panel 1, which is on the 2-wheeler session. It's on the theme of emerging opportunities and disruptions. May I please welcome and invite on stage Mr. Ashutosh Verma, National Sales Head, Hero Motor Corp, Mr. Mayank Jain, CEO, New Auto, Car Dekho Group, Mr. Sabyasachi Chakrabarti, National Head Sales, Greaves Electric Mobility, Mr. Ashish Pandey, Chairperson, FADA, Madhya Pradesh, and last but not least, our session moderator, Mr. Hemal N. Thakkar, Director, Transport, Mobility and Logistics from CRISIL Limited. May I request everybody to please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our eminent speakers for this panel, ladies and gentlemen. That was not a hearty applause at all. Yeah, that's better. Well, with this, I'd like to now hand it over to our session moderator, Mr. Thakkar, requesting you to kindly make your opening remarks and moderate this session. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity, to the entire FADA team. We'll straight away get into the discussion mode, and
will get going. I know the industry has been through a very tumultuous situation in the last 2.5, 3 years. Ever since COVID struck us, we've not been able to, or we've been grappling to reach the fiscal 19 numbers of about 21 million for the last couple of years. And even in the next couple of years, that number seems a little challenging at this point of time. There have been several reasons, if I have to say so. Of course, price increase has been one major issue. There have been change in insurance norms and suppression of income because of COVID and other activities. We would have read a lot that we are seeing a K-shaped recovery, wherein, the bottom of the pyramid or the lower half of the pyramid, which contributes largely to the commuter segment, is seeing some struggle. And because of which we are seeing a lot of issues. My conversation with a lot of dealers also gives me a sense that there is some pain that we are seeing in the two-wheeler dealership space also, especially because, retails have not picked up as anticipated. And I'm sure situations would tend to get better with fiscal 24 being a pre-election year. Lot of support on the rural side is expected, which would probably lead to some positivity, in terms of retails for two-wheelers. But we still have a long way to go. And, with the good part is now RD is split into two parts. From April 23, we'll just see the part 1 coming in, which means we'll not see a significant increase in terms of cost, and which is a positive. But at an overall level, I would still say that the industry is not in a very good shape at this point of time, and there are too many disruptions. So we'll get started one by one, and I'll try to pose a few questions basis, the eminent panelists that I have, from their perspective, to understand how they are seeing it and how they are seeing the recovery shaping up. So if I may start with you, Ashutosh, we've seen that, as I mentioned, since FY19, it seems that recovery is barely visible in the two-wheeler space. I spoke about a few reasons, I'm sure you could add many to those, but these are primarily the reasons why we've seen a slowdown and, sales not picking up. Motorcycle sales have seen a little faster recovery as compared to scooters in the last 1 year or so, but the commuter segment still seems struggling, with respect to demand. And you being one of the largest players, what is your view? How are you seeing the market? And what are your insights on the same?
So thanks, Emil. First of all, a very happy New Year to all. Love coming here, interacting with everyone. So Emil, to your question, I think, almost around 4 months back, just prior to the festive, we had a similar session where there were a lot of questions as to how the festive would be. And as usual, the two-wheeler players were under spotlight. There was a lot of thinking that the market would not respond. Single-digit growth is what people were talking about. I remember I was flooded with questions when I walked out of this session in terms of the inventory being in line with the anticipated retails. And I guess across the industry, especially in two-wheelers, the kind of recovery that we saw in festive was phenomenal. Almost a healthy double-digit growth from what we have been seeing pretty much in the quarter leading up to festive was very, very confidence-inspiring. And I remember, I think, talking about some of those fundamental drivers. If you look at this year primarily, we saw quarter 1. Yes, of course, the industry was set back by COVID primarily. Second wave particularly was a disaster. People call it almost the worst disaster after partition, probably. That is how bad it was. And then, of course, coupled with the price rise, we saw the industry shrinking. But quarter 1, on the back of marriage demand, we saw strong bounce back. Quarter 2 was subdued, but scooters did exceptionally well. That point of time, the urban demand started coming back. And then in festive, I guess both of these manifested together. So as industry players, we are extremely optimistic of what holds for the future. In fact, this year, after 3 years, we are seeing growth. Of course, there are several reasons for it, but my sense is the road to recovery has already started, and we probably will see better times as we go into next year.
Hoping for the same, sir. But if we actually look at the fundamentals, do you still feel, we will gallop towards recovery, or it'll be a slow and gradual one? Because uh, after festive, if you see, the retails have again dropped significantly or sharply for that matter. And at least our discussions with channel partners also suggest that there is some concern that they are seeing, because they are in a way sitting on some stock, but at the same time, they are also hoping that, the fourth quarter turns out to be good. But on the ground, momentum doesn't seem to be that good. The only positive that I would say that I am seeing at this point of time is uh, rainfall has been reasonably decent, water table levels are good, and the sowing progress is pretty good, which means cash flows in the harvest season, maybe in March and April, would be much better. And with the global food crisis going on, and the government wanting to or willing to look at opening up of wheat exports, paddy exports, which form a major chunk of overall grains, the cash flows may improve. And hopefully, fiscal 24 should be a better year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess more so from a ground perspective, I mean, the way we see quarter four, of course, it's full of festivals, unlike last year. I mean, we'll have Ugadi, we'll have Padwa, we'll have the Navratra in this quarter. So I guess there are many positive things to look at. My sense is last quarter was absolutely absent of marriages. This quarter we have a lot of them. Yes. So we have positives. In fact, it's the balance of these positives and negatives that will manifest in the market, Hemal. And your guess is as good as mine, but we are extremely confident that we'll come back.
Fantastic. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. Sabyasachi, if I may come to you, the industry for electric vehicles has been on a roller coaster ride, if I have to say so. Of course, the base is low, but we are seeing significant momentum, traction. At CRISIL itself, when we've done this analysis, we see that, say in fiscal 21, when we looked at this industry, the top 10 cities contributed to almost 50% of sales. In fiscal 22, this dropped to about 20 to 23%. And now in fiscal 23, even lower, which means it's a widespread thing. Two-wheeler, electric, especially high speed now, are getting accepted across the nation. Of course, there still continues to be some, I would say, notion around range anxiety, etc., which will, I'm sure, get overcome over a period of time. But with a lot of offerings like detachable batteries and, such kind of things, we are actually seeing this industry moving very positively. And for the last couple of months, if we see, we've been consistently looking at anywhere in the range of 75 or 1,000 units being sold per month. So which means they are also posing a huge challenge to the, ICE scooter industry per se, if I have to say so, because on the motorcycle side, we currently do not have any options for the buyers, but on the scooter side, we are seeing some kind of pressure. So from that perspective, how are you seeing this shape up? Are you still having backlogs in terms of, your order book being there and you're not able to fulfill because of supply? Or, is the situation getting better on the demand side also?
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you. Happy New Year to all, and thank you for FEDA for inviting us on this session. For your question, in fact, the way we look at it, as you very rightly said, we are seeing a double-digit growth in the industry from this year to the next year also. We are expected to double next year. So, and your observation is also very correct that as far as our business is concerned, we see a very significant growth happening in the tier 2 and the tier 3 and the tier 4 cities, in fact. And a lot of our new dealership openings which are happening more in the tier 3, tier 4 towns, and there have been quite acceptability of the EV by itself is decent. I would not say very good, but very decent. As far as the brand that I represent in, it's primarily made in such a way with the price point also being so lucrative that it is easy for a first-time buyer, and most of our customers are first-time buyers, to actually even experiment with an EV by itself and take it. EV is always the second vehicle in the house. It is never the primary vehicle of the house. Okay, it's like I have a motorcycle or I have a car. I want something for my child or something for my wife or something. So this is and they have a short distance or predominantly within the city to have traveled, so this EV becomes an option for that, and that's basically opening up. My friend said, quarter 3 has been exceptionally good. Quarter 4 is going to look very good for us. As far as the supply issues are concerned, they are minor on and off. We have that. Basically, when we did a AIS phase 1 compliance issue, which was there by 30th of November, we had a drop in the first 15 days of December, and now the production has started, so we are back on track. So we don't have any issues as of now that there is a demand and a supply is not being able to be met.
So Sabyasachi, just one question as a follow-up there. I was also speaking to Ashutosh about it, just before we got into this discussion. Is it fair to assume that EV two-wheelers on the scooter side and ICE scooters would coexist, or you would say that there will be cannibalization going forward?
Very tempting for me to answer the second part, but I think probably for the next 2 years, definitely they will be coexisting. But yesterday when I saw the Auto Expo,
absolutely,
if you look at every single vehicle that has been launched, has been all on the EV space. Other than the Maruti Jimny, which was launched yesterday. If you look at the two-wheeler space, the three-wheeler space, every single vehicle, four-wheeler space, buses, trucks, everything that has been launched is launched in the EV space. Not everything is going to happen in the next, say, couple of weeks or months down the line. This is just a starting phase, but I see a trend shifting towards that.
No, the reason I asked you is because you mentioned that there are a lot of first-time buyers. So is it that an existing scooter owner, if he would want to replace, he would not look at an electric scooter? Basis your own buyers that you would have over the last year and a half or two, if you look at their profile, will you see a lot of them, already owning scooters earlier and are opting for e-scooters, as you rightly said, could be a second one, could be a second vehicle option? Or even on the new side, is it that they were planning to buy an ICE scooter and now are wanting to buy an electric?
See, the way I look at it, that they were actually an ICE user who have upgraded, migrated to a EV, whatever way you can put it, as a second option because of the single biggest USP on an EV space is the economics of operation.
True.
So if, for example, the people who are sitting in this room, if the fuel prices increase by 10, 20 rupees, our lives may not be that much disturbed. But a person who is earning 30, 40, 50,000 rupees a month, his budget goes for a toss.
Got it.
And that is where he sees EV as an option that, okay, I need extra mobility in my house or in my family. I don't think I'm going to afford an additional fuel cost. And that is where I think he looks at EV as a cheaper option to come into. And that's where the attraction of the EV is happening. It's also very interesting, it's also happening more at a commercial or a semi-commercial kind of an operation. So I am running, say a milk distribution in my area. So, and in the evening I take my child out for a ride to his tuition or school or whatever it is, or my family out. So that is where I think he started using the adoption at EV at the SME segment, at the MSME segment, that has started happening now, which I've observed very strongly. And more into the bigger cities like Chennai, Delhi, that's happening.
On the commercial, yes, but do you think, sorry to put you in a spot, but post the FAME subsidy ending in fiscal 24, which as of now, I'm sure it would get enhanced, but if it does not get, or if it does not continue post fiscal 24, do you see this growth happening at the same pace, or you see a concern there?
See, it all depends on how you are actually, the numbers, how they go up to by the time we are at the moment at the option of next year FAME subsidy getting over by 24. If the numbers go up well, your economics of scale starts kicking in for the EVs. Obviously,
Absolutely.
Your production costs come down, your BOM costs come down, and that's how you are be able to maintain the space. Yes, there might be a marginal increase in the price.
Sure.
I can understand that will happen.
Sure.
But I think by that time, the consumers will be more adaptive towards this entire technology. Okay, today, see, as an EV seller, the challenge is two ways. One, you have to convince a person to convert from a IC to an EV. So that's a challenge first. Second is to convert from the brand, whichever it is, A, B, C, or D in the EV space. Wherein in IC today, the customer comes to an outlet very clear in his mind. He doesn't have a technology challenge. He knows an IC right from so many years, and he's very confident. Then it's a choice of a brand A, brand B, brand C, or brand D. I am sure even the four-wheeler category also, when you are getting into an EV, it's the same challenge that is there. One is converting them into a four-wheeler or a new four-wheeler on an EV, and then of course a choice of a brand.
Fantastic. Thanks for those responses. Moving to you, Mayank, what I would want to understand from you is, you've been if I may use that word, you guys have been a new kid on the block, with respect to disruption in the last couple of years, with online platforms coming in, and you guys have been playing your role there. So, you have a lot of platforms for generating new inquiries for existing two-wheelers as well as EVs. And you've been quite active in that space for the last 3 to 4 years at least, if I have to say so. And very recently, even on the EV side, where you are having either, arrangements or engagements with EV manufacturers, wherein you are generating leads for them and, you are helping them close a lot of deals. What is also happening in this bargain is a lot of these manufacturers are more on the B2C side, wherein there is no physical infrastructure in the form of a dealership that exists. But yes, there is also a need felt that there should be some point of sale, some point of contact in case if there is any issue, with the vehicle or with the product. And we are increasingly seeing, phygital getting developed very, very clearly, wherein probably dealership sizes are getting a little smaller on the EV side, but there is a fair element of digital in it. How do you see this space, or how have you seen this in the last couple of years, if you want to share some views on that?
First of all, good afternoon to everyone. Look, as the Car Dekho group, we run multiple platforms. As most of you would be aware, Bike Dekho is one of the major platforms that we run along with Power Drift, Zig Wheels. And across these multiple platforms, we aggregate close to about 75 million monthly active users. Now that's a very, very significant number, right? About 7.5 crore people are visiting one of these digital platforms or one of our apps every month. So we get a lot of data. And from that data, I'd like to share, a couple of insights that have been coming around, and something that I often go and talk to when I meet up with the OEMs, both on IC side as well as on the EV side, as well as dealer partners. And that is, today, the number of inquiries or the leads that we are generating on EVs is close to about 200,000 a month. Wow. 2 lakh inquiries every month. If I were to compare that number with the IC inquiries for two-wheelers, it's already about 25% of the IC inquiries that we generate on our platform.
Wow.
Now, if you look at what this number looked like, say, about a year back, it was in single digits. And it's already jumped up to about 25%. So very clearly, because, on digital, the customers will start to research, will start to, compare different products, will, read a lot of articles about whether I should buy an IC or an EV. If it's EV, which EV, what kind of a battery. And so very clearly what this data is showing is that the interest for EV is certainly going up. And I think if the supply chain, if production, if the chips are all able to keep up with that demand, then EV sales will certainly go up. I'm sure most of us have seen lots of different facts and figures around, the EV adoption in this country going up in two-wheelers. We bear testament based on the data that we are seeing that is clearly happening. The interest is far more than the actual retail volumes that you see today, for EVs. Now, the way I see, I think there is an interesting challenge in front of all IC dealers going forward. IC is certainly going to remain. I completely agree with Mr. Sabyasachi that both IC and EV will coexist. For how long, we don't know. But they will coexist for a certain certain length of time. And so the question for dealers who are today primarily IC dealers is how do you adapt to this changing market scenario? And I think very clearly, as a technology company, as a digital company, what we've realized is that the way bike market works or the way bike dealers work in this country and the way car dealers work or car OEMs work, it's very different. Absolutely. Right? When you talk to car dealers often take the responsibility for generating leads. So the responsibility for generating leads is not just the OEM's responsibility, it's also a shared responsibility for the car dealers. Car dealers as well invest. Whether through us or through Facebook or through Google, car dealers invest to generate inquiries. But that's not been how the bike industry has developed. Ashutosh would know better than I. But, for the longest time, there was no need to generate inquiries. And I think today, if the IC market is facing this systemic challenge going forward, I completely agree with Ashutosh that the challenges in the recent past around pandemic and around economic issues that you raised or regulatory issues, I think those will go away. We are also seeing that the bottoming out with respect to the falling demand, right? IC used to be a 21 million strong market. It came down to about 14 million. So clearly it came down dramatically, but that I think has bottomed out to some extent. But the question is that do dealer partners, do OEMs have to continue to work in the fashion in which they worked before, or do they have to start to evolve? Our belief is that there is opportunity to evolve in that sense. Coming to the point around phygital, I very much believe, and I mean, we've been doing lots of pilots, lots of experiments, working with a number of EV OEM partners around, what sort of models might work in future with respect to, the kind of experience that customers would want. We've been piloting, various models that I'd love to talk about maybe later on as well. And very clearly, the sort of experience that customers are going to seek will be a phygital experience. It's not going to be a purely physical experience. It won't purely be a digital experience. And it will, I think both will need to coexist to be able to serve the needs of the customer. And I think the exciting opportunity for the industry to evolve in very, very different ways. So if you ask me, would the industry for EV, say 5 years from now, resemble how the IC industry has looked 5 years back? My guess is it'll look very different.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely. So that brings me to you, Mr. Pandey. Your thoughts, your views, you've seen that the industry has been through a tough time, the dealership segment, especially in the last 4 to 5 years. And as Ashutosh mentioned, ever since COVID hit, the situation has been a little tough for two-wheeler dealers, especially with price rise, the fuel prices going up, and at the same time incomes being in a way very controlled, other expenses going up because of inflation going up, again priorities changing, and as Sabyasachi also alluded to that, this segment will have only so much in terms of resources in its pool, and hence, very limited choices. So how has the viability of dealerships got impacted during, these years? Also, another point that I would like to touch upon, as a subsequent point is, we've seen that in many cities, even in a city like Bombay, where I come from, we've seen that multi-brand outlets has, worked phenomenally well for a city like Mumbai, where, viability of a dealership probably improves when you are an MBO as compared to, an authorized dealer. So I have nothing against an authorized dealership per se, but that's a concept which has worked beautifully in the two-wheeler space, not so much in the PV space, I would say. But in the two-wheeler space, we are seeing a lot of sub-dealers, which are largely MBOs, if I have to say so. So your thoughts on these 2 points would be really helpful.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah, good afternoon. First of all, I will start with the EV.
Sure, sir.
Because the trend seems to be heavily skewed towards electric vehicles, especially as far as the two-wheelers are concerned. So if you see the industry, it occupies now a handsome 5% share, which was non-existent a few years back.
Sure.
More so, if we talk about ATSC, or you can say scooters, it is now around 16%, which is quite healthy.
Absolutely.
This, in spite of the fact that some unorganized players are there, their sales are not taken into account.
Sure.
Apart from that, most of the companies, electric vehicle companies, have to yet ramp up their productions. Companies like Ampere or Ether, Ola, all are having a long waiting list even now. This, in spite of the fact that the charging infrastructure does not inspire too much confidence. This, in spite of the fact that most of the OEMs who make IC engines have not come in full swing into the market. So, what does this indicate? It clearly indicates that EV is the idea whose time has come. IC engine sales has dropped, as we know. Various reasons are there. Ashutosh ji was quite vocal about it, so I need not repeat it. Most of the OEMs who make IC engines, they plan to have experience EV showrooms.
Right.
So how does it augur for the existing IC engine dealers? Because as we see, by 2030, 80% of bi-wheeler sale is going to be electric vehicle. So what will happen to the IC engine dealers if they have to continue purely on IC engines? What I feel, and I would like to reiterate, is that those OEMs who make IC engine, who are shortly going to venture out into EV, should offer the existing IC engine dealer the option to sell EV under the same roof. Positively and strongly I say that. Now, from the viability point of view, cost of ownership from 2018 to 2023 of a bi-wheeler has gone up by 48% on-road price. Hero, as like Ashutosh ji would vouch, has faced the major brunt on their entry-level motorcycle sale on account of that. So, there is a strong case for OEMs of IC engine to look into the viability of the existing IC dealers, increase their margins on sales, on spare parts, and on service. You will be surprised to note that two-wheeler service rate for the first service in 2001 used to be less than 100 rupees. It still remains to be less than 100 rupees. Is it not shocking? It is very, very shocking. See how the expenses have gone up in the last 22 years, but OEMs are unconcerned about that. Apart from that, as far as my fraternity is concerned, they need to exercise financial prudence and optimize their resources. They need to cut the flap around infrastructure, staff salary. They need to do activities also. Marketing is very important, but mostly out of the box, below the line activities, you should get them inquiries and results. And they should strictly look into their inventory and stocks. Here, I would request the OEMs to pay heed to it. Kindly ensure that they have only so much stock as is required. Because as you would realize, in the past 1 year, the bank interest rate have gone up very vastly. So interest cost and warehousing cost is a major cost for a bi-wheeler dealer. Sure. And not to say the least, I would appeal to the government to reduce the taxes on two-wheelers. And as far as your multi-brand outlet is concerned, I think it's going to happen sooner or later. Sure. And it will be a viable option. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for your views. I think, it resonates with a lot of people. You can see them. You have your entire community here. Not to put Ashutosh in a spot also, but it's a case where it's a general feedback which I feel is for the ICE community, not specific maybe to Hero. But what we are seeing is, yes, there is some challenge that we are seeing in terms of retails. I'm sure, the OEM fraternity is also aware of it. And we are now seeing the traditional OEMs also, say whether it's Hero, whether it's, Bajaj, TVS, they are also looking at EVs in a big way, and they are wanting to ramp up capacities on the electric vehicle side going forward. So I'm sure that is also going to bring some cheer to the existing dealers, because it's just the start, and Delhi abhi bahut dur hai. So but I can completely resonate with your emotions. The industry has been through very tough times in the last 3 to 4 years. Some of them, yes, they are controllable. Some of them are not. Like you rightly mentioned, at least things like, even I'm surprised if you say that you're going to get 100 rupees for a service, right, in 2001, and if the rate remains same today, it's a concern. And others on the inventory side, even I would tend to agree to that, yes, you need to rationalize stocks on an ongoing basis. Of course, pre-festive, we've always seen in India there is a push. But post that, there has to be rationalization. And I'm sure, hoping that, the same would happen over a period of time. Moving on from here, if we look at a little long term from where we are today, in the Automobile Expo, we've also seen some display with respect to flex fuels in the two-wheeler space. And we've seen EV as another option, which is already playing out. And you very rightly mentioned, and really stark numbers, 5% of overall sales, but 16% of scooter sales, which is a very stark number. If you actually look at the way things are playing out, I really feel that over the next 3 to 4 years, we will see so many EV scooters on road that the ICE scooters would probably start feeling a lot of heat and pressure. What is also important, and what I would want to understand from each one of you here, is that when we look at EVs, we always say that the number of moving parts are going to be much lower than what you see in an ICE vehicle. Of course, there is always an argument that if you leave aside the drivetrain, everything else remains the same. Of course, it would. But, wear and tear of parts would happen over a period of time. And today, for a dealership, a lot of its revenues, and not only revenues, but also margins, come from the service and spares, kind of division, for that matter. Going forward, if we see a reduction in that revenue and hence margins, how do you plan to either address this, or, is there a thought behind re-looking at incentive structure for two-wheeler dealers, especially on the EV side? I don't know, maybe Ashutosh, if you want to throw some light on it, and then, Sabyasachi, how do you guys do it currently? It'll be good to know about it.
Sorry, if I got your question right, you're saying how do we incentivize beyond margins on the EV side?
One could be that, or do you see that the margin structure for EVs is going to be quite different as compared to ICE? Because the service and spares income is going to be fairly low.
Sure. So, honestly, I take care of the ICE business, and I felt that Ashishji's most questions were directed at me only, and I could I could see all the claps. But I mean, I just want to go back a couple of steps and just try and clear a few things. I think Himal, you mentioned, then Ashishji subsequently mentioned about the overall stress on commuter. I think people have been talking about customers preferring performance mode bikes, and is that the end of the commuter era? Is that the end of the entry era? I think whatever subdued sales that you've seen in the commuter category is not because of customers trading up, but actually customers going down, right? And I mean, BS6 price increases was a major contributor. I mean, almost 30%. In fact, if you look at last year, and I was just looking at data across manufacturers, price of one of our scooters went up by almost 14,000 this year, and so was two of the closest competitors. So the industry has moved, the pricing in the industry has moved significantly in the last couple of years, I would say, and that has put some stress in the overall. Of course, we know what has happened to the disposable income. So that's what, I mean, just a matter of time. We have seen it, and when it comes back, my sense is it comes back with a vengeance. And when people say that it is the end, then I would just say that just please try and look beyond the fog that you see here, and it'll get better.
I would completely support that, and I'm not denying. Even I am of a very strong believer that we need about 2 to 3 years of consistent 7.5% GDP growth for the commuter segment or the lower compact segment to bounce back. Even I would not write it off. Sorry.
Yeah, and I go back to the other question. I'm not a service professional. My colleague, I mean, from what I could understand from the business side is, I mean, free service, for example, you spoke about free service margins. I guess free service is at that 100 rupees or whatever that rate might be across the industry, is largely to pull the customer into your outlets, right? And that's where I guess I go back to your question, which is where does the future margins lie? The future margins lie in the service side of the business, but first you'll have to pull those customers in, right? And I guess if we look at the upfront costs or that we have to incur in the acquisition cost. The acquisition cost might seem like a bit high because what you're spending a lot more, but I guess the potential upsell opportunity, I mean, today in the service side of the business, there are so many different value adds that has come in that increase to the profitability tremendously. Again, I'm not the expert to talk about it, but even in the new two-wheeler side, my sense is the future of the business is going to be much more decision-making outside, and then coming and all about spending a lot of time at your outlets where you get an opportunity to upgrade the customer, to do more accessories, probably to figure out more and more advanced financing and insurance solutions. So I guess these are the possible areas in which, and I guess that's the way probably the industry would move forward.
Sure. Thanks for your input. Sabyasachi?
Before I answer that question, a point which Ashishji made was on the supply side of Ampere. I think we are absolutely online in what the dealer wants. So we are not on a shortage at all at any point of time. In fact, many of our dealers do the complaint otherwise that, you sometimes push a couple of here and a couple of there in any particular month. In terms of service, I think, let's say EV as a space, I think the quantum of two-wheelers in the market are relatively lower. So we have a 3S model with all our dealers. Okay, they all operate on the 3S, but we have a relatively lower revenue on service. And vis-a-vis an ICE, we compensate disproportionately higher on sales than on service right now to do it. ICE servicing, compared to ICE, EV servicing is relatively faster because it's more of a turnaround in terms of certain material. We also see that in the service industry, scooter servicing industry, or two-wheeler servicing industry, there will be a lot of platonic changes that are going to come in the next 2 to 3 years in terms of different agencies getting into it. So that itself is going to be completely different. So probably dealerships and OEMs put together need to think how we are going to look at this entire segment altogether.
Sure.
Okay, so for example, you have this 2-3 operators who are running this servicing industry completely, which is
Go Mechanic.
Go Mechanic and similar. There are a lot of other things which are there. So again, the two-wheeler user typically has a mindset to save the last this thing and go anywhere to get his bike repaired, serviced, or whatever it is. So until unless it's a new bike and he has a 3-4 free services or whatever it is in a particular customer. So I think the servicing industry will also go through a huge change. That's my belief, both for EV and for ICE.
Sure.
And these changes are going to, completely relook at this entire space.
But one important conclusion basis what you said is you guys would typically incentivize the dealer more than what they would do in an ICE space, because you are in a way aware that today volumes are lower in the market, so there is a need for making the dealer viable. Second, you are aware that on the service front, the revenue count may not be as high as what you would have anticipated had it been an ICE. And that was the reason why, that delta exists today.
Absolutely, because
Fair point.
in an ICE industry, a dealer today logically makes about 40 to 50% of his revenues from service industry by itself. And
More than that, sir.
More than that? Yeah. So I'm being conservative on that. So
Yeah.
it's been more than that. Okay. So it would be lesser, but I'm saying about 40-50% is what they make. So in a case of a in a EV, it is not like that as of now. So obviously we will have to compensate a dealer accordingly. And another very important point, which is something that we are also seeing as an overall consumer, there is a cost consciousness which many consumers are now going through. This is a journey in India which we observe, especially in the younger lot, which is the people who are typically a two-wheeler or a EV or a IC buyer. So we have to be aware of what the customer of the future is also thinking when we are bringing in new products and new services to them. So that's also going to be a very interesting way when you look at customer analysis and do a little more deep dive into his behavioral trends.
Sure. Moving on to you, Mayank, also wanted to understand that, we spoke about phygital, Ashutosh also mentioned a few things, which are really important, with things like extending support to dealers in terms of finance, insurance, the payouts is something that they may get in terms of revenue. And similarly, you guys are working, with various fintechs, or if I have to say, having a lot of these fintechs on your platform to facilitate financing. How have you seen this, kind of change? And do you see that, this is going to be the way forward? Because as you also rightly mentioned, and, as we are observing, and as also Mr. Pandey mentioned that, probably it's time where, you may not have to, or you may not want to invest so much, in terms of your dealerships, in terms of the initial capital cost that you put in, and you would want to focus more on how to sell your vehicles. So from that perspective, how are you seeing the landscape change?
So, I mentioned earlier that, we've been running various experiments with some OEMs and with some dealers. Two things have stood out for us. One, I think digital lending is going to be a very, very key enabler for the adoption of the EV market. If you think about the customer experience that you typically get when you walk into a two-wheeler showroom, getting a loan can be quite intimidating for that set of customers. And I think if you are able to enable and provide them a digital lending journey, then it reduces the barrier that a lot of those customers have with respect to the ability to be able to buy and walk out of a showroom with a purchase. Now, this is something that we've been able to now create. It's a little known fact. Most people know us as the Car Dekho group that does used cars and new auto and media and content. But we have a brand called Rupee, which is now one of the largest fintech players in the automotive space. Last month, we disbursed close to about 700 crore of loans through Rupee. On Rupee, there are all the banks that are integrated, and we provide that platform to all our dealer partners for them to be able to, in one shot, be able to get access to lending and be able to make sure that the customer walks out with a loan. Now, on that, we've also created a digital lending a digital lender of our own. So we acquired an NBFC license. And that digital lender, it's a completely digitized journey. And the entire lending actually happens through a QR code. So we give dealers a QR code that they are able to have at their showrooms. The customer, everyone has a smartphone. And so when the customer just opens up the camera, scans the QR code, the entire approval of the lending case and the disbursal literally happens in minutes. And that's because all of the process happens through this AI ML tool. Now, a tool like that, I think, ends up becoming a real enabler in the two-wheeler industry, not just for EVs, but for that matter, even for IC. Sure. The second thing that we've noticed is the importance of home demo. Now, in the two-wheeler industry, a test drive was never, it was an alien concept, right? Unlike cars, where you would always need to have a test drive. In two-wheelers, nobody's ever needed to have a test drive, right? You pretty much know if you want to buy a Splendor or a Platina, or right? But in EVs, I wouldn't call it test drive. I would call it actually the demo. I think a demo is very, very important. And that's because there is this anxiety around the product. People have thousands of questions. So there is an aspect around education. And so I think it's really important for all of us to understand that, look, are we today equipped to be able to give customers who walk in the right demo experience? If we try and sell EVs the same way ICs were sold, then perhaps that's not going to be the case. I remember walking into a showroom with my driver once, and nobody in the showroom was actually coming forward and even addressing the driver. He was sort of standing in the corner, and nobody was really entertaining him. Until I had to call one of the, showroom staff and say, hey, look, there's a customer here. Can you, give him the, show him the product? And I think that's something that we've seen. We've enabled with some OEMs and with some dealer partners the ability to do home test drive or home demos. And that's actually going a long way. So what we found is that about 50% customers are opting in for a home demo. And of those customers, about 30% of them actually end up making a purchase on an EV vehicle. So this is, again, something that we are trying to create through our technology, through our digital platform, and something that we would be able to bring to both OEMs and dealer partners to be able to, help grow the EV industry and, for that matter, the two-wheeler industry going forward.
Interesting, very interesting. 2 points you kind of focused on, very sharp. One is fintech, 700 crores of disbursement, kudos. It's a huge number. Even if it is across product segments, it's still a huge number. And the second very interesting point, that till date, two-wheeler customers were never accustomed to or used to or wanting to or never saw the need for a test drive. That is what you guys recognized, and you are trying to facilitate that or enable that, looking at the opportunity that is available in the market. Yes, Sabyasachi, you want to add?
But in the EV space, we have seen it's 100% test drive first, and then he decides to buy.
Fantastic.
100% test
Fantastic.
drive.
Very.
You're absolutely right. It's 100% test drive. What I was saying was 50% customers are opting for a home test drive rather than walking into the showroom. The ability to provide them the convenience of being able to come to their home and bring that experience into their home, that was surprising that 50% opted for that.
So before concluding, I think we are almost running out of time. If Mr. Pandey, you would like to put in 2 or 3 points from the dealership fraternity perspective, wherein on the EV side, if you would want certain things from the OEMs, in terms of maybe certain type of business model, certain structures in terms of margin structures, what is it that you would expect from the OEM, on the EV side? You've been in the ICE business for so long, based on your experience and what you're seeing in the market, what is it that you would want from an EV OEM?
I think I've already spoken about what my expectations are from OEM as far as ICE dealers are concerned and what they expect from the OEM. I think like OEM, I think specifically they should have an open dialogue with the dealers, heart-to-heart discussions, and it should not be one way. They should understand the challenges which are being faced by the ICE engine dealers. And I think one appeal which I would like to make to the OEM is to not indulge in enforcing purchase of consumables, like oil, accessories, and tires and batteries. They can have some specifications And they should ensure that the, the fraternity sticks to those, like
Mr. Pandey,
qualitative
those
specification.
points are noted. I would say we should not.
And there is another thing which I would like to reiterate over here and say very strongly is that expansion should be done with the concurrence of the existing dealers.
Sure.
And I hope that everyone falls into the ambit of MDA. And I must appreciate like MG Motor for having adopted that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have some time for. Okay, fine. Thank you. I think we'll conclude the panel. Thank you everyone for patiently listening to us. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our speakers, for your insightful deliberations on the two-wheeler segment, stating the opportunities and the challenges. May I now request Mr. Amar Jatin Seth and Mr. Bharat Shodhya to please come on stage and felicitate our panelists along with our session moderator. Let's have one more big round of applause for our panel, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to kindly settle down. As you know that we now have the presentation of the Lifetime Achievement Award to the Indian auto industry, and we are very pleased and honored to have with us Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairperson in Space Department of Space Government of India, with us here. So I would So as we commence the presentation of the Lifetime Achievement Award, I'd firstly like to invite Mr. Ashish Harshraj Kale, and I request him to kindly read the citation of Dr. Pavan Goenka.
Yeah. I'll request everyone to settle down, please. Ruku. We'll just wait a minute as people are joining from the concurrent sessions which have just ended for this main program. Lot of confusion. Okay. I think both the sessions have ended and people are in. I love my assignment which was given to me today because I get to read the accomplishments of a person whom I have admired, personally admired over the last 2 decades and more. Dr. Pawan Goenka worked at the General Motors R&D Center in Detroit, USA from 1979 to 1993. He is credited with pioneering research in engine design and development. His methods for the analysis of engine bearings and engine friction are practiced at General Motors even today, 30 years later. Thereafter, he joined Mahindra & Mahindra Limited as General Manager R&D. During his R&D tenure, he led the development of the Scorpio SUV and built Mahindra's product development capability and infrastructure. He was appointed COO of the automotive sector in April 2003, President of the automobile sector in September 2005, and President of automotive and farm equipment sectors in April 2010. Dr. Goenka was appointed the Executive Director and President, Automotive and Farm Sector, and on the board of the company on 23rd September 2013. He retired from Mahindra as Managing Director and CEO on 1st April 2021. Dr. Pawan Goenka is often referred to as the father of the iconic SUV, Scorpio. He is acknowledged internationally as an expert in automotive design, development, engineering, and manufacturing. Dr. Goenka uses his left brain scientific thinking to its full potential. His ability to engage his left brain with his creative right brain is what makes him exceptional. Along his career, Dr. Goenka has received several awards. In January 2011, he was honored with the Automotive Man of the Year award by NDTV Car and Bike. In December 2011, he featured as Autocar Professionals Man of the Year. He was conferred the CV Man of the Year by the Apollo CV Awards 2012 in recognition of his extensive contribution within the automotive industry in India and globally. Dr. Goenka has been awarded the 2016 FICITA Medal of Honor, which is bestowed for his particularly distinguished achievement and leadership in the global automotive industry, and he is the only Indian to receive this prestigious recognition. In March 2021, Dr. Goenka was conferred with the Param Shresht Award by Car and Bike and honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award by Autocar India for his contribution to the Indian auto industry. In March 2022, he was also honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award by Automotive Component Manufacturers Association, ACMA, as we all know of it. Ladies and gentlemen, Federation of Automobile Dealers Association congratulates Dr. Pawan Goenka and is delighted and privileged to felicitate him on this day of 13th January 2023 with the Lifetime Achievement Award for the Indian auto industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd invite Mr. Nikunj Sanghi, Mr. Bharat M. Sanghi, and Mr. Manish Raj Singhania to come on stage. Quite a tall order indeed, and we are really, really proud and honored to have His gracious presence with us, Dr. Pavan Goenka. He's one of the iconic gems of the industry. So many congratulations to you, Dr. Pavan Goenka. May I now invite you to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Good afternoon. As the morning program got delayed, my two appearances here got combined into one. So I'll do both the acceptance speech as well as my talk on fit and future ready. So let me first thank FADA from the bottom of my heart for the recognition that they have given me. Coming from dealer fraternity, it means a lot more to me because dealers are the key to success for any automobile company anywhere in the world. I'm also humbled by the revered company that this award puts me in, because I know that FADA is not in the habit of giving lifetime achievement awards, and it's very rarely they have been doing it in the last several years, so that also makes me very proud to have received this recognition from you. Friends, I believe that my biggest lifetime achievement is the strong bond, friendship, love, and respect that I've received from people that I've worked with in my career. And the dealers are on top of that list because I have always felt a certain amount of energy, certain amount of fulfillment whenever I've interacted with our dealers. Of course, more so with Mahindra dealers, my interaction than rest of you. You are the backbone of the industry. You are the ones who connect the industry to the OEMs. And therefore, again, coming from you, it means a lot to me. I would say that God has been very kind to me, right from the beginning. An opportunity to go to what was then the best engineering college in India, IIT Kanpur. An opportunity to go to one of the best universities in USA, Cornell University. An opportunity to work for what was at that time the most respected automotive company, General Motors. An opportunity to come back to India at the right time and work for a great organization, Mahindra & Mahindra. An opportunity to work for, that happens only for few professionals, work for a project like Scorpio, which redefined Mahindra & Mahindra at that time. An opportunity to move from R&D to general management. That doesn't happen very often to R&D people. And then being able to develop some successful products, some not so successful products, and work with many of you here to bring Mahindra & Mahindra where it is today. And obviously, I'm very proud with the last 3 products that got launched in Mahindra, the blockbusters, one of which happened before I retired and 2 after I retired. But I had the privilege of starting those projects. And I'm waiting eagerly for the XUV 400, because that will be the last of the project that I had started during my career. And I'm sure that will be on the blockbuster for all the Mahindra dealers. I would also say that I'm proud to see how the auto industry has progressed in the last 30 years. It certainly is a feeling of achievement for all of us who have been in the industry. From a budding industry started in early 90s to being number 3 in sales in the world just after 30 years is an amazing achievement for an industry that is just about one generation. And clearly, dealers have played a big role in this transformation. And not only they have played a big role, you have transformed yourself in this time frame. Those of you who have been in the business long enough, if you compare to your infrastructure at that time to what it is today, if you compare the quality of salespeople, service people that you have, if you compare the training that you're providing, if you look at the processes that you follow today, if you look at the customer centricity that is embedded in each one of the dealerships, you would see the transformation that has happened in Indian dealerships is as impressive as the transformation that has happened to the automotive industry. And I would also say that FADA's role is commendable in this transformation. In fact, I remember the first FADA meeting that I came to was probably in 2006. And what got talked about at that time was very trivial. What gets talked about today is very strategic. And it was very rare to see dealers come in a jacket and a tie. And today I see most of you are wearing a jacket and a tie. So that also is a transformation. The industry has gone through lots of ups and downs during the last 20, 25 years. And I would say that all of you have passed the test of time with a lot of resilience. I would now say that the best of the auto industry in India is still ahead of us, not behind us. And there's so much more excitement about it. So let me now kind of move towards the theme of the day, fit and future ready. So I will start by saying that over the last 22 years that I have been interacting with the dealers, Mahindra dealers will confirm this, that I have refrained from giving gyan to the dealers. And this has happened because of an incident that many of you know, so I will not spend too much time on it. But when I was going for my first dealer meet in 2002 or 2003, my son asked me where I was going. And since you have heard the story, I won't go through the full story. But the last question after a series of questions was, but Papa, you have never sold anything. How do you think you are going to tell the dealers how to sell better? Don't they know better than you do how to sell the cars? And that question really was a very insightful question coming from a 13, 14-year-old at that time. Because sometimes OEMs start thinking that we are telling you how to do well. But all the dealers who do well are not the ones because the OEM is telling you to do X, Y, Z, but because you have been doing X, Y, Z in the right way. And the same goes true for fit and future ready. Nobody can tell you what you need to be fit. Nobody can tell you what you need to be future ready. You know it well. It's only a question of implementing it. Now, I told you that I've never given gyan to the dealers, but I lied. There's one area where I was very passionate about and gave a lot of gyan to our dealers, and in fact, constantly kept repeating it in all the MDAP conferences of Mahindra. And that was about customer centricity. You all know, the Mahindra dealers especially, how close to my heart that subject was. In fact, the last award in Mahindra dealerships was always the award for customer centricity, and not for sales numbers, not for revenue, not for market share, anything like that. And this also was the result of one thing that happened way back in 2003, when Mr. Anand Mahindra had put up a chart of JD Power CSI and SSI scores, where Mahindra and another automotive company from India was at the absolute bottom. And that was a shock to me. I said it cannot be. An Indian company in India cannot be at the bottom of customer satisfaction. And that's when our journey started. And though all of you, each one of you in this room, have come a long ways in terms of customer centricity, I especially want to thank my Mahindra dealer friends for taking my call for this subject very, very seriously The promise statement that you put up in your dealerships, both showroom and service stations, you took very seriously, and today you have transformed to be as customer-centric as anybody else in India. Now, fit for future. So I would say to be fit for future and fit and future ready, you have to still do what you have always been doing. The time for that is not over. In fact, Mr. Pandey still talked about the same things that I've been hearing for the last 15, 20 years from dealers on this, and this you want from OEMs. So that will never go away. You still need to focus on infrastructure, you still need to focus on manpower, you still need to focus on financial discipline. But clearly things are changing. And as I said earlier, I'm not going to tell you anything that you don't know already. In fact, whatever you didn't know perhaps was covered in the Naruma talk in the morning. So there are 5 or 6 things that I just want to touch upon very quickly. The first one is the digitalization of entire customer journey, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. Second one is electrification of vehicles. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Third one is value-added revenue stream. Now, value-added revenue stream would become very important for future because many of the revenue streams that were traditionally there are drying up. And therefore, you obviously have to look at the new ones. What can you do with the connectivity subscription? What can you do with things that are connected to automotive? How do you come out with these kind of things? How do you monetize data? And you all have to think about the revenue streams beyond your sales and service. The fourth item is emergence of used car business as an organized business. And it was talked about in the morning. Many of you believe that that business is going to grow. But I would say that, I don't know if something has changed in the last 2-3 years, but often the dealers took used car as a necessary devil that they have to deal with, and not something that can become mainstream in terms of your revenue and profit. In USA, you know that every dealer has a used car lot, as big as the new car lot, right? And India also, that change has, you are letting the car decos and car trades take away the used car opportunity. Perhaps you need to do a little bit more in that area. The fourth one is emergence of service aggregators, such as Go Mechanic. Now, there are many who believe that they are not a serious threat because the cars are getting very, very complex and the roadside mechanics can never really compete with you. I would urge you not to take it lightly because they cannot do everything that you need to do, but they may take the cream away from you. They may take the sort of low-hanging fruit away from you if you don't understand why a customer goes to that, and that would be something that you have to do for being future ready. The last one is multi-brand stores. That has been talked about quite a bit during the day today. I think the two-wheeler and three-wheeler, people think that multi-brand stores will happen. Four-wheeler think it's less likely to happen. My belief is that India is a large enough market that the OEMs probably would not support. And I'm just saying it as a retired person. I don't know if that's true, right or wrong, but OEMs probably will not support the MBOs because car buying is an experience. And the experience is not just about going to the dealership and talking to the salesperson. It's also about the whole ambience that you create, the connectivity that you have with the brand. So I would put that unlikely, but I may be wrong in that. So let me spend 3-4 minutes on 2 topics that I didn't cover, which is the digitalization and the electrification. Now, this is something that has been happening over the years, digitalization. It's not something that happened all of a sudden. But perhaps COVID has hastened the pace at which this change will happen. From the first inquiry to home installation, now everything is slowly becoming digital. All the OEMs are developing platforms that cover end-to-end, and all their dealers are becoming integrated in that platform. Now, this change has many implications. And again, all of you would have studied it, so I'm not going to be telling you something new. But the most important thing is that when a customer is walking into your showroom, he knows everything about the vehicle that he's looking at. Therefore, sales story has to completely change. Sales story has to be completely customized for a person who is coming in. And I was even thinking that is there a role for artificial intelligence and machine learning in how the sales story gets evolved, developed by the salesperson on the floor for a given customer who is walking in by looking at the customer and asking 2 or 3 or 4 questions. And that will be very big reskilling that will have to be done for the sales force. Seamless integration with OEMs is already happening, I think. The customer should never know where the OEM ends and the dealer starts. The look and feel of the showroom is always the same, look and feel of websites, everything. It should be very integrated. One of the positives that I see of this is inventory reduction, which I had mentioned 2-3 years ago also, that during COVID by force, the inventory was reduced to some 15-20 days. And I wish that that becomes a norm and not an exception because of supply constraint. And I think that even now the industry hasn't, the inventory hasn't really gone up too much and remains at a very good level of 20-25 days. But the real test will be when the supply is not constrained. Do OEMs allow you to work with 15-20 days inventory, or do they start dumping on 30th and 31st? Satinder is sitting right behind Nikun, so he can tell you whether he's going to have the discipline even after supply is not constrained anymore. But I hope he does. Physical infrastructure will obviously become, the need will become smaller because of a lot of digitalization that is happening. The number of people that you need probably will reduce. And what all of this will translate to, I believe, is a positive reduction in the cost of doing business. And my guess is that if everything works right, you could be as much as 150 to 200 basis point lower cost than what you have today, and that could go straight into your bottom line. And the final point I'm going to touch upon is electrification of vehicles. A lot has been talked about that today, so I won't spend far too much time on it. But electrification brings some opportunities and some threats. Your biggest concern that you have expressed and got discussed in the last panel also, that will it take away the service revenue? And that is a real threat that you see. But I think we perhaps are overestimating that problem. Because first of all, the service revenue that is impacted is only about 30-40%, right? There will be new service areas that will come in with electric vehicles also. And the vehicle park of IC engine is not about to disappear. At least for the next 15 to 20 years, the vehicle park will keep increasing and not decreasing. And therefore, the concern on service revenue becoming a problem, I think, is overstated, at least for the next 10 to 15 years. I don't know what will happen after that. But the opportunity that it brings is also the fact that there are swapping battery opportunities, the opportunities for charging infrastructure, the opportunities for really taking a connected car, which will be very strong for electric vehicles, and getting revenue out of that. So there will be a lot of opportunities for those who are looking at electric vehicle in a positive manner and see what we can do with it. So for being fit and future ready, all that you have been doing in the past to be fit has to be done. And lot more new things that we just talked about and others talked about during the day will have to be done. So I will sum up and end my talk by saying that global auto industry is right now facing many challenges, no doubt about that. But I think Indian auto industry is actually in a pretty good shape. We have had, as everybody knows, the best year for passenger vehicles last year. Some segments are still struggling, but they'll all come back. Many opportunities that we have for future. We have to have the conviction that there is a long-term growth of the industry in the right way, in the responsible way, that will come. The government of India is very supportive of auto industry because they know and they admit that auto industry is the pillar for economic growth of the country in every regard, whether it's tax collection, whether it's employment, whether it is R&D development, capacity, investment, everything. So friends, even though we have had ups and downs, I hope the next 5 to 7 years will not see any down cycles so that you can recover from the scars that COVID has left behind. And I would be watching from the sidelines, cheering you all with a bottle of or glass of champagne in front of me and not worrying about having to sell or create or manufacture any vehicle at all. I once again want to thank you for my association with you for the last 22 years. This is my I want to say this is my last formal interaction with you, but I hope that I'll be able to continue to meet some of you informally so that I can keep connect with the industry that I love so much and that has given me so much. Whatever I am today is because of this industry. And the reason Government of India chose me to work in the space sector also is because what I could do, whatever little I could do in the automotive industry. So thank you all for lifetime support that you've given me and for recognizing today for Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goenka, for speaking from your heart and always guiding us from your rich and deep experiences. Knowing Dr. Goenka, I'm sure you would have achieved a whole host of new achievements in the next few years, and I'm sure the Government of India will now have to have a new award for him, especially for all his new achievements that we are sure he will be achieving in the next few years. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will now move on to our next session, which is on India's journey towards fuel of the future. So I request you all to kindly remain with us. We will just take a couple of minutes to make the necessary table arrangements, after which we will commence the session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our session on India's journey towards fuel of the future. May I now invite on stage Mr. Anil Srivastava, Professor Energy Policy and Environment Solutions from IIT Kanpur and Director of Epsilon Advanced Materials, Mr. Nitin Seth, Chief Executive Officer, New Mobility, Reliance Industries Limited, and Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, President, FADA. May I request you all to kindly join us on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri Nitin Seth, who is the Chief Executive Officer of New Mobility from Reliance Industries Limited. He is responsible for leading the mobility initiatives in hydrogen and the electric domain. With these words, I like to request him to kindly deliver his keynote address. Shri Nitin Seth, please. I request people standing at the entry and exit way to please kindly take your respective seats and settle down, please. May I please request people standing at the entry and exit way onto my left to please join and take your respective seats. Our esteemed speaker here would like to start his keynote address. So may I request you to please settle down.
Okay, good afternoon. I know it's a tiring day, ladies and gentlemen, and my respective dealers. Maybe some of you know me. I've worked in 20 years in Tatas and 11 is in Leyland, so a lot of things which I'll speak, I have a very good understanding of what goes in a auto company's mind and dealer's mind as future is changing. So I think the today's topic of discussion which FADA has invited me is what is the fuel of the future. Now, I know many of you have understood and discussed electric vehicles during the day possibly, and some of you are thinking is LNG, CNG or anything else is the fuel of the future, and what happens to the automobile industry in this respect, what happens to a dealer from his mindset, what will happen to this whole game around. So let me just discuss the first topic, which is the topic with fuel. According to me, the fuel of the future is hydrogen. And there is a reason why I'm saying that, why hydrogen is a likely fuel of the future. What goes behind hydrogen, at least this is one thing which India can do it on its own. Hydrogen as a technology is possible to be done in India. When you do electric vehicles, you have to import, let's say, cells from some other country, or you're importing oil from Gulf or anything, so that is not in your control. Cells, yes, it will get made in India in some time to come, but still many of the raw material of the cell will not be still available in India because mines don't exist in India. So you will have to still import raw material for the cell from somewhere else in the world. For hydrogen, you only need water and then a technology, electrolysis, to make it convert into water into an hydrogen. So I know water is a short supply in India, but still you can desalinate a seawater and convert into an hydrogen. So there is a reason why I said hydrogen is the fuel of the future. I'll read out some of the points when he said, is it okay to convert a diesel engine into hydrogen? Yes, it is technically possible. Hydrogen is efficient. I think some of the data points, I think some of you know, we at Reliance have started to work with OEMs to see, can hydrogen be fueling some of the so-called diesel engine technology? Just to give you a perspective, hydrogen is 3 times more fuel efficient than a diesel vehicle. Fuel cell as a diesel, same engine running on a diesel, 3 times more fuel efficient. Some of you people have been in truck business and you see CNG is nearly the same, even though there's a cost arbitrage with CNG. The CNG is not that efficient as hydrogen. Hydrogen is 3 times more efficient than a diesel on the same vehicle. So imagine if cost of hydrogen comes down, you can see how much of an efficiency it can improve. And you don't need to import hydrogen from anywhere. It will be made in India, which many big companies will try to do. If you look at, it is carbon free. Obviously hydrogen, if you see a tailpipe, which you know emission comes, we have made trucks, you actually can drink the water from the tailpipe. You can actually, the water is so pure, you take the water in your hand, actually you can even attempt to drink it, it is safe. That tells you the emission at the tailpipe is virtually nothing. So if India is looking for pollution issues, this may be one of the fuel made in India, tailpipe emission virtually zero and pure, and is 3 times more efficient than diesel. But question a lot of people are asking is it safe? So before I get into safety and the other issues, let me just give you a message. Our Prime Minister, I think you are aware, in August 15th speech from Red Fort 2021, he did speak about national hydrogen mission. So government is likely to announce some drafts under circulation, a policy of hydrogen very shortly. Now the question here is, how many automobile companies are prepared if this policy comes forward? Are we prepared as a country to take this policy forward? Obviously you may always say, are the hydrogen vehicles safe? Number one. Number two, where are the hydrogen pumps available to fill these vehicles? And third, what will be the cost of hydrogen? So let me just touch upon something. I can speak on behalf of Reliance. You would have seen some statement our chairman, Mr. Ambani, has made in public. He has said, okay, let me give an, if you go to Europe today, the hydrogen is available at 10 euros. Now your 10 euros, if you convert approximately, let's say 80 rupees or 85 rupees, you will say hydrogen is 850 rupees a kg. Now you will say diesel is, for the sake of discussion, 100 rupees a liter. If hydrogen is 8 times, why will I buy a vehicle when it is 3 times more efficient when the fuel is 8 times? But our chairman has gone and announced from Reliance to say, can I give hydrogen at $1? 1 kg of hydrogen at $1 in 1 decade by 2030. Imagine if hydrogen is 100 rupees a kg, what happens? For the sake of discussion, even if you say hydrogen is available 250 rupees a kg, then actually your diesel vehicle will tend to have a serious cost economics trouble. Because if it's 3 times more efficient, which is proven, hydrogen vehicles are 3 times more efficient. If you are able to bring the price of hydrogen in India at 250 rupees a kg, actually your diesel vehicles and petrol vehicles will have serious problem to compete with hydrogen. Now, is it doable? Cost of producing of hydrogen is virtually zero, if you ask me, is zero. Maybe 2 rupees or 3 rupees a kg. Problem is the cost of equipment which goes into making hydrogen is very costly. Cost of electrolysis, which is a technology which converts water into hydrogen, is very costly. What we are expecting, the kind of schemes you have seen from the government on PLI for batteries and other things, we are expecting a draft PLI for hydrogen will come, where government might incentivize the technology which goes into making hydrogen. If government, because government understands the cost of import of oil is very high, so government will like to reduce the cost of making hydrogen, therefore hydrogen will become popular. Second thing which is very difficult in hydrogen, how do you store hydrogen? You cannot store hydrogen in a metal tank. You need a special items called carbon fiber, because it is a very high pressure you store the hydrogen, which Reliance also has announced that we will make a component called carbon fiber, which is not made in India. So two things if you resolve, making a tank which will store hydrogen, and can you reduce the cost of making the hydrogen, then the game shifts. If government, which is very serious about hydrogen, you would have seen announcement, and I think there is a program called SITE, which is Strategic Intervention for Green Hydrogen Initiative. The SITE program is about, I have seen the draft policy which is under circulation. A lot of expectation is happening that in the month of Feb, along with the budget, there might be an announcement for incentives for hydrogen, a similar PLI schemes which you have seen for battery electric and the other auto is hydrogen. Second thing, hydrogen is very pure because it is done from water. Obviously, you cannot use groundwater. India has a problem of water shortage in many parts of the country. But if government is helping us in desalination or wherever, in which part of the country hydrogen water is available, the technology is not difficult to make an hydrogen. So, other aspects which worldwide people think is hydrogen safe. It is actually safe. Yeah, it is odorless, but it is safe. Yeah, you have to take certain safety precautions in terms of walls and everything, safety walls. Otherwise, hydrogen is safe. Europe is betting very big on hydrogen. Why? A lot of people say electric vehicles are very environmental friendly, but I think if you know the background of it, electric vehicles comes from mines, and mines are not environmental friendly because you're digging up mines to get lithium and carbon, nickel, cobalt. You're not free. Number one, you are charging, a lot of people say you are charging an electric vehicle from an electricity which is made from coal. Then how does that electric vehicle actually is clean? Because you're using coal, which is not right thing to do, to make an electricity, and then you will charge your electric vehicle from a coal-based company, is naturally not environmentally friendly as what we reason to buy. For hydrogen, there's nothing like it. But to produce green hydrogen, which you are aware, there's something called gray hydrogen and green hydrogen. Gray hydrogen is made from electricity, which is not clean. Green hydrogen is made from solar. You use solar to power electrolysis to make an hydrogen. Now, I am getting slightly technical on this, but what it does to the country, that the hydrogen as a fuel is 100% made in India. So, will reduce so much of foreign exchange for the country that it doesn't need to go out and import. India, as you are aware, imports 85% of its fuel from abroad. Sells, everything is 100% from abroad. So there is a clear issue of thing. Government, as you are aware, in January has floated a document 19,000 crores towards the proposed schemes for hydrogen, which will become in public final document in the month of Feb and March. If 19,000 crore worth of incentive is given to the industry on hydrogen production. Now the second thing which we will have to see, how does hydrogen get done on an automobile? Trucks, today people have attempted hydrogen. There are two technologies which can come on a vehicle. One is fuel cell vehicles, another is hydrogen powering ICE, which is directly powering an engine. I think both are being attempted by the industry. There are a lot of naysayers who will say this is not possible. Our view at Reliance is, by 2025, you should start seeing hydrogen, at least vehicle which are 15 ton and above, on road in bus and trucks. I can give you another solution. If you look at state transports who are buying EV buses because it is considered to be green, imagine a situation you are able to put one pump in one depot of a state transport. These state transport buses will go around and come back to the depot in the evening. One run of a bus with 4 tanks in it can run 350 kilometers. If you can fill 3-4 tanks and the bus comes back at the depot, it is a much cheaper solution than diesel. It is much cheaper than solution than EV, where the cost government is giving through FAME subsidy. I think this is what message we are reading. This is about to come. Coming to the what is the target government is putting on. It's called 5 million metric tons. That means the kind of hydrogen government is thinking, incentivizing 5 million metric tons of hydrogen to be given to the industry for usage in automobiles. Very huge amount of it. How many OEMs are actually working on it? Very few. So I think the last sentence from me, we believe hydrogen is doable. How to reduce cost to make at 250 rupees a kg to interim. Finally, we have to be making at the same price as a diesel. How does the industry step in to put hydrogen on the automobile, which to me is doable. There's a lot of technology available. Tanks are the another issue which is very important. How do we put tanks to store hydrogen on the vehicle? And the pumps, which pumps will come on the way, because it's like the same way to say, when CNG pumps came, suddenly CNG vehicles became so popular. I think hydrogen pumps will come, and I'm sure government is going to do that. Just watch it out. As a community, this issue is going to start very fast. Our feeling is 2025, we should see hydrogen trucks and buses at least 15 tons and above coming on the it. If it is possible to do it, which we think it is, it will really reduce India's dependence on oil, at least for medium and heavy trucks and buses, as well as Europe is even attempting cars. This technology may exist along with EVs and maybe along with diesel, but this might take a big chunk of the market, at least for trucks and buses going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Seth, for that very informative keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to welcome Mr. Anil Srivastava, Professor Energy Policy and Environment Solutions from IIT Kanpur and Director, Epsilon Advanced Materials, with us here today. A very warm welcome to you. And may I now invite you to kindly deliver your keynote address.
Extreme dignitaries on the dais, thanks for the short introduction. It's my pleasure to be around with the friends of automobile industry, some familiar faces, some new faces. After having done nearly 4 to 5 years with Niti Aayog, I am not with the policy making body, but yes, of course, working in the energy policy making area with various think tanks and organizations. So friends, as I understand, the anxiety is there. There's no doubt. I'm coming straight from the auto show. I was there yesterday also for a short time. Today I spent a little more time there. And I could see as to what is happening and what is being shown, and I'm very sure that the distinguished audience here must be seeing as to what is happening. We started this narrative in around 2017 from the Niti Aayog, when we started talking about as to, and I used to say the writing on the wall, and also used to say and call the industry as to that, please be in your gears and start. So that is what, and it is very, very encouraging and satisfying to see as to what we were thinking at that point of time is exactly coming forward, and the things are happening as we had probably thought about it. And none other than our leadership, the Honorable Prime Minister, who inaugurated our MOVE Summit in 2018, that was a landmark summit, I must say, when he gave our 7 C's of the mobility and we started thinking about the transformative mobility and the battery storage and mixing the clean energy and mobility with the clean energy. So from there, the narrative started, and right now the things are unfolding itself, and to a very large extent as it was expected. Now, just now we had a longish discussion about the hydrogen, and things are being displayed about the hydrogen vehicles in the auto show and otherwise. But friends, from the beginning we used to say, and it is being said, that the internal combustion engine would not last, or rather it will be out of the automobiles before the oil wells dry. And similar thing is being said about the lithium-ion batteries, as to the lithium-ion technology would be out before the lithium gets finished from the mines. So that is what is there. Well, of course, we have heard about the hydrogen fuel, but the things are moving, and a lot of work which is going on in this direction. But one thing is very clear, that the mobility and energy is going to be much, much cleaner than what it is today. So you have to be prepared about it, and you have to move forward with those times. There is no issue and there is no second thought about it. Now, what that clean alternative would be is not really a work of guessing, but yes, things are moving in the desired directions. And again, as the people are saying, and it has been said, probably the advent of hydrogen or hydrogen fuel would be sooner than what is expected. As it is now, after the auto show, even the Tata chairman Chandra was mentioning that the adoption of EVs is going to be faster than what it was expected, and that we used to say, even I used to say even 3 years back from the Niti Aayog, that look, it is going to be there, and you better be prepared and be gear up for that. So that is what is happening. Now the issue is that what kind of the fuel journey is going to happen. There are research which is going on, there are papers, there are certain amount of statistics, but I would speak as to what the intuitive perception would be about the way things are moving. As we understand lithium-ion battery technology, whether it is NMS or it is the LFP or maybe some other chemistry of the lithium-ion, as it is said, maybe 10 to 15 years of time, it could be there, and then certainly the next things will come. A lot of work is going on the solid state chemistry of the cells, and as I look at it, probably that would be coming next. Finally, the commercialization of the hydrogen fuel or the fuel cells will be adopted. So this is probably the likely journey which is going to be adopted. There's a lot of anxiety about the range, about the distance, and the anxiety about the range that is being sorted out. Charging stations are being designed, they are being set up in the country. Firms are coming up, and very quickly, I think in a very short period of time, maybe 2 years or 3 years from now, there would be a lot of charging stations along with the oil dispensing petrol pumps, as we call them now. So that is going to take place in a very, very near future. And along with that, the range, as I said, you see in today's auto show, the people are talking about the range of more than 500 kilometers. The cars which are being introduced. And the charging time with a DC charging station, maybe around half an hour, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, that is being talked about. But remember, the same charging station was displayed by the ABB in our Vigyan Bhavan Move Summit in 2018. So we could see as to what was happening, and that is what probably you have to see and be prepared about it as to what is going to be there. Solid state chemistry is very strongly picking up, and that is probably going to be the next source of energy. The clean energy adoption, the swapping policy, which is not yet come out from the government, but the swapping policy is in the offing. It will be coming very shortly. And I must say that now being out of the government, I must say that where the government needs to be fast and need to have the quick action and where the proactive. Electric vehicle adoption is one area in which industry used to tell us that, look, the government has moved faster than probably than the industry which is moving. Yes, this is true, but then at no point of time the government should be less proactive or the less fast, I mean, should have to be faster than the ecosystem. And the entire ecosystem is responding as per the policies of the government. So the government has to be proactive in providing the solutions. A very welcome step was regarding the advanced cell chemistry PLI scheme, production linked incentive scheme, and that prompted investments in the areas of the lithium ion cell manufacturing. But yes, it has yet to see the light of the day. Things have not moved forward. And the cells are being imported from the countries and maybe mostly from the China and the likewise. So friends, similarly, when we have the journey, so as a part of the stakeholders, if I address the OEMs, if I address the component manufacturers, if I address the organization here, which is the auto dealers, and the entire segment, you have to be prepared as this mobility is going to be clean mobility. There are a lot of environmental considerations, particularly the COP26, COP27, and which started from the Paris Agreement. Yes, it is in the interest of the humanity that we move in and we move forward in the direction of the cleaner mobility and the cleaner environments. So it is going, the journey is going to be like that. You have to keep your antennas open and you have to keep moving with the thing. But this is one thing is certain, that as probably 4 or 5 years back, it was predicted that the internal combustion engine would be dying, and it is going to be sooner than probably what is being anticipated by the, whether the Bloomberg or the Morgan Stanley or the McKinsey or any other think tank for that matter. So this is what comes to my mind when we talk about the future of the energy, the future of the source of the fuels which are going to be there. Probably we will not be talking them in terms of the fuels of the coming from the traditional sources, but the energy would be from the renewable energy, right? Mostly in our country from the sun. That energy would be converted to various operations, whether it is the other uses of the energy, and that will be used for the mobility as well in a short term, maybe for the next 2 decades, 2.5 decades, it will be like that. And then probably we would be moving forward to other forms of the energy which would be taking us forward in terms of the mobilities. Thank you, friends, and thanks for my invitation to being here. And I'm happy to be here. And if there are any things which you would like to know about the policy formulation, then probably I can speak about it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Srivastava, for your pertinent keynote address, and you have stressed on cleaner energy as the future of the industry. I'd like to now request Mr. Singhania, Mr. Vivek Garg, Governing Council Member, and Mr. Hitendra Nanavati, Chairperson, FADA Gujarat, to please come on stage and felicitate our esteemed speakers, Mr. Anil Srivastava and Mr. Nitin Seth. Thank you to both our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, We once again have a few parallel sessions. Right here in Darbar Hall, we have the Women in Mobility session. In Jahangir Hall, which is the mezzanine floor, we have Body Shop, Unlocking Value. And in Mumtaz, we have workshop for experienced business owners and new generation of auto retail. We'll request you to kindly join us back at Darbar Hall for at the end of these sessions. So very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We will just take a couple of minutes to make the necessary table arrangements, and then we will commence the Power Panel 2, which is Women in Mobility, Breaking Barriers and Beyond. A very warm welcome to our panel, which is our Power Panel 2, Women in Mobility, Breaking Barriers and Beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our session. And we at FADA have introduced this initiative, Women in FADA, to really encourage more women to come forward in this sector. And hence this session is dedicated to women. So please welcome our eminent speakers. May I invite Ms. Garima Avtar, Extreme Rally Driver, Ms. Pamela Tikku, Chief Business Officer, ICAT, Ms. Garima Mishra, Chairperson FADA Delhi and Chairperson FADA WIF, and our session moderator, Ms. Swati Khandelwal, Executive Editor, Z Business. We also have Mr. Nikun Sanghi also joining us for the session.
Hello. Hello. Just check your mics once so that we know we are all fine. Hello. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I think when Federation of Automobile Dealers Association reached out to me and said that, we are doing something for the first time, as I'm told, women in automobile or mobility. This space, we all know, not many women participate, for whatever reasons it may be. But I think the increasing trends are showing that there is that much desire, there's that much need for women to, I think, come up and participate in the ways that they should. And some of these panelists that you see here are actually doing that. I think it'll be interesting to understand their journey, their story, and maybe take some cues, pick up what they thought were challenges, maybe you can relate with your stories, and then, look at opportunities beyond. So let's kickstart this conversation with Garima, because I think the enthusiasm that she brings with the, and so we have two Garimas, so let me, the immediate left, she is an avid motorcyclist, and she's a racer, and she loves bikes more than, and cars as well. Where did this passion, when did it start? How has she kept it alive, and how has she managed so far, and what are her plans now going beyond this? So I think it'll be interesting to understand first from each of them their story. So Garima, let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Swati. And it's a great honor to be present here. Okay, to start, to tell about my journey. So we talk about unintended consequences. I mean, we never imagined that sometimes we don't know that, we're going to get into this. So I never, back then when my dad was teaching me how to drive a car when I was a little girl, neither nor I ever imagined that I'll get into motorsports, or this option was ever available. But, cutting it short, I got into rallying just by chance. But I remember when I was getting into this sport, there was, my friends and family, nobody from my friends or family is remotely associated with motorsports. And they advised me against it because they thought, I'll get disappointed because motorsport is risky, it is tough, and it not just requires physical and mental tenacity, but it also requires a huge financial support. And I remember, definitely motorsport is also dominated by men. So, so there were a lot of apprehensions and doubts, and there were hardly any mentors, and it was completely uncharted territory for me. But one thing was that I was extremely determined. And that's how my journey started, and there's no, looking back.
So determination is the key to success, as they say. And clearly we are seeing what you've done and achieved so far. Very proud to say amongst so many men, we have a woman who's so passionate and driven.
Thank you.
Pamela, let me come to you and understand from your perspective, so many number of years that you've spent in this space, in automotive. How do you see the role of women evolve over a period of time? You can give your, professional examples on how you've seen how the acceptance for more women in workplace is growing or should grow.
Thank you, Swati. I would just like to say that the journey has been very interesting. From when I started, I did my mechanical engineering from REC Jaipur, and we had campus interviews. There were companies like Reliance and Bharat Petroleum who came over for campus recruitment. But being the only female in the class, and in fact I was the only female in the department, I was not taken on a campus. So when I asked, I approached Reliance. I said, why are you not taking my application? At least give me a chance to, present myself. They said, no, there are logistic issues. We don't have hostels. The placement is in Patal Ganga, etc., etc. So I couldn't get campus placement, so that was a disappointment. Then my father wanted me to get married, and he said, wherever your husband is, then you find a job there. You don't have to work till that time, because then it will be an issue for me to find a husband for you, and you will not move from your job. So then I got married, and I came to Delhi. And finding a job was difficult. I somehow wanted to get into auto industry because that time Maruti had come, Hero, Honda was there, and it was very exciting to be part of this particular industry. Then I approached many of the auto companies. It was Maruti, it was Hero, Honda, but everywhere it was said that we don't take female engineers. It was a disappointment. Then one of my friends, through one of the contacts, helped me get into one of the auto component industry, which is called Rico Auto. And I was the first engineer who was hired in Rico Auto. There were people who were working, but they were diploma holders and all that. So my boss told me that we will take you on board, but you'll have to work in factory in all departments. And if you sustain 1 month, then we'll take you. Sure. So I said, okay. Our only challenge is that the factory was in Daruheda, and it was not easily connected with Delhi. So through that time, Hero Honda had a factory in Daruheda, and he was a supplier to Hero Honda. And he called up Hero Honda. He said that we have one engineer who will be traveling. They had one small tempo traveler going from Basant Vihar till Daruheda, and there were some general managers traveling in that. So I was given this opportunity to travel with them. So there were a bus full of 15 men, and I was one girl who was young, and I was traveling all the way to Daruheda. And believe me, right from Ifko Chowk till Daruheda, I think there was Sona steering, there was Sunbeam, and there was Perfetti, then there was Hero Honda. So it was a very not so well populated. I had to work on aluminium die casting shop, I had to work in fitting shop, I had to work in quality shop. And he felt that I was not shying away from my responsibility. And then I was taken on board. So much so that he gave me a lot of responsibilities, and Maruti was one of my big customers. I was into vendor marketing. So I had to travel from Nehru Place, and Maruti was in Gurgaon. Yeah. And I had to travel, and he was kind enough to give me a car to travel from Nehru Place to Maruti. And I used to enter the vendor development of Maruti. So VD1, VD2, VD3 was a big hall, and there was a hall full of men, and I used to walk in, and then everybody used to look at me, and I used to go and attend to my managers there and sit with them. And they used to feel so uncomfortable because they had no arrangements
yeah, it's
out there.
not women conducive in that sense,
Yeah.
the setup.
So it has, but I was never afraid of taking any responsibility. So
Sure.
I managed it. I think Dr. Goenka has been one of my mentors from SIAM when I joined, and he knows that we used to have a room full of R&D heads, full of men, and it was through him that the first emission roadmap of the India was rolled out under his guidance. That was a project that he gave me. Another challenging task that both Dr. Goenka and Dr. Sumantran gave me to develop a roadmap for test facilities in the India. Wonderful. So this NATRE project which has come up was under their guidance. Similar initiatives, whatever I was given, I never shied away.
Absolutely.
At the same time, you know, it was at every moment of my life, I had to prove that I am, if not better, I am equally good.
Fantastic.
But so that happened because I had good people around me, I had good mentors around me who allowed me to work in that. So that was, professional front. And home front also, it would not have been possible had I had not a good support of my family, my husband,
Absolutely.
my parents. So when I had children, so whom to take care of my children. So my in-laws and my parents, they took care of my children. I could, focus on my career along with my family front. So it is important that you have a very good support circle, you have a very good trust circle, and then women can flourish in any fields. I don't think there is any occupation where women cannot excel today.
I can't agree more with you on this, and I think the support system is indeed the magic recipe, as they call it, for you to succeed. All of us will, absolutely endorse that. Garima, I want to know from you, because, we talk of, again, a setup where there are less women. You represent the dealerships. We've not seen far too many women handling dealerships. For whatever reasons, there's always, they're not considered. I don't know if there's a capability issue, but what's the mindset block here? And how are we changing that? Are we seeing any changes on ground in terms of people now looking at women? Because, we all know and acknowledge that they can be great managers. So why not? What is the hesitance that we see?
So, firstly, apologies for an extremely bad throat. I'll still try to be as clear as I can. I personally feel that the first and foremost limiting factor for a woman is her own inhibition. Honestly, there is nothing more than that. I have been into this business for 25 years, and I have done a couple of other businesses as well, whether it's media and advertising, whether it's travel. None of the businesses told me that you're a woman, you can't do this, or you're a woman, you can do this better. It was me, my own mind. Many a times, I was the only woman in a dealer conference. So many times, the manufacturers have addressed the conference as gentlemen and Garima. I never felt odd. I don't know about the men who were sitting next to me, if they felt odd, you can answer for yourself. But I never thought of that. I never thought of a gender. I was sitting there as a business person, not a businessman or a businesswoman, just a business person. I was there for a job. I was there to do my thing, and that was it. The success of my business was the only thing that was important to me. And we all have issues, okay? I will tell you, it was the launch of my first dealership, Honda dealership in Ahmedabad. At that time, my daughter was only 1.5. There was no family. We are from Delhi. Myself and my husband were the only people in Ahmedabad at that time. I had no parents, nobody. My daughter had a stomach bug, a very bad stomach bug, and I had a dealership inauguration to do. I called upon my neighbor. I called on her and I requested her if she could take care of my daughter. And she warmly did. So the thing is that if you ask for help, it will be available. Don't be hesitant in asking for help. Everybody needs help. Doesn't the man who's working at the office need help? He also does, no? He has someone who's cooking his food. He has someone who's taking care of his daughter, his child, his mother. So it's really complementary. It's about us. It's about us accepting our own businesses as our babies as well. And the minute we learn to do that, I think there's no looking back at all. We can do as well. There is no male-dominated industry. There is no woman-dominated industry. It's all in the head.
Absolutely. I think it's all in the head. And all of us have stories where we've, managed. And I think where there's a will, there's a way. And I truly believe it. You will find a way to handle that situation at that point in time. And I think you'll have to keep balancing this. I mean, neither of the places that you can always say, oh, I will only follow the career or I'll only follow my personal life. It is always, the situation will merit for itself. Sir, I would like your views now, having seen this industry very closely, and we are talking specifically in the automotive space, the strengths that you think women bring on the table, and according to you, the opportunities that we've missed bringing them on board. You've seen this industry, represented it. Why the need today that we are discussing this? Why not 10 years ago?
So I'm happy that we're discussing it today. I think, like you rightly said, that we should have discussed it 10 years ago or probably even 20 years ago. And I really feel it's all in the mind because I'm running a dealership in a tier 2 town, so when the dealership I started was actually in a tier 4 town. And I decided that I'll have women in my dealership then. I have about more than 30% of my workforce is women. They have done much, much better than men. And it was all about breaking the mindset. So I got a lady to be my GM service. And she was among the top 3 GM services for Mahindras anywhere in the country, where people felt that Mahindra's, the customer profile, will a girl be able to handle that customer profile? So she did it much better than any man could do. And she would call up Mahindras directly without my intervention and perform. So I think it's all in the mind that women cannot. And I definitely feel that women have a very rightful space, probably a bigger space than men in the automotive industry. And if they're involved in it, the industry will only do better.
Okay, sure. And you, as you said, and we really are happy that you have 30% of your workforce that represents women. So clearly, there is more scope, as Mrs. Sanghi just talked about. Quickly want to take one round of final, question to understand and really come to a point where when you meet women and women who want to join this industry, what is the one message that you would like to give them to prep them of what is going to unfold? And it's more a life lesson, I would say. But I think in terms of the career, the challenges that come along, how do you best handle it? I know it's easier said than done. Well, I can always say it's in the mind, we can do it. But, situations could be tricky. And many of us give up at times. We're not always very, very strong. So What is it that you will tell, and each of you, from your own experiences and journey, women who find it difficult, who feel low, who think they can't manage it, how did you do it so they can possibly pick it up from there? So, Garima.
So, for me, I would like to say that, there is no age to start anything. So, I was in my 30s actually when I got into rallying. So, when you're in your 30s, in sports generally, I mean, you end up, you are retiring and basically...
Usually at the end of the cycle of your career.
Yeah, champions are made very early on in their lives. And here I was in my 30s, I started rallying at that age. So I'm a real life example of like, if you have strong will, you have dedication and self-belief, then anything is possible.
Okay, sure. So age is not a obstacle here. She's proven it and done it. Pamela?
I think कहीं ना कहीं हर फीमेल के मन में एक इच्छा ज़रूर होती है कि वो ये कर सकती है, ठीक है? That apprehension, वो जो belief है अपने में, वो that doesn't come out so easily. I think women should listen to their hearts. They should find out what their passion is, If they are passionate about any profession, they will definitely excel in it. And one should not be afraid of, what others will think, and they should not feel that, I'm in a comfortable zone, so why should I bother? Let me tell you, there are situations when women had to handle businesses, women had to handle their households of one or the other eventualities, which I don't want to mention at this moment. So you should be ready to handle your own areas, your own business. Who else can handle a business better than you, because you own that, and then you have better connect to it, better higher stakes in it. So it's better to be part and parcel of the business or the profession that you are involved in, or your relations is involved in. So get involved in it, whatever way, smaller way, bigger way, and what will happen? What worse can happen?
Yeah.
You may not be able to perform a job 100% correct, but you will be able to perform a job 50% correctly. So what? So let's not get bogged down that I need to be perfect right from day one. Perfection never comes from day one. It is slowly built up. So let's get into it. Let's see how we perform, learn from failures, and do good. That's what I can tell. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Garima?
I completely agree with what Pamela said. I think we all, mostly women, वो सारी दुनिया का भार उठाने का शौक है हमको. We want to be responsible, we want to be the best bahu and the best mother and the best wife. This whole thing about wanting to be the best really needs to change. It's okay. We have to learn to live for ourselves. It's okay if you miss one PTM. Think, delegate. Another thing that I've realized with women is delegation doesn't come very easily to them. They should learn to delegate. Ask yourself, can someone else do this? Can my mother go for that PTM? Or can someone else do that particular job? Can my sister-in-law take my mother-in-law to the hospital? Do it. Ask for help. It's okay. It will not make you bad. It's fine. So that is what we need to do. Take your priorities. Make yourself a priority first for yourself. And you will realize that you will not be compromising. You will still be a great mom. You still will be a great wife, along with being a great businesswoman.
Okay, wonderful. Absolutely. Nikunj, your golden words.
So I guess when I started employing girls or women in my dealership, people always said that, Nikunja, are you looking at stability? They'll get married and then they'll leave their jobs. But what I realized very soon that, one, they were more stable than men were because they were looking for more jobs than the women did. And two, the time that they gave in the dealership, their contribution was much, much higher than any man could ever do in that period of time. And I think that was doing much more than not having them for a long-term period. And I think when it came to how the dealership performed, we have been amongst the best performing dealerships for all our OEMs. And I think a lot of credit for that goes to the women who were part of my team.
Wonderful. So there is live examples that we've heard from these lovely women who've made it happen, who've broken the barriers and are continuing to move forward. Congratulations on the women bit that you've started from this year, I'm told. And I hope that this grows from strength to strength. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start with our next session. I think we'll just take a couple of minutes waiting for our other delegates to join us back from the parallel sessions. So request you to kindly remain with us, and we'll also take a couple of minutes to make the necessary table arrangements.
So a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our panel 3, which is dedicated to passenger vehicles, and this is on the topic of relationships of the future. So without any further ado, I'd like to now invite on stage our eminent panelists. So Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director, Volvo Car India. Mr. Hardeep S. Brar, Vice President and Head Marketing and Sales from Kia Motors India. Mr. Satinder Singh Bajwa, Senior Vice President, Sales and Customer Care, M&M. Mr. Sashank Srivastav, Senior Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Mr. Vikas Pandey, Senior Executive Vice President from HDFC Bank. Mr. Sameer Chaudhary, Director, Trident Automobiles Private Limited. And last but not least, our session moderator, Ms. Alisha Sachdev, who's the Assistant Editor from Mint. So may I please request our esteemed speakers and session moderator to kindly join us on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our panelists here. As you know that this is dedicated to our passenger vehicle segment, and with these words, I like to now hand it over to our session moderator, Ms. Alisha Sachdev, and I request you to kindly take over.
Thank you. So this session is on relationships between automotive manufacturers and dealers, and I'm sure of great interest to everyone who's here, predominantly dealers, of course. Today, I'm also told that one OEM has announced that they've actually redone their dealership agreement to include a lot of the asks that the federation, has been speaking of, as part of its proposal for a model dealership agreement. And I start here because it has been a key ask for a long time, and of course, dealership agreements, is really where the relationship starts on paper between manufacturers and dealers. So I'd like to begin by getting everyone's views on the model dealership agreement, why that is necessary, and why there is this pervasive feeling that perhaps dealers in India and dealership contracts in India are not as transparent or balanced as they are elsewhere in the world. There are international markets where dealers believe contracts end up being a lot more fair. So just because we have a lot of OEMs on the panel, let me start with you, Mr. Brar, and get your views in.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Alisha, for that question. So coming straight to the point, we have the dealer agreement, which is to be renewed in some time. So there are 3 things that we are working on. It is not finalized yet. There are certain terms and conditions on the dealer termination clause, which we are reviewing. I think that should be the last thing that we should be discussing in this forum, but I'm telling you as it is coming to my mind. There are points on the training program, which are the training program as to how we share the fees, training cost of the organization. We are looking at that. There's a clause on the spare part inventory for the dealership. How do we make sure that the inventory is taken care of? So these are top of the mind 3 points which we are exploring right now, and I think they should be part of our agreement as we move forward. But once it gets finalized, we will communicate accordingly. But very importantly, from an Indian perspective, I think we talk about, here we are talking about letter, but I'm a firm believer. I think spirit is far more important than the letter, how we have trust within each other, because as we say that actions speak much louder than words. You may write X, Y, Z in the agreement, and I'm not saying it is not important, but spirit is far more important than how we really work with each other, trust each other, and work towards the organizational goals.
Shashank sir, You've been, in the market for years now, and of course, with, with the large brand that you have and the large presence you have, this would not be possible if, your network wasn't happy with you. So I'm sure that there is lots, lots you're doing right. But what are your views on the necessity and the need for something, a framework like a model dealership agreement, and what are your commitments to that?
Yeah, so I think, Alicia, we did discuss this topic last year as well. In the same forum. At that time, that was just a preparatory sort of work that FADA was doing in this regard. And I think we have come a long way, and FADA has done great work in that direction, because I believe that all forms of agreements and contract, not just dealership agreement, but and not just in auto industry, but across the world, we should constantly review and improve. And clearly, I think the sense I got from last year's discussion on the sidelines with the dealers, as also within the panel from the dealer representative, was that the dealership agreements in India are really one-sided. And therefore, it was felt that they are sort of unfair. So clearly, if that is the thought, then obviously one must review it, and there is no doubt that we should. Even if you think that the agreements are good, even then you should review it, because business environments change, laws change, requirements of the industry changes. So that part is fine. But on these specific clauses, which I think some of the changes have been suggested in that model contract, the dealership agreement. Some good points, I think already many of the OEMs, including Maruti Suzuki, are covering. Training costs, as he said, Barar said, has been for Maruti Suzuki. We do have that thing. There are certain things which have been mentioned, that if you appoint a new dealer in a territory, you should give a very advanced notice, etc. Now, those are things which we need to sort of finalize. People say like termination should be a minimum 120 days advance notice, etc. Clearly, there is merit in that, but we need to discuss it to see what is that time frame which is probably right. So it surely can't be immediate, like in some of the agreements are, but it also depends on the nature of transgression, or nature of the clause that is being, or the action at the dealership which has happened, which has resulted in this. But to the larger point, I fully agree with Hardeep here, that it is not about what you write, it is about the spirit and the trust. And I feel that the trust between Indian dealers and OEMs is huge. At least I feel that for Maruti Suzuki. That's the only company in the auto industry I have worked for. I think there is a huge amount of trust. And that's been built over many years. In fact, when you said we have, of course, a very large network, 3,500 outlets, 340 or 50, 41 parents, dealer parents, we have had very few attrition. Very few. And generally it's because of factors not necessarily related to any misunderstanding between OEM, but some problems at the dealership itself. So we must build trust while we continue to review the specific clauses which have been recommended as the model agreement.
I think this is a good time to bring Sameer in to, also hear what the dealership side of, the dealership point of view here is. We've heard views from two manufacturers. So, Shashank sir, of course, spoke about, that there should be some dynamism in every contract, and it should be reviewed from time to time as, the environment in which one operates changes. And the spirit of trust, of course, which is hard to codify and put down in a contract. But when you do speak of a contract, and there is this pervading sense that there is some lopsidedness which does not favor dealers, And the announcement that we've heard today from an OEM about revisiting some of these changes and accepting much of what has been proposed by FADA. Are you satisfied to that effect? And some of the points raised by, again, Shashank-san about what the finer nitty-gritties are of what's feasible even from the automaker's side. Are you largely in agreement that this should be a conversation that will that'll have to go on instead of just putting pen to paper right away and saying that this is the way to do things for the foreseeable future?
Let me first start by saying that we started this conversation 3 years ago. It's not started yesterday. And 3 years is a long time, and I think every single OEM has had the chance over the last 3 years to read the agreement, see what is good about it, see what they don't agree with, and come back to us for any corrections that they would like to see. Not all OEMs have reacted till date. Some have not. You saw Rajiv Chhabra said MG is already adopting it. On the other side, there are OEMs who have not even read it yet. If they've read it, they've not at least come back to us about it. So there are two ends to the spectrum. The model dealer agreement is just one part of it. Our topic is relationships of the future. And how are we going to work with each other tomorrow? And the word trust has been used many times today, in the morning also, right now also. And I firmly do believe that trust is when two people work for each other. It's not one-sided. I trust you to look after me, and you trust me to deliver what I'm supposed to do for you. And sometimes you find that OEMs walk a very thin line where trust is concerned. You take a decision without talking to the dealers, and then you hope that the dealers will abide by your decisions. I think that's a little rough for the dealer. I think any decisions which impact a dealer or a relationship with an OEM or dealer must be discussed fairly, especially if they're financial in nature, whether they're procedural in nature, whether they're policy decisions which impact a dealer. Then only trust will build. And if you want a good relationship tomorrow, you cannot have low trust. You have to have high degree of trust. So I think these still have a lot of ground to cover. It's not that we've not covered any ground in the last 3 years. Clearly, we have covered ground in the last 3 years. But let's not forget, last 3 years, the markets have been very good. And when the markets are good, the relationships are always better. It's when the markets are bad, when the stocks are building up and the pressure is there on the OEM to push the metal on the street, then the whole relationship starts looking a little different. And also it depends, I think, on the manufacturer. If you're a low volume manufacturer, it's a different ballgame. If you're a high volume two-wheeler manufacturer, it's a different ballgame. So these things impact. But trust, like I said, from the morning it's been mentioned many times, and we need to work on that.
So clearly there needs to be, a method and process to building trust also, and not just this abstraction that we keep referring to. Mr. Bajwa, let me come to you. As Sameer mentioned, the last 3 years have been good for the passenger vehicle market, and one of the big beneficiaries of that of course, has been Mahindra too. But what would you say, to some of the concerns, he raised? We have seen the bad phase in the market as well, where there have been manufacturers, there have been abrupt exits, and dealers have felt blindsided. There have also been conversations around franchise protection laws, and to that aspect, what can be done in the country. But where do you see yourself, on the model dealership agreement? Do you think there is work to be done to ensure that dealers feel that they're fairly treated?
Thank you. Very good evening to you all. I think first and foremost, I think dealers are extended part of our family. I think that's very important for us to understand. And terminating a dealer is as painful for a dealer as painful for a manufacturer also. It's not an easy thing to do. And especially at M&M, and I would talk more about M&M, I think we hold our dealers in very high esteem, and our relationship with our dealers is, we hold it very high. The worry, as Brad-san and Shashank also just mentioned, that, it is all about trust. Yes, there have been some incidents in the past why dealers today are forced to, look at these dealer agreements. I mean, it is all out of certain circumstances that we are not talking about dealer agreements. Earlier, we never spoke about it. But I think that phase probably is over. Industry is going to go through a good phase now. And Sameer, as you said, yes, I do agree with you. When the situation is different, when demand supply is different, you have different type of stress. But I think as a manufacturer, we all need to understand this, and we have to, I would say, be very, very mature when it comes to handling dealer relationships. And I'm sure every manufacturer is looking at that. And for us, for every manufacturer, dealer is a very important, integral part of the entire thing. Because I think we heard Dr. Goenka saying without dealers, I don't think manufacturers can also do anything. Let's understand that reality. So coming back to your point on model dealer agreement, yes, we have gone through the model dealer agreement, and we are looking at what are some of the things that can be incorporated. See, let's also understand that you cannot change the entire dealer agreement. Yeah, that's also a reality. But then there are certain good suggestions that have come out of it, which can be definitely implemented, can be implied in our dealer agreements. And dealer agreement, I think for every manufacturer, 2 years, it undergoes a change. Every 2 years, you change the dealer agreements. Yeah? So we are also studying, we are also looking at that, and wherever it is necessary that some changes are to be implemented and they are good for both manufacturer as well as the dealer, I think why not?
Okay. Jyoti, if I can come to you now, do you think that as far as Volvo is concerned, you would consider implementing a revised agreement? It's a question as direct as that, but also give us your broader views on, as some of the other panelists mentioned, what aspects of dealer agreements need revision at this point, and what aspects do you think work well, and perhaps there should be some consensus between OEMs and dealers that what works well should remain, and again the other things that don't can be a conversation that you all can keep having.
Yeah, Alisha, so I think just to take it forward, I think we have heard about relationship of future is what we're talking about.
I'm not sure if that mic is working.
Is it okay now? Yeah. Okay. So what I was saying is that we just heard a good conversation around what sort of relationship we need to build with all the dealers, and as Bajo was saying that relationships are to be built, and for us, I think all OEMs look at our dealers as our partners. I think they are retail partners. That is the most important thing. And we heard a lot around trust. Yes, trust is very important. Spirit is very important. And the trust is built based on actions, based on experiences. And I think what we believe is to build those relationships, in any relationship, whether it is a commercial relationship or a personal relationship, you need to be good in listening. If you are a listening organization, I think relationships can be built. And this re-looking at agreements is part of that listening organization. Listen, and I think this is what Shashankji also said. When you hear things, you look at things from various angles and then take it forward from there. And I think look at what needs to be changed, what are things which are relevant, things become irrelevant over a period of time. In my view, I think what we should be looking at now, I think globally when we see being a multinational, I can say, the world is moving towards a different model, right? We are, today it is all wholesale-based model to more, I think, retail partner sort of transition is likely to happen. It may take some time. I think internally it is very important that we look at that, and that's a stage where we work together with our retail partners and see this is the change which is coming. This is how we need to approach to ensure that interest of both sides are balanced, as you said. And the way we are looking at this model agreement is we have sort of trying to look at this from a global perspective. Because as you started by saying that maybe in other countries or globally there is more balance and not so in India, I think it is a good reference point to look at the model agreement which has come versus how it is in other countries, and then see what is important. But I think do it now in light of transition. I'm sure every company has a different direction when it comes to future. And we are looking at it from that perspective that if we are moving towards a different model, how should we now incorporate what we listen, what we believe is the right thing to do, and make the changes accordingly. I think that is, how we should be approaching, and that's how we should do it. Thanks.
So I'll touch on what you also mentioned about how the relationship is changing in terms of, let's take the example of what Mercedes-Benz implemented, I believe, a year and a half ago, if not 2 years ago, which is that the OEM actually owns, controls the inventory, and then dealers are the retail faces of the brand, and the invoice, there is greater transparency in terms of customers being able to see one price across the country. They have transparency in terms of being able to see inventory, what's available, at what price are they getting it. So negotiations, and the time you spend there, and what can possibly result in dissatisfaction at some levels goes away. So Shashank sir, if I can ask you this question, do you think that a model like that, which works for, relatively smaller volumes, luxury manufacturers like a Mercedes-Benz, can perhaps also be implemented for a more mass market player with higher volumes, or do you think the dynamics there are slightly different?
Yeah, I think the jury is still out on that agency model that you are referring to of retail. It's started with the experiment. Mercedes did it in South Africa, in Austria. These are the smaller markets. Sweden. Toyota is doing it in New Zealand, Australia. Honda is doing it in New Zealand. But now Mercedes is doing it in some larger markets like UK and Germany also. Certain parts or certain models in larger numbers. So I think that model is still being tested. There are clearly some positives of that model, but then as in any model, negatives as well. I think the positives are the dealer doesn't have to carry inventory costs. He just does the test drives, the delivery part, and the documentation part. Whereas the advantage for the OEMs is that there is no price cutting, there is a fixed price. Dealers can focus on the marketing of the vehicle. And then there are negatives also, because clearly what dealers bring to the table is their entrepreneurship. I think I remember Mr. Sanghi talking about it last time, that this is something which, and it's a great point, because it is not just about pure transactional mathematics. There is also an entrepreneur angle to it. There is also a customer angle to it. How do you find customers? How do you make them happy? How do you build that brand loyalty? How do you get brand advocacy? So it's not simply a transactional model. So I think it's an interesting model, but Alisha, there are other models as well. For example, in Japan, OEMs own many of the network in many parts.
Electric vehicle manufacturers, yeah? I think, the Teslas of the world, for instance.
Yeah, so Tesla model little different. I'm going to come to that also, because in Japan, clearly, and in many parts actually of Southeast Asia, there are OEMs who own the showrooms. It's not really an agency model in that sense, but it is possible that, but there I think there is an entrepreneurship lacking, and it may not work in all cultures. Probably it won't work in Indian culture, probably. That's one of the learnings we have had when we have examined in great detail all types of models, including the Tesla you're referring to. And Tesla is more like, it's a direct to customer. Even there was initially no showrooms when Tesla started. It was just, pure online sort of thing. So I think there will be a coexistence of different types of retail dealership models. Agency model, I think it's a little difficult when it comes to mass market, because if, for example, if Maruti Suzuki was to manage an inventory, we sell about 150 cars, 150,000 cars, and keep an inventory in various places of all the variants and this thing, it might be a little tough. So I think it is more sort of amenable to smaller volumes, but we'll see how the experiment unfolds when Mercedes is doing it in UK as well as Germany, where the volumes of Mercedes is much higher.
Right, that's certainly food for thought. Mr. Brar, have you considered a model like that, when it comes to Kia in India, let's say?
Frankly, no, we are not looking at that. But again, as Mr. Shashank Srivastav mentioned, first of all, I think nothing is impossible in this world. If you start getting into it, you can actually do it. If you want to get into that model, but we need to look at the pros and cons, right? When it is a mass manufacturer, your production, the whole company's profitability works on certain minimum volumes, right? So if you don't do that certain minimum volumes, the pressure is coming back onto the manufacturer, and if there's a manufacturer is under pressure, of course the pressure is going to come down to the entire channel as well. So it's very important, what happens is when, in case of this channel, the pressure is not there in the market, which is good in a way that, there is perfect discount control in that situation. For example, in this case, in case of Mercedes-Benz, the earlier margin was about 10%, which was reduced to about 5%. I'm talking about the ballpark numbers. Imagine if it was 10% overall. I don't think any of the cost which have, that 5% actually would have gone into a dealer pocket during a scenario like this, because there were no stocks, no discounts, which was earlier going into that, right? So in this case, probably the manufacturer got benefited, and whereas in rest of the other cases, the dealers have got more benefited in that. So as Mr. Srivastav said, there are pros and cons to everything. We need to weigh what are the pros and what are the cons. And I think Mercedes-Benz is a perfect example that we can look at as we, as we start thinking about whether this model can be implemented or not.
Mr. Bajwa, same question to you really. Have you studied the model? Do you think, it lends itself to a brand, like M&M? And also the pros and cons bit, that, both of them just mentioned. From a dealer perspective, have you received any feedback from dealers, that this is a model that they might be interested in, or are they more interested in, the conventional dealership models that we do see?
So frankly speaking, no feedback from the dealers as of now on this, number one. Number two, yes, Mercedes model, I believe what I hear from Mercedes dealers is working quite well for them, but let's not forget that they are handling a very limited volume, number one. Number two, the customer is matured. I mean, he's gone various life cycles of owning vehicles and then reached a level where he can decide a model, he can decide a color and buy a car. In our case, I don't know, I'm not too sure whether for mass market players, whether this model has been tested anywhere globally or not, because I haven't heard of it, so very difficult for me to actually comment on it. But for a mass market player, see, even today, if you look at our customers, you have customers who want to see 4 cars in red color and that too with specific tire brand and all that stuff. How do you address all those things going forward? I mean, to me, specifically for us, the mass market customers, I don't think they have reached still that level where they can really pinpoint that this is what they want to pick up. So I have my own reservations that we've reached that level of maturity today, that we can implement this. But yes, definitely, we would like to study if there are certain countries where these kind of volumes are being handled through this model. Yeah. So why not? I think if it makes sense going forward, yes, of course.
So that's an interesting take also, given how, recently, and this is what I hear from dealers a lot, that customers are so aware now, they know exactly what they want, they're spending lesser time in dealerships and, they come with their minds made up. But I'll park that question for Sameer right after I've spoken to, you about it, Jyoti. It's a conversation you started really when you said that the model, dealers will perhaps, become more retail partners going forward. And the model that we've seen Mercedes-Benz do, they operate in the same segment that you do. So do you think that, this can perhaps be more successful in, brands, in the case of brands like yourselves? And are you considering this model a little bit more actively at this point in time?
Exactly. So I think I also believe that in the end, it is the customer and the market who will decide which model works, right? I believe that for our luxury market, I think this model could be a way forward. And the way we are approaching this is that rather than going full hog, we are going step by step. So the one car line that we have already introduced, which is the first electric car, we have taken that approach. That car is available, what we call internally as online and direct sales. So customers can book online, but what our belief is that this is a complementary channel. It is not going to replace dealers or it is going to sort of come as an alternative. This is a complementary channel. So today, a customer believes that, and as Vaja was also saying, that depends on the maturity of the customer, maturity of this market. Our customers are, I think, very keen on buying with a lot of transparency and I think convenience. I think this model does offer that. And I think, yes, I think the pros and cons have to be weighed in. So we are actively, as we speak today, we have already done it like about last 2 months. And we are in discussion with our dealers. We'll see how it works, and before we take it to next models. So that was I was saying. I think listening is very important. The approach is like, I think in IT industry they call MVP. Go with an MVP, a sort of a minimal viable project, learn from it, and then adopt it to the market reality. So that's exactly what we are doing. And my early take is that if the model is a win-win for manufacturer, for customers, and for retailers, if there is a win-win, it will succeed. If there is, even one of the parties is not sort of looking at it from a win-win situation, things may not work out. I believe that this model in our industry, in our segment, has a potential to create a win-win. And I think hence, could be a way forward. Globally also in UK now, we are going, which is a big market in Europe, biggest market in Europe. I think we are going very soon into what we call a slip. So they are, like Mercedes is in India, we are doing a complete movement to this direction. But I think reality is in Europe are very different than in India. And as I think within Asia Pacific also, we are looking at different ways how we approach it. So those are my views. Thanks.
Right. And Samir, when you weigh in on this, give us the whole perspective, from the luxury manufacturers, from the dealers, that operate in the luxury space and also from a more mass market space. Do you see that, there are marked differences in how, the two markets operate, and therefore it could perhaps lend itself better to one than the other? And what's the general expectation from the dealer community? Do you see this as a model that, benefits you as much as it does the OEM, as, Mr. Brar mentioned, perhaps sometimes ends up benefiting the OEM more than it does the dealer?
Yeah, but I think while the industry is the same, the dynamics are very different. I think as Shashankji also said, the customer, ultimately I think it is the customer and market which will decide. It will work where. And yes, I think in the mass market, it's a different ball game as to how things have to be managed and how this can work. And as I was saying earlier, yes, I think I can talk more from a luxury perspective. In this market, customer being more mature, customers, and in India, the size of this segment is actually very small, right? If we look at a throughput at any dealership, on one side, Mercedes being the biggest and us, the smaller player, the throughput is still very limited and manageable, right? When we are saying that we have to manage inventory centrally, I think it is very challenging to manage one single pool for, let's say, Maruti with the sort of volume it is, versus, because end of the day, customer wants car to be delivered faster. I think this model also means India being a large country, if you have a central pool, delivery will take time. It won't happen the way it should be. I think mass market sometimes, okay, we talk about today's situation where demand, supply is in a different situation, but we know it's a matter of time. Market will move where supply and demand will be the way it used to be pre-pandemic, it will go there. And how this model works at that time will be the real litmus test. And I think we need to sort of wait for some more time before we say, and as I said, the jury is still out, how this works out. But my belief still is that in our industry, this for the segment, the luxury segment, it will work. It has all the potential to work. And if we create a win-win,
right.
That's, yeah.
Right. Samir, really the same question to you.
So, like you said, everyone is saying nobody knows how it's going to go. But one thing I can tell you is for the manufacturer, the dealer is going to do all the work still. From the inquiry to the test drive to getting the order, all that remains with the dealer. The only thing that is probably moving is the data is going straight to the manufacturer. Sometimes there's an apprehension how they're going to use that data. Tomorrow, there are manufacturers getting into insurance, there are manufacturers getting into finance. These are verticals which are very important for a dealership, and you might find the manufacturer is now pushing insurance directly to a customer. The manufacturer is looking at database to push finance to the customer later on. So from a dealer's perspective, we are doing everything, but yet the data now resides with the manufacturer. And again, like I said, there's a trust deficit there. Is this data safe? Will it be used against us? Will the manufacturer tomorrow say, I have a call center now, I have the data, I delivered the car directly, and the reinsurance we will do, and take away that piece from the dealer. So these are all like questions which remain unanswered right now, how the business model is going to change. But going back again, if all this is discussed openly with the dealer and it's clear and transparent, it will help. But suddenly you find a manufacturer announce, from tomorrow, we will charge you 1,000 rupees for every car you deliver because we have subjected so much expense we've had towards making this a viable thing for you. There is no discussion. It's like a dikayat which comes. Those things have to change. And will it succeed, this model? I think for the small manufacturer, small volume manufacturer, it will succeed. It's a good model. But like Shashank said, for a Maruti or a Hyundai or a Kia, which are large volumes, or Mahindra, it's going to be very difficult at this point of time.
Right, so clearly a work in progress model, but segueing to dealer margins, and I know that this will be the meat of our conversation. And let me start with you, Vikas. Give us some perspective on what the interest rate trajectory is going to be like. We've seen already that interest rates have been going up, and the market has been good in the last 3 years. Inventory levels were not that high, so therefore low interest burden on OEM, on dealers as well. And of course, discounting because of low inventories wasn't that high. But now as that inventory starts building back up and we're approaching, we have to a great extent already approached the normal and are doing better increasingly. Do you think that that some of these concerns around profitability will become more relevant as costs go up, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's interests and the like?
Yeah, thanks, Alicia. So I'll try to answer in two parts. The first part on the interest rates, I think looking at the global scenario right now, what we feel that interest rates for the next 6 to 9 months is not going to change. Probably there will be slight increase in the interest rate. So that's something which is looking like as far as we think. You're right on the inventory side, because of this entire 2.5 years journey which we've seen. Supply, not there, demand, high demand. So dealers have gone almost in a cycle where, the customers waiting for the cars to come. So there was no inventory cost. But last like 3-4 months, we have started noticing that inventory, is started building up. So that's something which we need to also, keep an eye on. And what I think is also important, that what, relevant models which are moving. So what kind of inventory has to come in, so that, that inventory cost should not start building up to that level. So that's something which is bothering. But the third part which I also want to cover is on the technology side. Definitely, something as you're saying, that technology will change the game, and the entire change is coming so fast that everybody has to be ready with that. Whether we've spoken about the models, so while I don't have too much of say there, but on the sourcing model, definitely I would like to add that there's a huge change which we are seeing from the banker's lens, that the acquisition and the sourcing, right from, and I would like to just touch upon 3 data points, that almost 95% customers are now going online for research to decide which car to buy. 75% customers are going online to look for the dealerships, and 56% customers are going online to look at which financer, what scheme, etc. So that kind of so I think customers are having a digital mindset. So that change which is coming. The cost side also will start changing. We as a bank, we the entire finance journey, we are also we are changing. We have launched this product called Express Car Loan, which allows customer to, right from application to disbursement, can be done in 30 minutes, with video KYC, etc. So that entire thing, is turning around, productivity, efficiency improving. So I think in these 2-3 parts, we see changes happening very quickly.
Right. Sameer, I'll ask you to help us set the context here when we talk about, the need perhaps to revisit dealer margins, and again, the international benchmarks there seem to be much higher than what Indian dealers are able to get. So do you think that now is perhaps the right time, after these years of COVID, to actually start doubling down on this conversation again? And why do you think that dealer, and also there's a wide disparity in terms of what dealers are able to earn with different manufacturers. So do you think that there should also be something done about making a more of a level playing field when it comes to this?
If you're talking of dealer margins, I think every manufacturer seems to have a different approach to it. Some are giving you margins through the service piece, some are through the spare parts piece, some are through the accessories piece. So there are various verticals in which a dealer is actually making his money. So to be specific about one particular vertical gets a little difficult. However, overall, is the dealer profitable? I think that's what's to be seen. I'm being nice to all the OEMs today, for a change, when I say that. What I think,
please don't hold back.
what I think we need to look at is how the OEMs are looking at the dealers tomorrow. I mean, because we are drifting away from the future topic. Now, there are certain OEMs which are looking at removing the dealer name from the board completely. So what happens to a dealer who has spent 30 years developing his own brand, his dealership, getting his customer base? Suddenly you find the board has changed. The dealer name no longer appears on the board. Now, is that fair? It's a question I think OEMs need to ponder over. Is this a fair policy that from tomorrow the dealer's name doesn't exist on the nameplate of that dealership? Is it fair that we expect our dealers to behave a certain way? In this whole relationship, the manufacturer is the stronger partner, the dealer is the weaker partner. Are we being fair to the weaker partner? I don't think those questions come up very readily and get answered very readily. That is what I think this whole discussion and debate should be about. Are we being fair with our weaker partner?
So that question, that's drawn a bit of an applause. And I hope, the OEMs we have here are able to answer that equally compellingly. So, Shashank sir, let me begin with you again. I think it was a very straightforward question. Do OEMs think that they're treating dealers fairly? And you have to, again, keep in mind that he said that he was being nice, to the OEMs on the panel. And
as always, I'll be nice to the dealers, as always. So, what Professor Samir said, what Samir said. These inputs are really good, of course. We have to be fair. We have to be considerate. We have to go into the details. I think these are fundamental principles which every OEM and the dealership has to follow. One common understanding, and I'm making a slightly stronger point, that the fundamental concept of doing business is obviously to make money. That's something which has to be realized by OEMs and by everybody. Because it is not as if you push your metal to the dealers, that's it. Then you make the money and then it's up to the individual dealers to think of how they can survive. But I think that's not, in any case, that system will not survive. What I feel is, and we are trying to do it in Maruti Suzuki, I've been doing it for a long time actually, is to know exact measurement of what is good profitability for dealers. So some dealers define it in terms of return on investment, ROI. Some people define it in terms of ROCE, which is on capital employed. Some people define it in terms of absolute profits made. Some people calculate per unit volume. Some people calculate it without depreciation, etc. So there are various benchmarks that dealers have and OEMs have. And in fact, within OEMs, different officers of the same OEM will have different benchmarks. And that's very strange. Because we are now the third largest passenger vehicle manufacturer in the world. I'm talking of India, not Maruti Suzuki. We will be at some time, but I'm talking of the present. So we do measure it, and I think there has to be greater transparency also. And also there are some practices which dealers have to be very conscious of. I can list a whole list of of practices that OEMs should be careful of and are careful of or are ignoring or should be improving. But there are also a whole list of things which dealers should take care of when it comes to profitability. I'll give you some statistics, and I think Samir mentioned it very well. Last 3 years have been actually good, because even though there was a general fear about COVID, etc., in terms of profitability probably is better because of inventory costs being lower and because discounts are lower. But I find it very strange, and I was looking at last year's data, the highest cost percentage, if you have 100 rupee cost at a dealership, the highest is of course manpower. It's around for Maruti Suzuki, and I'll let out some statistics as well. 37% or so. Inventory cost was just around 6-7%. But what bothered me was the discount percentage. Because some models, for some reason, even though they are in waiting, a discount is being given. It is, for some reason, higher than the interest cost. So in such a market, how can you have that sort of thing? Of course, OEMs have no role to play in it, because by law, we cannot even remotely look at controlling those discounts. It's for the dealer fraternity, and consistently, and in fact, I have looked at this data for a very long time. We maintain data of discount versus interest rates versus profitability. We have been doing it for the last, since 2005, so that's 17 years. There is a direct correlation between interest cost and discount, and it's exponential. It's not a straight line correlation, which means if interest cost goes up, the discounts go actually up even higher, not in the same proportion. So it's very strange. And I think Samir made a very good point, as also I think Alisha mentioned, that in times which would be bad and when inventory rises, and it has been rising in the last 3-4 months, you will find this pressure coming. And it is in our interest as businessmen, both from OEM side and from the dealer side, that we must protect the money that we are earning. So we talk of dealer margins. Dealer margins are 5% or so. Actually, some manufacturers have 3.5, 3.6. Some have 4.8, 4.9 types, but discount percentage are much higher. It's very strange. So we have to together build a common understanding of what those patterns and measure it again and again and again, so that corrective actions can be taken. And this we can do only together. It cannot be done only at the OEM end. We can raise the dealer margin, but if you fritter it away somewhere else, then obviously it's a problem. And remember, there is no fixed market condition. We have to also decide on what is the time frame we have in mind. Is it everyday profit? Is it every vehicle profit? Is it total portfolio profit? Is it weekly profit, monthly, yearly, or in sometimes cycles where in some years you make disproportionate profits and some years actually some of you may be making losses as well. So what is it that is the time frame in mind, and accordingly we should continuously look at it, keep measuring, keep measuring, keep measuring. That's what we are trying to do at Maruti Suzuki. I'm happy, I have found, from the data at least, and I'm sure the data is transparent, and it's probably an understatement of Professors rather than this. John Paul is here, he's laughing away because he knows, so that is what it is. So we must together work and make sure that we have a common goal, which is to make money and serve the consumer so that they get the products and services that they want. Thank you.
I think that's very comprehensively answered, and for a very contentious question. Mr. Bajwa, interesting point that Sir just raised here about discounting trends and discounts even being offered on vehicles that have waiting periods, and I think who better to answer that than you? I think famously or infamously for some models running into 2 years or so. So if you could just briefly answer, is this a trend you've also observed? It's slightly perplexing, so if you have, please bring it to our attention as well.
See, if you look at it, discount is all due to demand-supply gaps, basically. I think more than that, there's one more important thing, is the dealer having capacity to hold the vehicles? You know, what happens, what pushes the discounts in the market is these also factors. A very important factor. So I think, let me put it across, dealerships in the current times must not forget what they have learned in the last 2 years of pandemic. I think everybody started in the last 2 years looking at how to optimize efficiency out of every touch point or every business that they were generating out of their dealerships. I think those good things that have been learned in the last 2 years, whether it is resource optimization, working capital discipline and all that stuff, if people are able to carry it forward and not forget that in the coming days, it will definitely help, right? Discount is a disease. I think it is also due to inefficiencies that exist in the system that you take the help of discount to sell vehicles. I think rather than taking this route, if the dealers invest on other side, how they strengthen their dealership on selling and other skills and their manpower and people, I think they will benefit out of it. And I also want to mention on a lighter note, as Samir said, our dealerships' name do exist on the boards even after our new standardization, right? That's one. Second is, during the pandemic, as M&M, we had taken out and we had carried out an exercise of revisiting our entire dealer business model. The whole focus was how to bring about efficiency in the dealership operations and make the dealers profitable, viable. Because let's also understand one fact. Today, manufacturers are also not in a position to offer those healthy discounts and healthy incentives because all these regulatory issues and your other issues in terms of cost of material, everything going up, everybody is under pressure today. So you can't offer those healthy discounts and everything in the current context. So I think everyone has to be mindful of this and has to take care of themselves, what I would say in the competitive market.
Right. Thank you for taking the time, gentlemen, and addressing these issues very comprehensively. I personally took away a lot of new insight. And of course, the relationship between automakers and dealers will also evolve a lot, I believe, going forward, as well as with customers, as we're going to see so many more connected vehicles. We're going to see software design vehicles, over-the-air updates. I believe remote diagnosis, glitches will be fixed, digitally over the air. So I believe there will be, there is lots more to this conversation, but we're out of time. But I trust FADA enough to keep having this conversation eventually in the course of time. But thanks so much for today, and thank you all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chde, for spearheading the deliberations, and thank you so much to our panelists for sharing their wonderful insights. I would like to now, ladies and gentlemen, invite Mr. Sai Girdhar, Secretary FADA, and Mr. Mohan Himmat Singha, Past President FADA, to kindly felicitate our speakers. Let's have one more round of applause for our panelists. So we'll request all our panelists to pose together for a group photograph. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our parallel sessions. In Darbar Hall right here, we have the session on the future of commercial vehicles. In Jahangir Hall, we will have the future focus pre-owned business. And in Mamtaz Hall, we have the 3W panel, end of road for IC engine. So we request all of you to choose the panel of your choice in the respective halls. And once it concludes, request you to kindly join back at the Darbar Hall. So request you to kindly remain with us, those who are interested for the session in the future of commercial vehicles in Darbar Hall, to kindly remain with us. We'll just take a couple of minutes to make the necessary table arrangements. We will now commence the power panel 4, which is on the future of commercial vehicles. May I now invite on stage our eminent speakers for the session. May I please invite Mr. Jalaj Gupta, Head Commercial Vehicles Mahindra Group, Mr. Nishant Arya, Vice Chairman IBM Group and Chairman Linde Wayman GmbH, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, President MHCV Ashok Leyland, Mr. Sachin Nichwahan, Chief Operating Officer Switch Mobility Limited, Mr. Sharvik Shah, Chairperson FADA Rajasthan, and our session moderator Mr. Rajiv Saharia, co-founder of Premon Asia. May I request all our speakers for the session to kindly join us on stage, please. Requesting our speakers to kindly join us on stage, please. May I request everybody else to kindly take your respective seats or join the session of your choice in Jahangir and Mamtaz Hall. I'd like to request everyone to please settle down at Darbar Hall, and others who are interested for the panel sessions may kindly join the respective session in the other halls. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our eminent speakers and session moderator. I'd like to now hand it over to Mr. Rajiv Saharia, session moderator, requesting him to kindly moderate the session on commercial vehicles.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just to set the context right, I think we're running a little behind and probably we can't hear you. Hello? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Just to set the context right, I think we're running a little behind schedule, and this panel probably is the last panel that stands between the bar and us. So we'll try and wrap it up as quickly as we can. But nonetheless, it's a very interesting topic that we have, that is the future of the commercial vehicle industry and how the relationships between the dealers and the OEMs are going to evolve in this area. Primarily, I think the CV industry has always been looked at as a lead indicator to the status of the country's economy. And therefore, it suffers from the fact that it can't really predict which way it's going to go because there are no lead indicators available to the CV industry itself. From that perspective, when we look at the projections of the Indian economy, and we know that globally it's one of the most promising economies in the next couple of years, and stated objectives of getting to $5 trillion economy in the near future. All this is going to augur well for the commercial vehicle industry, and it'll have a direct impact on it. So the future, obviously, is robust. It may not be linear as we get there. We might have our hiccups as we want to get there, but I think it is robust. And at this point, I'd like to invite panelists, starting with Sanjeev, you, because you lead the medium and heavy commercial industry in Ashok Leyland, and that's one that bears the biggest brunt of the growth and the degrowth as and when it happens.
Thanks, Rajiv. I think before I talk about CV industry, we should talk about India. My sense is that, India is going through what US has seen and what China has been seeing for the last 3 decades. I think last few years have been great for India, and, we are in the process of creating this huge network in terms of rail network, road network, ports, and even connecting all small cities. So this is actually not taking a firm shape, and government is talking about this logistic costs. Today our logistic costs are very high. We are at 14% when compared to overall 8% worldwide, and now we are talking of something called Gati Shakti. So my own sense is, all these actions which government is taking in terms of creating those infra, it's going to help our CV industry. So yes, in terms of demand, I see a robust demand for our trucks and buses. Second thing which is important for this industry at this juncture is, in terms of how different kind of fuel technologies are coming up. We have seen in the past how, India moved from BS3 to BS6 in span of probably 4 years. So we as as an industry, I would say, we are now getting ready in terms of all the options available with us, whether it is LNG technology, hydrogen, electric vehicle. So these technologies are available, but the major challenge is how you're going to go through this cycle, when this change will happen. So my own sense is it's not going to be easy, and it will depend a lot in terms of ecosystem, how this ecosystem is getting created, how government policies are being framed, and this will decide the future of CV industry. But as a manufacturer or as an industry, we need to be ready with all the options. But overall, yes, I think, as you mentioned, that CV industry is the right indicator of how country is progressing. So yes, I think we are in good space. Thank you.
That's an interesting perspective, especially coming from the medium and heavy section. Jalaj, what's your take on what's happening in the light commercial, and how's that going to go? Thank you.
So thanks, Rajiv. Firstly, heartiest wishes to everybody on Makar Sankranti, Lodi, and Bihu. So, and coming to your question, not only LCV, I think if you look at the overall Indian CV market, 19 was the peak when the overall CV did 10 lakh plus vehicles. And if not this year, definitely in F24, it is slated that the CV industry will cross that 10 lakh peak. And all this is buoyed by what Sanjeev just said about the huge money that has been pumped into the India infrastructure story. Coming specifically to light commercial vehicles, I think the majority of the Indian growth is driven by the tier 2 cities, the rural areas, etc. and all that. And the more that happens, the more it augurs well for the LCV and the ICVs. And so overall, if you ask me, how does the future look like for overall Indian CV market? We are India's 5th largest market in the world today. Now, very few people, because we talk about, 3rd largest as a car manufacturer in terms of car market, but we are 5th largest. So we are 5th largest economy. We are the 5th largest CV market, in the world. So if you ask me future, to me it looks extremely bright, at least for next couple of years. Just one trivia. So I was speaking to one of our customers. He's a NHAI A category contractor, and he gave me a figure. He told me that about 10 years ago, when the outlay of NHAI used to happen, 25,000 crore used to be a typical outlay for 5 years. 5 years outlay, 25,000 crore of NHAI. F22, which last fiscal, the actual projects allocated to contractors were 1.15 lakh crores. So that's about 20 times. So that's the kind of money that is being pumped into various projects, in India. So future to me looks extremely good, at least for next couple of years.
Wonderful. I think one thing that sets the commercial vehicle industry apart from the rest of the automotive industry is the fact that the nature of this business of the dealerships and the way the customers are engaged with is extremely different. And it varies across the spectrum based on either the size of the customers or their fleet. So you have buses like yours, Mr. Nijavan and Mr. Arya, who don't rely so much on external network partners. You can be completely independent. Whereas in case of Mahindra's as well as Ashok Leyland's, a network becomes the core strength of going forward. It's important to understand over here as to how the dealers look at it and what the dealer's perspective on the relationship with OEMs in this is, and who best to give us that view other than Sharvik, because Sharvik, you've been handling dealerships across the spectrum from passenger vehicles to light commercial vehicles to medium and heavy, being one of the largest Ashok Leyland dealers around. So what's your view on this, and how do you think the relationship between the OEMs and the dealers will shape up in the coming time?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So, the nature of our business is more, unlike car or other industry, we are more B2B. And that's where, our relationship with our customers is very important in terms of how we understand their business operations and then give them the product and services based on their need and their requirement. Now, here it is also important because our customers don't operate in a limited area. They would work across the country. So there has to be a very strong dealer network, I'm saying you need to have the right service network across their area of operations. Besides that, please understand that over the period of time with technology and with the regulations that are changing in the country, today initial cost of vehicles is going up. So they squeeze us tremendously in terms of their after sales, which is again a very important factor, which is a very important deciding factor for them to buy our products. Now, while we want to focus more on service, we don't get the kind of revenues that usually a car industry gets. Our investments are higher because for trucks, you need bigger workshops, you need bigger bays, you need more skilled people because there is a lot of abuse that goes into these vehicles because it's a truck driver who's driving it, his knowledge is very low. So we need to work on a lot of aspects in terms of keeping the right kind of inventory, keeping in the right kind of, training the right kind of manpower, which again is a very scarce commodity for us. And also, meeting the expectation of our customer because he is actually creating a balance sheet of every vehicle that he is running. And now with the way the logistic costs are, their freight rates have not gone up the way the prices of products have gone up. So they expect us to have a better turnaround time. So we need to invest on more bays. So I think overall, unlike a car industry, the CV industry and the CV customer is much more demanding to the dealer. And here, that's where the OEM needs to support the dealership in the right kind of training and the network that is required here.
Thanks. I think that's very well articulated, Sharvik, and it makes me think about the complete different end of the spectrum, and that is the buses which Switch Mobility is kind of getting into. What is your take on this? Because you have very limited beats in your vehicles and you're getting into markets which are very niche, into specifics. And obviously, you will probably still need some network or some kind of a support. What's your take on setting up this network, and how will the relationships with dealerships evolve for an application and a new product like yours?
Right. Thank you very much. Good evening to all. I think at Switch, we are in a very sweet spot. Why I'm saying so is, on one side, we are into a segment which has a huge potential, and we have heard from everyone, and we know that EV is going to grow. We all have, I mean, Nishant will also vouch for it, we all have touched with good orders for next 1-2 years to take care of ourselves. And on the other side, Switch being wholly owned subsidiary of Ashok Leyland, we do not have to worry much about channel partners, because we have people sitting next to us like him all across the country. So what we are doing is, in our bus, which are mostly the gross cost contract models, we take per kilometer basis and do the everything as far as bus is concerned. Service piece of it, from day one, we are keeping with our dealers. So wherever we are getting orders, we are getting the service done through our dealers. They employ the manpower at the location or at the depot. So they are already getting hang of what EV industry is. When we'll come to our LCVs in future, which definitely will be sold through the dealer network, it will be through our channel of Ashok Leyland. I mean, if there is somewhere we need to go out, we do not have a dealer, then only we'll go out. Also, what we believe is that the spare parts and the revenue on the service side, because the chassis and many parts are common with our Leyland products, so it becomes much easier for us to manage if we do this entire service piece through our dealers. So we only keep the operations, which is the driver providing of drivers and all, outside the preview. Rest all we are doing in-house. When we'll bring our LCV, we are not going to ask our dealers to build new brick and mortar showrooms. No. We already have beautiful showrooms. We already have beautiful workshops. What we will request them is to invest more in demo vehicles, because one of the speakers previously you heard must have spoke about it, that we need to give a demo to a customer so that he hops onto a EV, LCV or a car to say. So our investment will be more on that side. On the demo side and on the training of people, and obviously some infra will be required at the workshop to cope up with the EV servicing piece. Apart from that, it will be more on customer facing activities which we will do, and products will be I must say, we have no option, but products will be supplied once the orders are received, rather than there will be huge stocks at the dealership. For simple reason, supply chain is still a constraint for EV specifically, and products are pretty expensive, so we do not want to burden, we will not want to burden our dealers with inventory, putting money in the inventory, rather put money in the demo vehicles, go out, do the activities, and then generate the business and go forward. So that will be our strategy.
Very interesting, two different spectrums of the network model that you've spoken about. I'll come back to this one that you spoke about in the second part about the profitability of the dealerships and reducing their burden on inventory. But before that, I'd like to bring Mr. Nijavan in as to what are your views, because you are getting specific into the buses segment. And has this been like a low entry barrier for you, because you really didn't need a network? And how do you look at network being a partner in rolling out your businesses?
So I think, so we do have a network across for 1S and 2S activities across the board, but I think as things are evolving, I would say dealerships of the future, especially for electric mobility and in the public transportation space, would be totally transformed, because the role technology would play would be very large here, because remote diagnostics as well as the role of power electronics and embedded systems has increased substantially in the electric vehicles, and that's what we look forward to doing, is that how dealerships view the spare part business or the service business would be entirely different. And in certain cases, we are looking at the AMC models where it's a combination of service and spares which they could bundle up together for working with customers. And on the other hand, whilst they're doing this, they're also looking at seeing that how training and awareness for the customers is also an important part in this case, what we have been able to understand. And thirdly, when you're looking at DC-DC converters, you're looking at battery packs, you're looking at chargers, you're looking at motors and many other areas. So 90% of the activities rather move to the electronic and high-end power electronics space in the EV space, especially for electric buses where we go up to 1,000 volts of current in this scenario. And the customer is not looking for immediate quick fix kind of a solution. The customer is looking for a long-term perspective of 10 to 12 years. Like today, we are working with multiple customers in the private space. And when we do that, they say that they do have no clue what would happen, and they're actually looking for dealers and partners locally in all geographies who can work with them and give a holistic end-to-end solution. And just to give you some stats, so today when I look at my battery pack, I have 1.2 million data points which come out every single day from every single bus. And if I look at the whole bus, it's about 2.5 million data points which I get. So understanding such kind of data points, having NOC centers, network operating centers, understanding and seeing that how are they working with customers, and they're looking for local round-the-clock support in terms of spare parts, the kind of know-how in terms of skills, and the software and hardware capability. So I think that's how I visualize the dealerships of the future, how the dealerships should be equipped with such kind of things, and it's no more a showroom dialogue where you are having a brick and mortar setup in such kind of cases, but I think such things are more relevant for the customer, which they would be able to appreciate and create value for the 3S dealerships.
Interesting, very, very interesting, because it's a huge departure from what has happened so far in the automotive industry and anywhere across in the automotive industry, and more so in the commercial vehicle, because it's always been focused on the customer and the customer profitability, and it's the daily earning of the vehicle which is the key. The customers have always been a lot more involved with the product, because we supply a product and it gets built upon, it gets added upon, and then it gets deployed in kind of a manner. So the involvement with the product is extremely high. Let me come to you, Sanjeev, with that thought that when that's the nature of the evolution that's happening on the products, how do you see the dealerships making sure that the customers stay sticky with the brand? How does the brand loyalty get built through that channel? Because that's the channel which delivers that daily profitability to the customer.
Thanks, Rajiv. So Rajiv, before I talk about dealer, we should talk about what's happening to our customers. Today, our customers are, their needs are changing. They are no longer, talking about running those vehicles. They say they want to outsource everything to either dealerships or manufacturers, be it maintenance of the vehicle, even running of the vehicles. Today, customers are talking of, Sachin talked about per kilometer. They're talking of dry lease agreements with the manufacturer. They're talking of even, going away from financing. They're saying we need leasing options. Why do we carry any, debt in our balance sheet? So overall requirements of the customers are changing. And, let me talk specifically of a place, Mumbai. Customers are no longer interested in sending their vehicles to dealerships. So, dealership model has been evolving in the last few years. And when we come to, let's say, alternate technology, requirements in terms of how do you, kind of create that dealer workshop. We have seen in the past also, when CNG got introduced in Delhi, we had one or two mishaps also, and then we created those standards in terms of how dealerships are going to manage servicing of the vehicle. Now we are talking of hydrogen. It's highly inflammable, almost invisible. So kind of standards what we will need in terms of managing those vehicles are going to be different. And, we spoke about it in terms of how we approach to the customer. We are completely different than car industry. I think most important thing, what we need in our industry is personal engagement, personal touch, which customers, really really, kind of appreciate, and, that becomes the major selling point for us. So yes, I think, in coming times, our channel partner is going to play a very important and, significant role in how we move forward.
Thank you. I think both of you have touched two or three very, very important points. A, the technology that we are handling is completely different, and it's progressing. whether it's because of the alternate vehicles which go in, whether it's hydrogen or whether it's electric vehicles. Either way, it's a major departure from what has happened in the past, and major departure from what's happening in the rest of the industry, possibly. The second is that the customer needs are changing completely. And let's talk about both these points separately. And there are different things that cause the customer's needs to change or requirements to change, whether it be the financial pressures required to grow into the, or it be the aids that they have through technology of the connected vehicles, which make, like you said, prognosis easier, or the data points coming out of it easier. Let's talk about these two separately. So come to the first point of the changing technology and the new methods of working that have to be adopted. The pressures that these are going to create on the network environment. Sharvik, your views as to how you think that you will go about getting that many people of that caliber, people who you never experienced earlier, because we've been essentially a mechanical product all along. We've had a few electricians who understood electricals, but we've never had complex electronics of that nature built into it. Now, added to it, there's power electronics getting built into it, which can be life and death. It can really blow up a product if handled badly. What are your views as to how the network will actually cope with this kind of a pressure and requirement?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just try to continue from where Sanjeev ji said that we have to be, connected with our customer and close to him. And with these technological changes, if I look at the immediate future, we are looking at BS6 Part 2 coming in, and where your vehicle will be, emissions are going to be checked online, and already we have started facing these challenges, and eventually most of our mechanics have to have electrical knowledge to take care of these vehicles. And eventually with all these new energies, we have already seen CNG vehicles in our workshops. We are seeing LNG vehicles coming in very soon. The biggest challenge that we see in terms of balancing the new technologies, meeting the expectations of our customers, our network has to become more robust in terms of having another aspect to that is, earlier 10 years back, the warranties on the vehicles were a year or 2 years. Today we are giving 6-year warranties on the vehicle. So again, the dependency of the primary network of the commercial vehicle, the dealerships, is again getting prominently important. So there is a huge investment that the dealer network will have to put in terms of not only network, but also the right kind of manpower, which is today a very important factor, because this is where we feel that as dealers, OEM should play an important part in creating these skilling teams or skilling efforts for our team. And secondly, the customers are also now needing at-site services. We have experienced that, and it has succeeded in us getting more volumes at our dealerships also. Today, the customer expects us to be at his doorsteps. They don't want to send their vehicles to the dealership. And they will prefer wherever the route is and wherever they feel this is their pit stop. We go there at their pit stop and give them services. So I think these are the factors that are eventually going to go. I remember in Ashok Leyland, we created something like a workshop on wheels, or we also came up with container workshops where we could go and place it at our dealer end and give them the service. I think these things are going to get more prominent. Our team will also will need to be trained more on the technical aspects in terms of how to use new technologies. For example, earlier we had a tech tool that would go and check. Today we can do that from a mobile phone. In the earlier panel we spoke over the air managing of the vehicles. Today, I think with OBD2 coming in soon, that can be a reality in terms of how we are able to manage. And we are equipping our technician with a break, whenever they see a breakdown, we get it on the mobile and we know what are the error codes and we are able to sort them out. So, so I think though these all investments are going to be there, my only question to the OEMs is that this is a very competitive market. Today, when we sell a vehicle, unlike a car industry, we know we have a 3.5% or 4% or 5% margin. Here, the rates are decided at the point of sale. And we are always challenged on what is the margin that we are going to get. And overall, a dealer then depends upon his say, we depend on our service absorption ratios for our dealership's profitability, or how we are able to add more features and add such services like AMCs and all to get that more additional volumes. So I think overall it is a time where the OEMs have to handhold us into this future, when newer technologies are going to be there. The customer is going to be more demanding. There's going to be more competition. So at the dealership end, we need to be ready for these changes. And I feel the OEMs also need to recognize that we are an important spoke into this whole system and need to work with us so that we are able to progress with them.
Thank you. Need for hand-holding to go forward in terms of retraining, etc., as well as maintaining profitabilities. And profitability is to come through aftermarket. I mean, if I summarize what you said. Jalaj, what's your take on that bit of hand-holding, especially on ensuring profitabilities through aftermarket and the new vehicle prices, like he said, being decided at the spot?
So firstly, Sharvik and I think everybody over here, can a OE, a CV OE, do it all alone? The answer is absolutely no. So a CV OE dependence on the dealership is as much as the dealership dependence on any of the commercial vehicle OE. So, you are the extended arm with which we reach out to the market. So even if, let's say, hypothetically, even if a commercial vehicle manufacturer does not want it, the commercial vehicle manufacturer has no other choice but to handhold you and to make you as much future ready as the organization that itself is going to become, right? So that, I think, takes care of the bigger part that if you're trying to ask. The second part is the how part of it. The question which I want to pose to you and through you, Sharvik, to the dealership over here is that, are you in your mind willing to change and upgrade yourself? Because normally when we say technological advancement and all, it's a big mental barrier, that comes in our mind that technology has to be complex, has to be, more difficult or so. It may not be the case. So I'll just take one example, which you also touched, about connected vehicles, right? So today there is a need, as you rightly said, Sharvik, that a customer is expecting you to come to the vehicle instead of the vehicle coming to the workshop, right? Now imagine the vehicles running all over the place. It's going to be physically impossible for any dealership with any kind of mobile service van or the wherewithals to reach each and every vehicle. So how do you do it? And that's where the technology comes into picture, right? So imagine having a telematics device and a control room whereby your service advisor tells proactively to the customer, hey, I think next 100 kilometers your truck is going to break down. So hold on, I'm going to send my team over there, which is going to solve your problem. So customer is happy, you are happy, everybody is happy. So I think these are small little things which are very much doable, but it would also require a mindset change by the dealership as well. Because OEs, we are realizing that we need to change. And in case we don't change, we will become extinct, right? But if the dealership have to be fit and future ready, they will also have to change. And last point, I'm just summarize, money is ample and huge in after sales, right? It's a necessity of a customer. A customer spends, let's say, a 40 lakh rupee on a purchase of a truck and spend crores over the life cycle of the particular truck or particular bus, right? So it's a huge pool which is available. How much we want to dip into it and take out our pie, I think it's more a question at our end, not a question at the customer's end.
Very interesting. Mindset change is required in terms of going forward, and I think that's extremely important. My question to you, Mr. Arya, because you're handling probably the cutting-edge technology here. And what we need for this is, of course, the mindset change of the dealerships and the channel partners end, but also a completely different training and background of technicians who we've never hired earlier, which means we just have to go out to possibly the training institutes, and they are not available. They will have to be created. What is the industry going to do about creating such people at the core level, which are then ready for a dealership to take on? And do you have any plans for addressing that?
Sure. So first of all, I would like to touch upon, I think one point Shavik mentioned about the scenario changing where there is no certainty about the margins also in this case. So EV, at least what we stand for, and as one of the key players in the electric bus segment today, we have understood that after engaging with all our customers, and that's something which is our USP, is that every vehicle is customized to the T for the end consumer. So there's no standard product. And that's where the customer is willing to pay you premium. And that's something where you understand and see that technology drives value and complexity leads to profitability, not the other way around. So, and when you understand that, at the same time you see, so we have personally built multiple skill development centers. We have partnered with multiple institutions across the country to see that now we have a workforce of more than 5,000 people only on the after sales side across the country for all our vehicles. So the key is, how are you able to address the customer, and you don't talk about a percentage as 100% uptime with predictive analytics and diagnostics, which we are looking at. And whilst doing so, what we've also tried to understand that there is a lot of talent available, and today we always look at automotive sector. So since I come from a diversified conglomerate, so we see that from the renewable sector, from the power sector, railway sector, people understand high voltage, people understand power, people understand electronics very well. And there is definitely challenge to see that there may not be as many people what we may need, but at least I would say 50 to 60% of people from the automotive sector and the rest from the other sectors could be put together to bring in the right mix of talent pool on the mechanical and electronic side. And today the biggest challenge lies is that majority of the people see that the low voltage electrical is electronics and high voltage power electronics, whereas there are two different worlds altogether. There's no collection at all. And it's not something linked to mechatronics. So I think the skill set and understanding the requirement, like today we see that in next 3 to 4 years, we need 100,000 people only for our set of vehicles. So how are we ensuring that our dealer partners of different kinds, as well as our own organization, is getting equipped to service not only in India, but many other geographies? And how are you addressing the customer's needs remotely and locally? So that is only done where you are able to clearly see that how more and more is being transferred to local players, our dealers, and whether 1S, 2S or 3S, where they're able to take more and more and clearly understand that the customer needs is being very different in every case. And in certain cases, people talk about volumes, that if we do not have volumes, how do we look at it? But now we see that there is a tremendous enhancement in volume. We launched our electric vehicles amongst one of the first, or the first 6 years back, almost 7 years back in 2016. So from then to now, I think people have clearly understood that how things are changing and evolving. And there has been a lot of investment which has been made by many players in Europe, what I have seen recently in a country like Israel, where technology redundancy was a challenge, especially for electric mobility in electric buses and other areas, and how they have been able to overcome it by really seeing that they're investing on a constant basis and really seeing that how customer is able to make money out of their investments in technology by ensuring his profitability. So I think these are certain points which I would like to bring about, and I think each dealership should see that collectively or individually, depending on the size, could set up dojo centers in all the regions where OEMs and dealerships could really collaborate and work together. And also some of the tier ones which are producing batteries, power electronics would also be part of that collaborative effort where they could develop the whole workforce going forward.
Got it. So completely different technology for power electronics, being very different from mechatronics and light electronic technicians that we've handled earlier, working collaboratively with the dealers because you're going down to tier 1 and tier 2 cities. Mr. Nijawan, your thoughts of it, because you're also in the same kind of a thing and you're taking it forward probably a lot more aggressively in now. So.
Yeah, so I think we all have been talking a lot about technology, EV will come, hydrogen will come, and so on and so forth. I think the biggest challenge which we have today is, which Nishant was talking about, is you need people to service this technology. But technology is double-edged sword, right? It helps you, but then you need skilled people. Nobody can just go and touch an electric bus and, put it up. So that's where we already on our own are doing, having certain training centers we are putting wherever we are getting orders in a good quantity. But we are also now collaborating with our dealers so that we have to have people, a pool of people. Like for one bus, you need 2.3 kind of driver and 1.7 kind of a mechanic come electrician. So 4 people for one bus because it's running in shifts and all. Imagine if 10,000 buses are sold, 40,000 people, kahan se aayenge? So it has to be a collaborative effort, and that's what I said in the beginning, that we are not interested, and we are lucky enough to have dealers and dealerships with brick and mortar. Where we would like to spend is on educating the customer and training the manpower. I think these two are the key focus areas for us at the operational level. We do have another big challenge on EV side as of now is of finance, because most of the orders are on gross cost contract, which is, I mean, we can sell so many buses on GCC, but because the cost of the product is very high, financiers are now trickling in, but that's a problem at manufacturer and finance end. But at the dealership side, I think the two challenges will be upgradation and basically upgradation of manpower. Tools can be bought overnight, that's not a problem. But the biggest challenge for us is to upgrade the people, and we are already working on it. Hence, from day one, we have kept services with our dealer and, routing through them, because luckily they have pool of people who are trained on electronics and mechanical side of whatever is there in the bus. We need to upgrade them, which we are already doing wherever we are.
Thank you. So obviously, new people and creating this set of pool is going to be one of the challenges to work together. I want to just move on to what's happening also in the industry from the external pressures. A lot has been said already about the alternate fuels. I mean, we are, as a commercial vehicle industry, seen as a polluting lot. We aren't that polluting, but we are looked at as polluting because we're most visible. We're on the roads, right? And then you see the big truck, and say that's what's causing the pollution. You can look at Delhi and say now, with satisfaction, it wasn't us. Because we've cleaned up, but the Delhi air still hasn't. But with these alternate vehicles, I mean, Sanjeev, a question to you. At your stall at the Auto Expo, you've got 4 alternate vehicles. You've got LNG, you've got CNG, you've got a hybrid, you've got a pure EV. How is this going to span out? And if there are hydrogen-fired engines, for example, or a hydrogen-fed fuel stack that comes in, like the one that you've got on your truck today, how's this going to impact the nature of businesses in the dealership environment? Because a lot of this, again, like Mr. Nijavan said, are probably going to shift to cross-cost contracts. They're going to shift, take it much further away from, let's say, the AMC contracts, which are already operating. So it's a 2-step forward.
So Rajiv, I would say that, it's very exciting right now. You have many technologies which are available off the shelf. And we as a manufacturer, we had our own learning. We saw how things changed, quickly from, probably India was the one country where change of BS3 to BS6 was very, fast. Even now we understand, how government is under pressure to reduce our fossil fuel costs. And that's where, almost all manufacturers, they are ready with these technologies. The larger question is again, about ecosystem, about the infrastructure, about the cost. Today we get to meet a lot of customers who want to create their ESG footprints, and they come and talk about, we have seen some orders have also started trickling in for buses, with some big conglomerates. But fact of the matter is, the costs are so high. And, even now as we speak, financiers, they're yet to kind of look at funding these assets. They've made just a beginning in terms of funding those EV cars. But when it comes to, asset which is probably going to cost you 2 crores or 1.5 crores, that's a big challenge. So even, when Sachin was talking about it, you need to create a company to run those vehicles. And ultimately, you need you need someone to fund those vehicles. So to me, we are all making progress in terms of getting ready with the technology. There are other factors, Nishan, probably the cost of the batteries. As your numbers grow, probably cost of batteries will come down, the kind of batteries we are using. So there are many, I would say there are many variables which are still playing in the industry. And to be honest, nobody knows what's right. and what's going to happen. And we all will wait. Some announcement will happen from government, and suddenly you'll see a change. Even on CNG, if you see, CNG was there in places like Delhi and Bombay, and suddenly it started going all across from north to west and then to south also. And then we saw the price differential between CNG and diesel, it went away. And now, we as a manufacturer, we created huge capacities, but the requirements, the demand levels have come down drastically. So these are some of the challenges, but yes, I think we need to be ready with all the possible options, and then we need to see how, things span out.
So in most of the manners that we've discussed, we are extremely different from rest of the automotive industry. I mean, I don't think anybody else talks about things that you guys have just spoken about. And yet we are so heavily impacted by the government policies. Question to you, Jalaj. Do you think that your representation as a lobby for a commercial vehicle industry to the government needs to really break out from what's traditionally been the automotive lobby and have a stronger lobby there? Or are you happy with going the way it is? Sorry, it's like a...
I think commercial vehicle lobby can do definitely much more. We need to.
And that can be an ask to FADA as well, right?
Yeah, that can be asked, because, at this point of time, there are 9 type of fuels which are possible on a vehicle. 9, right? Is there a roadmap? Answer is no. I mean, which one? So somebody, it's like, taking a bet. So somebody's betting on hydrogen, somebody's betting on LNG, somebody's betting on EV, So if your question is, can something be done, should something be done? I'll say absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
We should put this together.
Yeah.
Finally, I think just to wrap up, Sharvik, top 2 asks that you would have from the OEMs as a dealer.
I'll just continue to and ask from what Sanjeev and Jalaj just said, that since we really in the future don't know what exactly is going to be the fuel of the future, the biggest cost or the biggest investment that the dealer today is making is on stocks. And I think in the coming future, if the CV industry takes a lead and talks about market shares based on retail, I think it will help us balance our stocks at our end as well. And eventually, it will also help us in understanding how we are able to serve the market better. So I think that is one ask that we request for OEMs to consider. And second, of course, is a regular training and handholding, looking at the changing environment that we have. As I said, we are the most demanding sector, where it is the 3 of us, the trifecta, that is the customer, the OEM, and us. We have to work together to understand their need, since it's a B2B business, and come out with the most viable solution for all of us. So that's the win-win. As it is said, a friend of mine very nicely puts it, that whatever we plan for, Asmani or Suleimani, uske upar kuch nahi ho sakta. The Asmani is like act of God. COVID happened and we were all vulnerable. And Suleimani is the act of the government. So that is something that suddenly, in commercial vehicle, axle load norms changed. And suddenly we saw that there was a good momentum and that momentum broke. So yes, these are certain vulnerabilities, and that's where the OEMs need to work with us so that we are able to survive and serve the customer better.
Thank you, Sharvik, and thank you, gentlemen, for your participation. Obviously, times are changing, we're evolving, and one thing we know is the future is very different from the past, a little unpredictable, the way it's actually going to go, but hand-holding, working collaboratively together is probably the ask, and definitely a need for a stronger lobby for the CV segment within the government. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for your excellent deliberations on the future of commercial vehicles. I'd like to now invite Mr. Nikunj Sanghi, Past President FADA, and Mr. Sachin Mahajan, Chairperson FADA Maharashtra, to please come on stage and request them to kindly felicitate our speakers for the session. request you all to pose for a group photograph. Thank you. I'd like to now invite Team Kuvi, our partners, and request them to make the presentation. I'd like to invite Team Kuvi to please join us. And requesting everyone to please take their seats and settle down. We have our presentation from Team Kuvi, who are also our partners.
Hello, hello.
May I request people in front of the stage to kindly take your seats? We are starting with the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. We team Kuwai. Kuwai is a platform which enables digital finance in used car especially. I am Praveen Naruka, heading sales for Kuwai, and my colleague Karthik heads IT for us. What Kuwai does, we want to connect dealer, customer and lender together on our platform to give him a seamless experience which is paperless and digital. What is missing in this industry, used car, which Dr. Pawan Goenka and other esteemed speakers have also mentioned, is the trust and the transparency is missing. That's why, we are bringing all the aspect digitally. We validate the customer and we validate the vehicle also digital. And that's where we connect our information and data to the lenders, and then lenders sanction the loan to the customer. Next, please. What is Kuwai means? Kuwai is a Tamil word which says finance. We are automotive fintech, close to 5,000 plus used car dealers associated with us, 25 plus banks and NBFC we are working with. We validate close to 27 external APIs and 45 internal rule engines to enable the loan digital. We are currently in 500 plus locations covering 21 states. Next, please. So as I mentioned, we are connecting the customer, dealer and the lender together. It's a B2B platform where my primary customer is the dealer. Customer walks in at dealer and then journey begins. Customer can choose the car, then give his personal demographic and declared income. We give him the loan eligibility, and then the certain BREs which all the lenders have provided us, we give the lender selection. Then customer can select the lender, the loan product, terms finalize, and then he can submit the document digitally. Until approval, no paper is required. With this, I think I'll not go much on the presentation side. A small AV which give you a complete picture that you know what Kuwai does in the market as of now. AV, please.
Only 22 people have cars. 70% of first-time car buyers in India buy used cars. When buying used cars, there is a huge disconnect between the customer, car dealer, and the lender. Due to challenges like non-certified cars, limited lender option, longer loan processing timelines, physical documentation, submission of numerous documents, which has made the process of buying a used car unorganized and less transparent. We are here to make the process easy for you. Kuwai, an instant lending platform at the point of sale and search. Kuwai provides access to automotive credit with a wider selection of choices instantly in a paperless environment. Kuwai means finance. We facilitate end-to-end digital car loan approval, processing and dispersing. At Kuwai, we have digitized each step of the loan process by click and drag technology, connecting credit-worthy borrowers to lenders. Backed by a team of multidisciplinary professionals with in-depth knowledge and expertise, Kuwai has its presence in 500 plus locations across India. Kuwai customers get instant loan offers from multiple lenders in paperless environment and loan dispersal within 24 hours. Lenders get access to thousands dealers or direct selling agent networks with thousands of certified cars, with digital documentation and integration with lender loan origination system. Kuwai helps dealers sell more cars fast at the point of sale and search. Platforms offered by Kuwai include Prime, Class, Elite and Car Bureau. Kuwai Prime acts as a point of sale for dealers with physical inventory. Kuwai Class offers point of search API suite for online dealers and marketplaces. Kuwai Elite functions as a point of selection for capital lenders. Kuwai Car Bureau provides car inspection, pricing and paper transfers. With Kuwai, customers avail loan digitally, dealers process loan digitally, and lenders grow loans digitally. Get the Kuwai app now for instant access and to buy retail-worthy cars.
Kuwai is a product and tech company based out at Chennai. It's a majority held subsidiary of Volkswagen. Currently, we are operating across 21 states. What we are bringing for the dealers, yes, we can make you omni-channel. Omni-channels means, yes, whatever, whenever customer wants, he can select a car. You can be a point of selection. You can be a point of search, anyways, with your websites. So yes, a customer can select the car digitally, can come to your showroom for a delivery. In between, we integrate and we will provide a loan. So the finance would work as an enabler. Customer can come to your showroom and then take a delivery, which anyways is a traditional model. Another thing, customer can choose it digitally and take the vehicle digitally as well. So end-to-end digital journey is available with Kuwai. Over to you, Karthik, which I believe the Kuwai Class platform will benefit the dealers.
Yeah, Kuwai Class is the one of the kind of product first in line of market in the Indian market, which is the lending as a service platform, where any OEM dealer or be a classified portal want to be enable the transaction they can enable the plug-and-play. It's directly be API suite. So without any modification, easily they can integrate with the system. It's a kind of point of search. So anyone can want to be integrate. Maybe a couple of great dealers, OEMs already started using this platform, and it's becoming in the open banking networking. So LAS is the recent tech product which is kind of a new technology product. That's the LAS platform. And as you told, we a point of selection is a Quay Prime or the enabler product for B2B selections. And Quay Elite is the captive CUG group product where as a closed group, people can work together in the Quay Elite. Yeah, next slide. So if you want to understand the end-to-end process, if you see that the process of engaging the loan from the start to ending the title transfer, which is the full end-to-end transaction for the used car loan, will be taken over in the assisted model, where the customer can come and select the vehicle, loan engine will be generate the loan value, post that the digital documentation and end-to-end submission to the sanction level up to the lender will be happening digitally. Post that, where if it is a e-mandate, e-natch and e-agreement will be there, that will be taken care digitally. Where m-natch is there, that will be a hybrid model we do across. And even the RTO part, that's the crucial part of a used car loan, PDD process. That also we are handling with digital transformation, where we are well connected with the Vahan and Parivahan and all the Marth integrations. Any inputs, any queries, please, questions.
Next. Thank you so much, everyone. You can reach out to kuwai.in, and the application is available both on Android and the iOS. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Kuwai, for that very precise but informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the last but not least session for the summit, which is on the auto retail, unlocking the value road towards public offer. We are very pleased to inform you that the Landmark Group has recently listed their IPO, and this session will give us many important insights into unlocking this wonderful potential for many companies. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'd like to now invite on stage our eminent speakers for the session. Ms. Amishi Kapadia, Joint MD and CEO, Yes Securities India Limited. Mr. Gurmeet Chadha, Managing Partner and CIO, Complete Circle. Mr. Naveen Philip, Managing Director, Popular Mega Motors India Limited. Mr. Sanjay Thakur, Chairman and Executive Director, Group Landmark. May I invite Mr. John K. Paul in place of Mr. Naveen Philip. And I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to our session moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to have with us Mr. Parikshit Luthra, Chief of Bureau, CNBC TV 18. A very warm welcome to our eminent panel here. So without any further ado, I will now hand it over to our session moderator, Mr. Parikshit Luthra. Over to you.
Thank you so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure it must have been a tiring day, but very enlightening as well, going through so many panel discussions. And this has really been Automotive Week, so to say. We've had the Auto Expo in Greater Noida. We've had the Auto Components Expo, which has begun in Pragati Maidan. And Federation of Automobile Dealers, they've put up a stellar show. So first of all, a big round of applause for the Federation of Automotive Dealers for putting up such a strong show here at the Taj Palace Hotel. So let's kick this off, because the events over the last 2 months, especially with Landmark going on the stock market, going for its listing, has made a lot of us really think as to how automotive dealers, automotive retailers can unlock value. So let's kick this off with Mr. Thakur. Mr. Thakur, you know, in India, and we have been seeing this over the years, the relationship between an automotive retailer and an OEM is so skewed in favor of the company. How, when you were thinking about an IPO, what was the broad strategy that you had in mind? What did you really want to achieve from an IPO?
Hello? Is this?
I think we need to work on the mics.
Hello.
Hello?
Try this one.
This
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. I think with my voice, yeah. So these many things you need to do for the IPO. Now, jokes apart, you asked many questions in one question. So what was I thinking? When did I start thinking? What really happened? So when we started in 1998, I don't think we had this in mind that we will IPO. But when TPG invested in our company in the year 2014, I think this was written on cast in stone, this was written on the wall that we will do it. It required a lot of self-belief. It required a lot of going through turbulences during the years of 2015 to 20, then the COVID years. And then we had to kind of do it, and we did it. We persevered, and we kept faith in the system. There are more dealership chains listed in America and in China, in South America, in Europe, and it really was a surprise to me that India, third largest auto market, and we didn't have a single one. You spoke about the skewed relationships of the OEs, and that is a contentious statement. I think there will be people on both sides of that statement. What benefited us was that our structure was that Mercedes-Benz was our holding company, or at least that's what we made it to make it IPO ready. And I haven't seen any OE who has been so proactively pushing for the IPO. I mean, what I'm telling you over here is that not only were they supportive, they went out of their way to see that this really happened. And we spoke about retail of the future. Santosh was here, and there were some discussions about what is happening. So there are organizations which are looking at the future. There are organizations which are looking at the past. And there are organizations which are living in the present. Now, depends on who you are partners with. And yes, your fortunes are written by that one thing a lot.
No, thank you for those opening remarks, because a lot of your dealer partners, a lot of the automotive retailers sitting here would be looking at you and Mr. John Paul. Mr. John Paul of Popular Vehicles, we believe, will also be going for an IPO soon. And people will be looking at your example very, very closely. But before I get in Mr. Paul, let me get in Ms. Amishi Kapadia. Ms. Kapadia, give us a sense of what bankers are really looking out for. This has been a turbulent year ever since the war began, and 2 years of the pandemic. Probably not the best time to have an IPO. Landmark has had a decent start, a good start. But when it comes to automotive retailers going public, what are some of the factors that you would look at?
Thanks, Prakshit. I think you're right. This year has been not so great year for IPOs compared to the kind of money that got raised in 2021. This has been kind of a washout. But having said that, investors have always favored companies which have had good governance, good track record, good management team in place, and certain things on why we should look at an IPO would be, obviously, you're getting money for growth capital, or you're looking at a private equity exit, that's something that Sanjay Bhai just spoke about, or you're looking at succession planning. You could be looking at unlocking value if you're part of a conglomerate, or it also could be that once you get listed, the kind of brand visibility that you enjoy in the markets, particularly if you're looking at doing some more international tie-ups, or your vendors or distributors, or you're also looking at widening your investor base. You could also have your employees becoming a part of having ownership in the company. All of these reasons somewhere, and having good corporate governance, because your perception in the market changes immensely once you're listed, because you have to comply on the regulatory front. And those perceptions also reflect in your stock price eventually. So looking at the year and looking at what as a banker we would look at if you're looking at an auto dealer, I feel that the auto dealers are a proxy to the Indian auto market, and investors will look at the auto dealers because they do want to have a play in the industry growth phenomenon that is going to happen. Looking at the auto penetration in India, which is one of the lowest in the emerging economies, the growth is going to be immense. We have aspirations of owning a vehicle, the shift that is likely to happen. I think the growth in the industry is going to be immense. And some of the things that, Parikshit, as a banker, we would want to guide that investors do look at is obviously your profitability, your sales, your service, and your spare parts. It's the SSS that is usually focused on. So that's what I would say.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. That's very crucial advice coming from one of the top bankers in the country. But Gurmeet, coming to you, do you think automotive retailers need to rethink, especially in India, where we don't have so many companies in the retail space, in the auto retail space, going for IPOs? Do you think it's time to rethink the way you do business?
I think it's in every sector, Parikshit. I mean, it's not just, in fact, I think our entire focus when we discuss to go public is valuation. We start wrong. Valuation is the output, right? We have to start with the input, right? Now, to have solid books of accounts, booking revenues, Sanjay made that point on companies in the past and companies thinking about future. Great transparency, very clear contracts, having clear policies, solid management, professional management, and most importantly, willingness to give up control. This is where a lot of Indian entrepreneurs, get emotional about their businesses. Now, whether you go public or not, these things are still required. If you want to be relevant, these things are still required. Whether, after that, once you go through that process, whether you want to unlock value or not, that then comes the later part. Even if you're not going public, and even if you have to run the business successfully with the kind of disruption we have, these things are paramount. So I think that is, in my view, the approach has to be 360 degree. Second, I think I think this auto dealership also is a term which needs to be reinvented. We are a point of a milestone in somebody's life. There are 2 crore two-wheelers guys who want to upgrade to car. There are Maruti owners, or there are owners who are in the entry segment who want a premium car. A luxury car is a milestone event. It tells you that probably you have achieved something in life. So I think to me it's a milestone marketplace, and not just the way we need to look at this business. And as I said, think differently. So it's not that they have just come up with the IPO. Look at something like a car trade, which was marketed as a tech play, right? 55% sales are through Shriram Automall, right? Which is offline, which is second-hand cars. So I think the way you can make revenues more stable, think about future, think about tie-ups with EVs, work on digitization. I was seeing their landmarks, DRHP. They went micro on revenues from service and spares. They had the investments in, a lot of startups. They had a tie-up with, am I audible? Yeah. They had a tie-up with Pitstop. You can think about future, which is EV, right? So I think you have to continuously think and reinvent yourself. And I think this industry is going to explode as we journey towards 5 and 10 trillion. It's up to us whether we want to participate or not.
And you've really made me think, Gurmeet, because the industry today is going through a disruption in technology, a disruption in the way cars, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles are going to be sold. Whether you want to have so much of inventory, whether you want to go for a direct selling model, whether you want to be in multi-brand retail, e-commerce. Mr. Paul, we'd like to ask you to give some tips to your dealer partners, dealer friends here in the auditorium. What are some of the opportunities that you see beyond your business currently in automotive retail, in leveraging your customer base? Sir.
You said, what are the opportunities that you see before you? Okay, I'll just start from the beginning. I would like to say this. That is, when we incorporated our company in '84 with the first dealership, that was a Maruti dealership, the company was a public limited company. The idea was, at some time, we should grow to a level that we can go public. So we've always had that vision that we must grow. And it was not about running a dealership, running it more efficiently, or just sticking to one dealership. But that we had decided that there is a scope in the dealership market where you can build a big corporate on various dealerships. And we expanded beyond our own territories. I mean, from just one city, we expanded to other cities, we expanded to other states. So, and within a year or two from when we applied for the first dealership, we also, that was a PV dealership, we then applied for a commercial vehicle dealership and for a two-wheeler dealership. So today, the used car business can be taken ahead in a big way. Right now, the used car business is already 1.3 or between 1.3 to 1.6 times that of a new car sale. In the US, it is around 6 times. And 96% of the new car sales in the US is done on exchange. It's only 6% where the sales is done without exchange. So the opportunities are immense. And to understand the opportunities, you must be willing to expand your vision. We, as FADA, take out a delegation to go to NADA every year. The idea is to see what new things are happening. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can try and learn from the other markets, especially the US market, where all other countries land up, all the associations from various countries, especially South America and Europe, they all land up there. And you can always get new ideas of what is happening. And they are about 4 to 5 years ahead of us. So you just have to pick up ideas and start developing them. So there are a lot of things that we can learn. And when you talk about a dealership, you should not just talk about, I have one dealership, I'm happy with that dealership. As Gurmeet said about willing to give up, see, you should look at what you want to do. Do you want to just run a dealership, or do you want to build a big organization for the future? If you want to do that, you have to think like that. You have to just keep expanding. So there are people who have asked me, when do you go for a new CEO? Is it you or go for a CEO? The time when you can't do it alone, you need help, you need professional help, you need new ideas. Then you go for somebody who can bring in new ideas. Something that you may find difficult. So in that, if somebody or some people with new ideas or different ideas come in from different industries, they're going to expand your thought process also. So that's where you can bring in and expand and go public at the right time. Just because somebody has gone right now doesn't mean, okay, we are too small. No, you think of how you need to expand. You don't have to expand just to grow big and go public, but if there's a scope, you must do it.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for that piece of advice, that we need to think beyond our business. We need to think big. You can't just think about, fine, you have one dealership or 3 dealerships. You really have to think about growing your organization and even ceding control, as Gurmeet said. But Mr. Thakur, if I can get you back in, I'd just like to take that forward. Mr. Paul listed one big opportunity for automotive retailers, and that is the used car business. Bang on, the used car business is going very strong. We're looking at a chip shortage. There's a shortage of cars. People are also holding on to purse strings at the entry level. So yes, used cars is a very strong option right now. But what about multi-brand retail? What about e-commerce in the car business, in the two-wheeler business, in the three-wheeler business? What is the opportunity that you see there?
Just as John is a little allergic to when somebody calls FADA, I want to call our business as auto retail business and not dealership business. Now, the reason, and I say this with some amount of experience. The moment you utter the word dealership, you destroy some value. We are into retail business. Retail in India is understood to be going to grow exponentially. The word retail in India sounds sexy. That's something which is a no-brainer. Landmark, for example, is in luxury retail. Some people sell watches, some people sell cars. That's the first point. The opportunities, John rightly said about the used cars. I can add several more of them. And there is no dearth of opportunities for people. The data that you mentioned about. Finance business, refinance business. Can you also become an NBFC? So many people are taking finance. Do you have the customer base with you? Can you partner and share risks with some people and do leasing business? Can you write extended warranties yourself? Can you get into some white label products with insurance companies? Can you, I mean, I can go on and on. Every aspect, everything that we do on a daily basis. We are into the retail business and there is so much opportunity. Let's think out of the box.
Right. No, that's important because yes, there are some very large established OEMs in the country, but there are so many which possibly cannot take off on their own. Ms. Kapadia, do you see that as an opportunity? There are so many European car makers coming into the country. There are so many small startups which are launching in the EV space. Do you think they need the support of automotive, retail companies to take their case forward?
I would say that yes. Now, you had earlier asked a question about online and offline, right? We are talking about offline here. But some of Tesla's, right, is looking at a B2C model. And so your question would be that would these new entrants look at a B2C in India? Well, I would give you an analogy of the business that I am in the brokerage, right? When we had COVID, we had a lot of online brokers who started business and were flourishing because a lot of investments happened online. But the offline business still continued. Why? Because people still wanted to talk to an advisor, wanted to understand what that investment pertains to, what kind of returns will come in, and wanted clear advice in terms of where all they can invest. I would draw the same analogy where cars and the OEMs and the auto retail is concerned, that though there could be a B2C model that some of these newer OEMs could adopt, I still feel the offline is here to stay because buying an auto still has a feel to it. You still need to want to do an emotional touch to it. You still want to do a test drive to it. You still want your dealer to help explain what are the features. And it's not that everyone reads online and goes to the dealer, right? They also want that experience there. So the offline is here to stay for a very long time, though the B2C might take off. That's what I would say.
Right. Gurmeet, to ask you, do you get a sense that going ahead, retail investors will be very interested in automotive retail companies getting listed on the stock exchange? Is this a business that is being looked at very, very closely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, investors look at anything which offers value. It doesn't care it's a steel company or a automotive dealer or a retail company. And I think, I have this privilege of dealing with Mr. Suri. He's in the audience for last 10 years. And I probably understand this business because of probably being associated with him. So I think sometimes in the big idea, so I agree, used cars is an opportunity, cross-sell is an opportunity. Sir made that excellent point. I think car lease is something which US, a fifth of the cars sold are on lease. There's a startup which is working on recharge. You can recharge car like you recharge your SIM, right? For a certain kilometers on a car which is preloaded, right? So there are a lot of things which will evolve. Also, sometimes we forget the micro things. How to make your service centers more productive. Higher quality people. So if you're in a luxury, so he made that point, if you're a Mercedes or a BMW dealer, it's a luxury marketplace. How can I cross-sell other luxury brands there, right? So make that service center productive. Today, car, 5 years back, software was 10% of the cost. Today, it is 26%. By 2025, as per a survey by NASSCOM, 55% cost would be software. Hire better people, right? Get your HR policies, in order. The people interfacing with people, because they're using now supercomputers and not cars, has to be very different, right? So prepare for future and anything which adds value. As I said, we value businesses where customers come to you. This is one place where customer comes to you because it's a lifestyle event for him. It's a milestone event for him. It's up to us to make it, as productive as possible.
Right. Mr. Tucker and to Mr. John. Now, this question would be, for example, the capital that you've raised through your IPO so far, how would you like to allocate it, use it to grow your business in the next 2 years, if I would say?
Yeah, so initially, since the cost of capital is high and interest is rising, and immediately that had to stop, we have paid back our working capital loans. The banks aren't very happy by that move, but 30% of what Landmark is today is by way of mergers and acquisitions. Now, I think that answers the question, and I'll pass on the mic to him.
So you mean to say you would be looking to acquire certain brands, certain EV makers maybe?
Yeah, my sense is that there is, though we are talking about everybody kind of going or should aim to do IPO, my feeling is that there would be, I'm just gazing into the future, which is not ever a good idea, but I am doing it, that there would be 4 or 5 chains which will emerge. I don't see everybody going public. The public markets won't take so much of paper initially. And the smaller and mid-sized dealerships would be better off actually if they were to kind of merge with and make a larger entity. That's the way I look at the future.
Right. Especially as we see electrification growing very strongly. Mr. Paul.
See, I would like to say one thing, that today, all dealers here, other than selling vehicles, will also be doing service. Okay. But our highest revenue is not exactly from service. It's from body shop. Most dealers would be doing a ratio between body shop and service of around 10 to 12 or max around 15. Okay. We do around 22 to 23 times, percent of that converts to body shop. And it's not about accident repair or such, it's basically body shop work where the margins are better, but nobody focuses on that, and that no manufacturer stops you from doing it. There may be other restrictions, you can't sell outside your territory and all those things. But in these areas, there's nobody. Plus conversion of, renewal of insurance and finance and all those things. Those are all in our hands, where we can immediately do. And the question that you asked is we can expand our body shops, we can expand our service stations. All that is where we would like to focus on.
Right. Ms. Kapadia, coming back to you, give us a sense, and I think this is something that a lot of our automotive retail companies here in the audience would like to know. What is the kind of scale that your business should have so that you can consider yourself ripe for an IPO? It's a long way off. The businesses that we see, which are going for listing or who have gone to the stock market, they have really burnt a lot of midnight oil. They spent years in the business. But what is the kind of scale that you need to look at?
I would say that, it's very important that you have a dominant leadership position in the largest procurement pockets, right, in India. That's something, because that is something, whether you have a multi-tie-up or you would just have a single brand. But usually investors do prefer a multi-tie-up because of the fact that the shifts in the macro can get insulated, right, whether you're in the premium economy or the premium segment or in the economy, the kind of diversity that you have will help strengthen your position. But you're talking about the scale, that's again very important. Consolidation is something that I think Sanjay Bhai was talking about, because that basically gives you the strength of numbers. When you're going public, the public market investors look at your market cap, right? Your valuation at what you're going to eventually get listed at. And that again translates into kind of the multiples that probably are there in the listed space. Usually, the back of the envelope calculation is that, you know, your market cap should be 1,500 crores, 1,000 to 1,500 minimum for public market investors to invest, because otherwise they have a liquidity issue in terms of when you're buying or selling once you're listed on the stock exchange. So, you know, SEBI anyways has a eligibility requirement that when you're looking at an IPO, your dilution should be either 25% with a market cap of at least 1,600 crores, or you could look at a 400 crore size IPO, which has a dilution between 1,600 crores to 4,000. And if your valuation is above 4,000 crores, you need to only dilute minimum 10%. So that is in self taking care of the kind of scale that one has to look at, because whenever you're investing in a listed stock, right, you look at mutual funds or you look at FIIs or insurance companies, when they take up a substantial stake, there are times when they would also want to sell. And if your stock is not liquid because your market cap is too small, then it becomes a deterrent for them to invest in the IPO itself. So reaching a certain scale is very, very important. Your growth strategy, which markets are you having a dominant market share, your, you know, basically your stability of earnings, all of it plays a role in terms of determining what is the right size for the IPO then.
All right, those were the real critical points that bankers would be looking at in case you're ever considering an IPO. But Gurmeet, coming back to you, as Mr. Sanjay said, there are different models in the market. Yes, several dealer-company relationships are skewed in favor of the company, but then there are several companies which are very, very accommodating. We've just heard about MG Motor agreeing to a model dealer agreement, and we've been hearing reports about that as well, but that's far and few in the industry. How can an automotive retailer establish himself or herself as a brand in the industry? Because currently, automotive retailers are known through the companies that they sell vehicles for, they service vehicles for. How can they themselves stand out?
So multiple ways. You know, if you have the balance sheet strength, you can do it organically. You know, become multi-brand, add more outlets, compete instead of competing, collaborate. You know, you can figure out like-minded people. The world is more of collaboration now. There are marketplaces which are collaborating and not competing necessarily. Second, think of, as I said, you are customer facing with huge infrastructure. You have influx of people coming to you. He made that point on how productive the service and the body shop was. A popular, you know, Landmark made that point of revenue per vehicle service being 21,000 in the DSP. So it's about more content per car, more content per service. Look at last 5 years, Parikshit. Sad year for autos in terms of appreciation, right? Maruti, even M&M, despite the recent run-up, Motherson Sumi, Bosch. And there was a company, Minda, where market cap went up 15 times in the last 5 years because the kit value per car went up from 2,000 rupees to 35,000 rupees. They figured out alloy wheels, they figured out airbags, they figured out car seats. So add more value on every time the customer visits you. Add more value every time customer interacts with you. And I think rest everything will be taken care of.
Right. I'm going to take the final set of questions, but I'm going to take some questions from the audience as well. And we have Mr. Gopalakrishnan here, Vice President of BYD India. If you can give a mic to him as well, because we'd like to hear from an OEM point of view as well. So, sir, thank you so much. We have been talking about how to grow automotive retail businesses, the road to a public offer. Give us a sense through the experience of BYD and some international examples of what automotive retailers in India can really do, some of the opportunities that can be possibly looked at.
Thank you. I think congrats to Landmark Group and Mr. Sanjay Thakkar for a very successful IPO. Yeah, they are our partners. They recently became partners for the last 1.5 years. I think automotive retailers in the industry, most of the successful dealer businesses which I have seen in the last 25 years have been doing a lot of things. I think one of the biggest important things which I have learned over the past years, the personal involvement in the business, that has made them successful. Whether you take Landmark Group, Popular Group, whatever you name some of the successful groups, then that has been the key for a very successful operations over the last 25 years. I have seen many groups fall away because of various reasons. So I think they have taken every opportunity out, I think, and doing customer satisfaction. I think serving the customer is the best, because once the customer is satisfied with the dealer group, auto retailer, then he comes back again and again for more businesses. Whether he wants to renew the insurance, finance, or even service, service, yes, revenue is there. They come back to the workshop because they feel that the retailer is treating him very properly. Even when I am a car buyer, I go to a particular retail outlet because he treats me differently from a different retailer. So I think that's very important. So I think once you satisfy your customer, he gives a word of mouth. That also becomes very important for the group to grow. So I think these are some of the key points, and I've seen many groups where the owner or this CEO is involved personally with every aspect of the business, and of course manpower retention. And I can say some of these successful groups have retained their man for the last 25 years. I can actually name some groups where when I started my industry in 96, 94, I have seen those guys grown into CEOs, MDs of that same group. I have seen many of them today also. So I think that is one of the key points for any automotive retailer in the country.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gopalakrishnan. Those were great views. And now we'll just sum up our panel. It's been a great evening and a great discussion. Let's get closing remarks from all our panelists. Let's begin with Mr. Paul and Mr. Thakkar.
I heard today that it was 17th September that we are going to be celebrating the FADA, the Auto Dealer Day. 19th, sorry. So I would like to kind of say that 23rd December, when Landmark listed, should be the moon landing day, the landing where when Neil Armstrong, I think when he took that step, he said that one step and giant leap for mankind. Now I want Landmark to be remembered as some organization which opened the doors for a lot of people who are in this room and who are not in this room. So let this also be written down as an important event in the auto history of India.
All right, let's have a word from Mr. Paul.
No, after Sanjay has already made the landmark, I can't make it much bigger.
You can be popular in that.
Okay. No, why not? We shouldn't be much smaller. We should be probably bigger than landmark would probably be what I would like to say. But if it goes through, because we already had a year, our time limit was up, so we've just got to refile again probably in another 4 or 5 months, or probably 6 months after the year. So we'll have to wait and watch, but there's no question of not going. We will be going forward.
All right, a big round of applause for Mr. Thakkar and Mr. Paul, both of them showing a way to automotive retailers across the country. Ms. Kapadia.
As a banker, I would say that there is a new set of companies that we are really looking forward to taking them public. I think that a time is an opportune time. It's about just getting our facts and figures correct. And I think with Landmark setting the ball rolling, we'll see some hugely successful IPOs in the auto retail sector soon, and I'm very hopeful, and that's what I would wish all of you the very best.
All right, Gurmeet, any final thoughts that you'd like to leave us with?
No, I had a great learning actually, sitting with both the promoters here, and I think, and he made that point of satisfied customer bringing more new customers. I think just keep adding value and hope to see more people here next year monetizing their business, growing their business. And I think the industry is headed for a very purple patch, and I wish everyone all the best.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone in the audience, for joining us. Ms. Kapadia, Mr. Thakkar, Mr. Paul, and Gurmeet, thank you very much for being with us, and have a great evening.
Thank you, speakers, for such an invigorating session, and we have gained great insight for the right step towards public offer. And now it's time to felicitate our speakers, and to do the honors, may I please request Mr. Ashish Harshraj Kale, President FAD, and Mr. Sabu Johnny, Managing Director EVM Automobiles, to please come on stage and felicitate our speakers and session moderator. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a group photograph together. Thank you. And now we will have the felicitations for our partners for the summit. So I request Mr. Singhania to kindly remain on stage, and I'd like to invite Mr. Vigneshwar, Mr. Giridhar, Mr. Seth, and Mr. Damani to please come on stage to felicitate our partners. Can we have Mr. Singhania, Mr. Vigneshwar, Mr. Giridhar, Mr. Seth, and Mr. Damani to please be on stage to felicitate our partners for this Auto Summit. So I'd just like to mention that as I take the name of the specific company, I'd request the team members to kindly come forward onto the dais. So firstly, I'd like to invite our title partner M&M. Please come forward, team M&M. Title partner M&M, may we have the next? I would like to invite team members from Kuwai who are powered by partner, and I request audience to please carry on with your applause, please. I think our partners deserve a big round of applause. Next, I would like to invite our diamond partners, Ashok Leyland, HDFC Bank and HDFC Argo. Diamond partners, firstly Ashok Leyland. So team Ashok Leyland and team HDFC Bank and HDFC Argo. Do we have team HDFC Bank and HDFC Argo here with us? Moving on to our next platinum partners, Meta. Platinum partner Meta. I request everyone to please continue with your applause. Next, I'd like to invite our gold partners, ICICI Bank. Do we have team members from ICICI Bank? Moving on, Kotak Mahindra Prime. Kotak Mahindra Prime. Stellantis. Do we have team members from Stellantis? Okay, we'll move on to our silver partners. Firstly, Mahindra Finance. Next, I'd like to invite New India Insurance. Do we have team members from New India Insurance? TVS. Do we have team members from TVS? Car Dekho. Yes Bank. Our silver partners. I'd like to now invite our kit partner, Orbitsys Technologies. So our Car Dekho team members are here, so we'll just felicitate them. Then we'll invite our kit partners. I'd like to now invite our kit partners, Orbitsys Technologies. I'd like to now invite our dinner partner, Isuzu Motors India. like to now invite our bronze partners, Spare Care Solutions. Gulf Oil, team members from Gulf Oil, ICICI Lombard, Cholamandalam Investments and Finance Company Limited, MG Motor, Hero Motor Corp, Tata Motors, Kansai Nerolac Paints, ATS LG, VVC. ATS LG is going to be here with us on stage. Team ATS LG. May I now invite Team VVC. Team VEVC. VECV. I'd like to now call upon Team 21 North. We have Team 21 North with us. Team IndusLand Bank. Team IndusLand Bank. And now for our logo partners, may I invite Team AkzoNobel, and last but not least, Body Shop Guru. Team Body Shop Guru. and event partner WeConnect. Event partner WeConnect. A big round of applause for making this show happen. And now I'd like to request Mr. Sai Girdhar to kindly propose a vote of thanks. May I invite executive committee members to please come for a photo op. May I please invite our executive committee members to please join for a photo op. And also the members of governing council to also join for a group photograph. May I now invite Mr. Sai Girdhar to kindly propose a vote of thanks. Can we have FADA Secretariat to also join for the group photograph? May I request Mr. Sai Girdhar to kindly propose a vote of